A World Bank study shows that countries with weak defense capabilities often experience more conflicts, unemployment, poverty, and war-related losses. To be truly self-sufficient, India must design and manufacture defense equipment domestically with minimal dependence on foreign suppliers. Historically, heavy reliance on defense imports has led to high costs, delays, and outdated technology. However, over the last 2 decades, India has modernized its military with advanced weaponry and sophisticated systems. As the world's 4th largest defense spender, India has allocated $74.5 billion for defense in the 2024-25 fiscal year, which is 1.9% of the GDP. With military spending more than doubling in the past decade, India is demonstrating its commitment to strengthening defense capabilities and achieving a self-reliant India. Chanakya Dialogues is designed to bring together on one platform research and development experts, manufacturers, and end users of weapons. If anything, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict has underscored the importance of resilient supply chains. Self-reliance in defense is not just about manufacturing weapons. It is also about building a robust ecosystem that can sustain the nation in times of conflict. So India must produce weapons not only for its own forces, but also for export and strengthening its global position. The pursuit of Atmanirbhar Bharat is driven by this need to reduce dependency on foreign suppliers and ensure national security. While diplomacy and goodwill have their place, safeguard against war is a powerful military capable of deterring threats. True strength comes from self-sufficiency, having the ability to equip and defend ourselves without relying on others. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this insightful day-long conference where we delve into India's defense, strategic challenges, and global geopolitical shifts. The discussions will bring together esteemed speakers, defense experts, and policymakers to address key issues shaping India's defense landscape. So we will have discussions on major global developments, including key sessions on India's strategic challenges, modernization and self-reliance, future warfare, and geopolitical dynamics, with sessions on Israel and the world, the geopolitics of oil and G20, its impact on the global south, China's growing influence in the region, as well as India's security in the northeast. So with an array of expert-driven discussions, the Chanakya Dialogues aims to foster deeper understanding and strategic thought on India's defense preparedness and its global standing. I'd like to now invite the editor-in-chief of Chanakya Forum, Major Gaurav Arya. As you know, Chanakya Forum is a global magazine on foreign affairs, geopolitics, and national security that seeks to analyze not just how the world looks at India, but also how India looks at the world, the relationships between nations, and the undercurrents and tensions that often mar these relationships. Major Arya is an Indian Army veteran, and I'd like to invite him now to make the opening remarks and welcome all our participants to this esteemed dialogue.
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, speakers, delegates, and guests. It's a matter of great honor and privilege that you're with us today. This is the 4th conclave that we're holding. The first one that we held was around 4 years back, and 75 people attended. Because we had the money for only 75 people. And it was held in the basement of the India International Center. The next one was double that strength. It was on the ground floor of the India International Center with 150 people attending. And the third one was at PhD CCI, which had a capacity of 300 persons. Today, dear friends, it is with great satisfaction that I tell you that this auditorium holds 600 people. And this is all because of you, your blessings, your love, your guidance, that we've been able to come this far. We have a galaxy of speakers today to cover a wide range of topics. It is important to have such conclaves because this ecosystem is still developing. It is still in its nascent stage. The research and development people, the manufacturers, and also the end users of platforms and systems, all under one roof. This is the intent of this conclave. Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar in war. If there is one lesson that we have learned from conflicts around the world, especially the Ukraine-Russia conflict, is that one who controls and can manage supply chains has a distinct advantage in war. So here today we have the thinkers, the planners, the warriors, all under one roof. I would also like to thank our patrons, our chief patron, Lieutenant General Sayyidata Hasnain, our patrons, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, and Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary. Thank you, sirs, for your blessing and your guidance. I welcome you all once again, and with your blessings, we hope to see this conclave grow from strength to strength. Welcome once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Major Arya. I'd like to request you to please stay on as I invite our first panelist to join you for the opening session on a month of Trump, geopolitical shockwaves. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin our fourth edition of the Chanakya Dialogues with this session and invite on stage Mr. Samir Saran, the president of the Observer Research Foundation, a premier think tank that focuses on issues of global governance, climate and energy policy, technology policy, and India's foreign policy. Dr. Saran provides strategic direction and leadership to the Foundation's multiple centers on fundraising, research projects, platform design, and outreach initiatives, including stakeholder engagement. He also curates the Raisina Dialogues, an annual flagship platform on geopolitics and geoeconomics. On the 20th of January, 2025, Donald Trump was sworn in his second term as US president, sending shockwaves across the United States and the world. His administration has swiftly reversed Biden-era policies, triggering uncertainty among allies and adversaries alike. With Europe increasingly wary of Trump's leadership, US support for Ukraine has disappeared. New controversial geopolitical moves are unfolding, from plans to transform Gaza into a luxury resort to renewed interest in acquiring Greenland. Dr. Samir Saran and Major Gaurav Arya will examine and analyze the global ramifications of Trump's second term, exploring its impact on international alliances, security, and the shifting balance of power. It's over to you.
Thank you, Rini, and Samir, a very warm welcome to you. So, friends, there is a lot of talk going on, you know. The first day he came, 80 policies, I'm talking about President Donald Trump, 80 policies of the Biden era were upturned with a stroke of the pen. But this is not what I'm going to talk to Samir here today. My first question is, why Greenland? I mean, this came not as a bolt from the blue, because President Trump had been talking about Greenland for a very long time, and he had been mentioning it. But to say that I'm going to put Marines there or I'm going to use military force, why Greenland is something that we'd all like to understand. Over to you.
Gaurav, first of all, congratulations. It was a poignant journey that you narrated to us this morning in your opening address, from 75 to 600, and may you have 6,000 next time. Because I think national security must be made more popular amongst a much wider constituency. People are, generally people are scared of engaging with the subject because it's been put behind closed doors, and There was a veil of secrecy on matters of security that was in many ways perpetuated over years. So dialogues like these makes it more accessible. Uh, and like today, foreign policy sees many more participants in discussions. Everyone has an opinion on Donald Trump, right? And I'm going to give you one today. But I'm sure that the defense conversations will benefit if younger minds, more aspiring minds, engage with General Raj Shukla and others who are in this room, who are experts in this field. So thank you for doing this, and I wish you all success. Greenland. Look, I think there's a method to what some people call madness, right? I think he is not that naive or simple as people believe he is. In my view, what we have seen over the last 35 odd days is noise, but within that noise is a pattern. And I see three clear patterns here and one clear ambition that he's moving towards. What is the pattern? He's resetting trade, he's resetting our conception of geopolitics and security, and he's resetting the energy dynamics in much of what he has done in the first 35 days. But the target is clearly China. And although he has not used the C word and he has not explicitly mentioned it, if you start putting the pieces together, he is determined to retain American supremacy in the world order, to ensure American political and economic and material power continues, and he is very clear in his assessment that China is the biggest threat to America. Now, why Greenland? Number of reasons. Of course, one could be that he just wants to bother Denmark and he wants to harass them, but I don't think that is the real purpose. I think he has basically come to that conclusion that the Scandinavians, the Nordics, who were generally marshalling what is going to become one of the most contested arenas of the next 5 to 7 years, are incapable of resisting or responding to what is beginning to happen in the Arctic more broadly, but certainly in Northern Europe more specifically. America is not going to allow the Chinese Northern Sea route to be uncontested and to shape the future of global trade and global security without having a significant say in what they are able to do. The Nordics are unable to resist China, and of course there are like everything Trump does, there are costs that he's going to recover from those investments. So there is going to be a political investment to manage that region, but there is also hopefully a return on investment, which, by the way, is, in my view, distant and unviable. You'll have to drill beneath lots of permafrost and ice to get to any of the resources that Greenland possesses. But certainly, I think the military and political presence to rebuff any redrawing of the map in that region, redrawing of the geopolitical map in that region. And for me, China is the goal. He is to manage, he is determined to contain China, and he's placing his pieces to manage the Chinese expansion.
Thank you very much. One thing that, Samir, which I think all of us would want to know, there was a time when there were blank checks available to the Ukrainians. Zelensky would ask for money. What do you want? You want an M1A1 Abrams? Done. You want a Javelin? Go for it. Strikers? Tell me how many do you want? Whatever you wish, whichever kind of money that you want, it's all there for you. Now, suddenly one day Trump comes and he says that I'm going to have a peace summit. I'm going to send my top guy, and there will be no representation of the Ukrainians. This is exactly what Zelensky used to do some time back. Have these peace summits throughout the world, the last large one being in Switzerland, if you remember, and there were no Russians for whatever reason. The Russian presence was not there. Now, what is the reason for this flip, this sudden flip? And it is not a U-turn, it's like a V-turn. It's just like it goes and it comes back. How did it happen so suddenly, and what is the logic behind it?
Gaurav, many in this part of the world, many in this room, and I can see Indrani and Harsh here as well, would have always argued that the real contest was between an American-led West versus Russia. It was never really about it was never really about just that tactical battle that was unfolding. There was a Russian grievance that NATO was expanding. NATO expansion was something that was predicated on on American presence. Now we have had disagreements on how immediate this particular dynamic was in that conflict, but nonetheless this was the undergirding of what transpired in Ukraine a few years ago, when the Russians believed that some action was necessary to prevent their neighborhood from becoming the playing ground for powers inimical to them. And by the way, if you were to travel to, say, the African continent or parts of the global south, they have always identified and understood this conflict to be one between the US led West and Russia. They were very clear about this, right? And they were also very clear that peace or any further progress towards conciliation is only going to be a conversation between the Russians and the Americans. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that the Europeans could negotiate with the Russians or the Ukrainians had to negotiate with the Russians. The negotiations were always going to be on a new détente or entente between the Russians and the Americans, and that is what is happening. Trump knew this. By the way, even Biden knew this. But I don't think Biden was necessarily in control of his White House, as now we are getting to learn. The fact was that conversations had started within the first year of the conflict between the Americans. There are folks from the intelligence agencies of both sides that were meeting in Brussels. I stumbled across one such meeting during one of my trips when I suddenly saw these folks talking to each other in one hotel that we were visiting. Conversations were happening. The Americans and Russians have been talking. Trump has again just dropped the niceties and has decided to do it, in a manner which is frontal, direct, and transparent. And I think that's his style. He is not going to hide behind curtains. He's very clear. This is a conversation that Americans and Russians need to have, and any solution has to be determined between the two of them. At the right time, you will have to bring the Europeans and Ukrainians in. And of course, end of the day, the map that has been redrawn on the battlefield is difficult to change without significant dialogue that caters to both sides' key concerns.
Samir, I'm going to make it a little bit controversial now, with your permission. What I'm going to ask is that why did Trump, he has said India is a tariff abuser, the greatest tariff abuser. We were expecting Trump to be far more aggressive than he has been. What happened in those 7 days that Dr. Jaishankar was in the US? Because I saw a photograph of Dr. Jaishankar and he was probably, I think, wearing a tracksuit or something like that. And a lot of people in India were saying, what's he doing there and all that. But something happened in those 7 days. And while Trump is belligerent, as Trump will be, there is this sense that maybe, if not contained, to a very large extent, he has been managed. I want to understand that aggression towards India is lacking. While he's making statements, he's saying that we'll have retaliatory tariffs. He's saying all of that. But that edge is missing. Where is that edge?
Boss, I see that edge. I have not seen that edge go. I think Trump is kind of unmanageable. So I don't think we should reach that conclusion that he's been managed. I think we have lived to fight another day. We have decided to kick the can down the road and come to that conversation on tariffs a bit later. But having said that, look, I'm not really worried about tariff here. So my point is that if you tell an Indian bureaucrat, let's play tariff, my God, this is the game they've been playing for so many years. We love playing tariffs. So I don't think necessarily the tariff part is what really bothers us. I think what we should be careful about and what we should be looking at is what some of the folks who are close to Trump do in terms of some of the key sectors where some of our neighbors are beginning to worry us. And I think we should be looking at, for example, technology. And we should, if, for example, the small yard, high fence policy of Biden was to also be applied to people like us, if India's AI ambitions were to be stymied by the lack of access to or availability of key inputs, hardware, software capabilities from the West, I think that would be more worrisome for me than just the tariffs. I think the tariff parts are manageable. Look, we like tariffs, right? And guess what? Even the Europeans and Americans have started liking tariffs. Now we are all on a level playing field. Now we can negotiate in a real manner what should be the trades of term. Unlike in the past, for example, where the Europeans imposed a carbon tariff on us without any conversations, without any discussions, and we are meant to thank them because they are saving the planet. Or the Inflation Reduction Act, where the Americans came up with a huge industrial policy under Biden that favored their industry dramatically and changed the terms of industrial landscape around the world, again without a conversation. And we were supposed to thank them because they were going to be doing something great for humankind. Trump is real. He is not nice or favorably disposed to anyone. Trump is serving the United States of America. I think that should be very clear. He is the president of the US. He believes that serving the US and its interest is his primary goal. I believe he will reach the conclusion, if he's already not reached there, that having India on his side may be useful for him to get there. And as long as that could be constructed in the conversations we have with him, that an Indian partnership is favorable to Trump and to America, I think we will be in good stead. We will need to be agile, we will need to be nimble, and we'll need to really use all our diplomatic skills to manage someone like him. Because, for example, he resets his clock every morning. What happened yesterday is history, and what happens today is what his whims decide. So in many ways, he's someone who has to, it's a work in progress. We'll have to continue ensuring that India-US partnership remains central to his idea of how does he continue to maintain American primacy.
No, Samir, about these weapons, buy weapons from us, and maybe in the future you have the F-35. So he has not promised the F-35, but it's a carrot, I believe, that has been dangled. Now, whether we should take it or not is another conversation, but and everybody's aware. You once mentioned to me that when you import a weapon platform from a country, you're importing more than just the weapon platform. I'd like you to dwell on that a little bit more. Explain that point that you once mentioned, and I found it absolutely brilliant that when you buy a weapon from a foreign country, it is not just the hardware or the software that you buy so much more, or you live with so much more than just the software and the hardware. That is one thing. And how far do you think India will go as far as buying weapons from the US? Because more than 65% of our inventory is Russian in origin. So this question has two parts.
So Gaurav, on the first part, just a quick aside on the F-35. Look, I am not excited about the F-35 per se. I am more excited about that paragraph where it says, where it mentions the potential of these advanced fighter jets, but it also says undersea platforms. And I'm really more excited about the undersea platforms. I think if we need to be building on certain spheres of capabilities, I think it is the undersea sphere where we will need to start rebuffing Chinese encroachments on the Indian Ocean, pretty much very similar to what they've been doing in the Himalayas. In fact, I was talking to one of our partners at the dialogue, who was mentioning that the minute the General Atomic drones were made available for initially as a service and not as a transfer of ownership, post the skirmish in the Himalayan border some years back, they lit up the Indian Ocean as well. And we were for the first time able to spot certain activities that we were earlier completely blind to. So I think the undersea capabilities that it mentions in that paragraph, undersea platforms, submarine capabilities, maybe nuclear submarines at some point, maybe an AUKUS 2.0 which has an India in it. So I think I'm more excited about that particular aspect than just the fighter jets. I think it is the crown jewels of American armory. If they are willing to let go of some of them and being, and to allow those technologies to become available to us, I think there is potential there. Otherwise, a transactional, expensive procurement of American weaponry is only serving one side. Unless we get those very specific weapon systems that are required in our neighborhood, I think it would be purely transactional, which, by the way, is not a bad thing. We do need some of those as well. But we have to be careful that along with those, big ticket procurements, we get some of these sophisticated, cutting edge technology, especially the submarines. Now, on your question, look, we have, this is not my point of view. This is someone who, very wise, who's worked in battlefield, who's operated Russian systems, Soviet systems. it was their view that, you know, when we procured certain defense equipment from certain countries, we actually acquired the whole operating principles with them. So in many ways, the army operates in a certain way, the air force operates in a certain way, the navy functions in a manner which is consistent with the weapons they buy. The doctrines, the postures, the battlefield strategies evolve around the hardware and the software that you have acquired. So Indian Army in many ways, or the Indian Armed Forces in many ways, have been their operations, their thinking, their doctrines, their postures have been implicated by the equipment they have bought. Now, for example, the minute we have changed our transport fleet from Soviet era transporters to American transport vehicles, you can already see the nimbleness and the flexibility we have to move large number of folks across the world under different circumstances. We are a very different nation when it comes to moving people or moving humans around the world. And that is what I was really trying to imply, that we will change, our mindsets, our doctrines, our postures, and our operations will change dramatically as we invest into new hardware and new software. So when you go in a certain direction in terms of technology choices, you also change the way you imagine your role and imagine your capabilities. And that's the point I was making.
Thank you, Samir. And I'll come to the last question. And the last question is that, it is Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar in war. Now, Atmanirbharta is something that we all seek, but there is a very real feedback from the armed forces that this is a long gestation item. It's not going to happen today, and we must fly with it. There is no question of saying that second guessing Atmanirbharta, we must all go with it. But there are gaps right now. For example, with the Air Force, the squadron strength, which many an Air Force chief have brought forward, and what the Army requires and what the Navy requires. So if we are just going to say Atmanirbharta in the long run, right, how do we manage the short-term gaps that we have? And those are very critical gaps as we speak today.
Look, Atmanirbharta of the armed forces is a whole of nation endeavor, right? It is the army cannot be Atmanirbhar without having a defense industry, without having the budgets and the GDP to sustain those, without having a much larger participation. Gaurav, we spoke about it. If we were to assume sitting here that our estimations are conservative, not overly optimistic, but even at conservative estimates, if we were to assume that in a decade we are $10 trillion, so let's say 2035, when we are sitting here, we have crossed the $10 trillion threshold. Now, at 2% of GDP as your defense budget, we are talking about $200 billion. Now, let's assume that due to the way we are restructuring our forces, say 50% of that budget, I'm just taking a number, it's just a tabletop exercise, 50% of the budget is for capital expenditure. So that means we have to spend $100 billion on capital equipment, right? Assuming 50% of that 50% is for existing platforms and 50% is for new platforms. So we are spending 50 billion on running our existing fleets and hardware, and 50% is acquisitions. So here is the question. Do we have industrial capability to produce $50 billion of defense equipment every year?
So what you're saying is that we may have the money, but
we may have the money,
capacity?
We don't have the industrial capacity to cater to 50 billion worth of procurement of defense equipment. So whereas the answer is that you will have to continue over the next 10 years to find partnerships outside the country, because you may have the money to pay the bill in 10 years' time. You would not have set up a robust enough industrial complex to cater to your increasing appetite and need and requirement for all of these important platforms that you require to protect your country. So over the next 10 years, it will have to be a import and domestic manufacturing interplay, more imports, less manufacturing. Post 10 years, hopefully, you will start seeing a greater reliance on domestic manufacturing. And if you do it right today, what you buy may not be transactional. What you buy may actually help you build that industrial complex. And I think our focus has to be that if we procure platforms from outside, are we adding to the capabilities of the supply chains that we are building at home? And are we therefore going to create in the future Indian platforms? I think the South Korean model is a great model to do. Today they are exporting, right? Earlier they were all purely imports. And now they have gradually built up because they first created supply chains for the big platforms they bought, and now they're building the platforms themselves. So I think we need to build a whole defense industrial complex here. It has to be private sector led. You will have to open up this sector to the much larger business community that exists outside the defense business community, which is largely public sector. And unless you bring the private and use the force of Indian entrepreneurship for our future, you're not going to be able to, you're going to be writing checks for someone else's growth. And I think that's the point I was trying to make, that in 10 years' time, you're going to be spending $50 billion on new platforms every year. Do you have the ability to build those new platforms for $50 billion worth? And I think that's the defense paradigm that I want to end on.
Thank you very much, Samir. And all the questions that I wanted answers to, I have them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'd like to request our patron, Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, to please come up and present Dr. Saran with a small token of appreciation. We have a beautiful medallion for you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they pose for the cameras. Remember that your applause makes sure that they smile bigger. Thank you very much. We're moving on to our next session that explores in depth the eastern flank, India's challenge in the age of strategic flux. China, we'll quickly make the changes on the dais and add our chairs. Thank you very much, Samir. China was once a struggling third world nation where hunger and poverty dominated the headlines. Then came rapid industrialization and economic expansion, transforming it into a global economic powerhouse. With this growth came the ambition to modernize and strengthen the People's Liberation Army. And as China's economy soared, so did its military aspirations, shifting the global balance of power. No longer satisfied with economic dominance, Beijing set its sights on becoming a military superpower, triggering strategic uncertainty, especially in the Indo-Pacific and along India's eastern flank. Our panelists will examine China's military rise, its implications for regional security, and the challenges India faces in navigating this evolving landscape. So I'd like to now invite our esteemed panel to please take their seats on stage. Could we have with us the former Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, and ADC. Over his distinguished career that spanned 4 decades, he commanded the Western Naval Command, served as the Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, and held key roles in personnel management and fleet operations. He's also been the Commandant of the Naval War College, Goa, a naval advisor to the Seychelles, and an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Army War College, and the Royal College of Defense Studies. Ms. Indrani Bagchi, Chief Executive Officer, Ananta Aspen Center, a senior diplomatic editor and foreign policy commentator. She was earlier associate editor with the Times of India. And as diplomatic editor, Indrani has covered the Ministry of External Affairs on her news beat, as well as interpreted and analyzed global trends with an Indian perspective. She's also worked with the India Today, the Economic Times, and the Statesman. To moderate this discussion, we have with us Professor Harsh Pant, an expert on Asian security issues, He's a professor at King's College London and the Vice President of Studies and Foreign Policy at the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi. He's also the Honorary Director of the Delhi School of Transnational Affairs. It's over to you, Professor Pant.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for joining this conversation. We were having, I'll get right to the point. We were having the conversation earlier about how Trump is changing the world. And I think I would like to start from there, if I may. Indrani, I'll come to you first in the sense of if you know the panel is about the eastern flank, the China challenge essentially. How do you see the China challenge evolve? I mean, we have had two interesting developments in the last few months. One, our own rapprochement, so-called, with the Chinese, right? We have managed to resolve some of the problems on the border. And the other is, of course, Mr. Trump himself coming. Now, are they related, first of all? Do you see that a relationship there, that perhaps Indians and the Chinese thought that a whirlwind is coming, so maybe we need to get together and do something about it? Or do you see the coming of Mr. Trump further complicating the kind of strategic clarity that came in with the Galwan crisis and post-Galwan, certain things that India did, which led to a certain kind of a balance in the relationship? So how do you see this, this trifecta of US, India, China evolving in the age of Mr. Trump?
Thank you, Harsh, and thank you, Chanakya Forum. Thank you, Major Arya, for inviting me here this morning. I don't think they're unrelated. And I would actually hesitate to call it a rapprochement, more like a quasi-normalization. And I don't think there is any lack or any diminution of the strategic clarity that certainly India had when the Galwan crisis broke out in 2020. But it's not just the Galwan crisis. If you are looking for enhanced or increased strategic clarity vis-a-vis China, I would go back all the way to 2017 during the Doklam crisis. And frankly, it was the Doklam crisis that impelled India to re-embrace the Quad. If you remember back then, it was Trump 1.0, and it was Trump who moved a rather dormant Quad grouping to a political grouping. And India jumped on the bandwagon with much greater alacrity than it had in its previous iteration. And I think that clarity has continued. It was sharpened after 2020. For the last 1 year at least, it has been fairly clear. I'd say even Biden, to be fair to him, Biden carried on with almost all the work that Trump had started vis-a-vis China. Whether it was the small yard, high fence that Sameer talked about, whether it was restricting China's access to advanced technologies, all of that has been carried on by Biden from Trump. And you can see Trump taking the same, basically taking the same baton and running with it at a different pace, of course. Just yesterday, I think Trump added another set of 10% tariffs to China. But it's not just tariffs. It is literally, China is the challenger America never believed it would have. But to go back to the India-China issue, I think a part of the normalization that happened pre-Trump, rather pre-US elections, was to also take off the table an issue that could be leveraged against India. You don't want somebody coming in. We've always been very clear that we solve our problems ourselves, or at least we deal with our problems ourselves. And the fact that you went ahead and took the 5 steps or 4 steps that we had to was also important. It was also an important signal both to Chinese and to the Americans. To the Chinese that we deal with you on our own. To the Americans that we can deal with our problems. We may need your help sometimes, but we are not a dependent nation in the way that Europe has made itself to be. So I think there were several political messages that went out as part of that normalization process.
Thank you. Admiral Kumar, I would take on from where she left. In a sense, looking at what perhaps the maritime landscape looks like at this point, and if you look at the rise of the Indo-Pacific discourse, if you look at, I mean, she talked about Quad, and it was dormant, and then suddenly it was revived, and it has been in a sort of a more active phase since then. And I'll come to Quad in a bit, but before that, if you can just assess from a national security point of view, how does the maritime space look like at this point? I mean, because there are multiple flashpoints way beyond India's periphery. Now, of course, Indo-Pacific is where India operates. But if you think of South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan Strait, these are explicit flashpoints that have the potential of perhaps being the first order of priority for the Chinese. From our perspective, of course, Indian Ocean being the dominant theater, how do you look at the maritime security landscape there, given that so much focus for the last few years has been on the territoriality of the India-China relationship and those issues? Do you see them the maritime issues declining in salience in some ways, and have we been able to put enough resources and commitment to manage the maritime flux that is happening in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, actually, if you remember, I think last year, the Honorable Raksha Mantri made a statement that India is now an island nation with land borders. I mean, it's a profound change in perspective. And if you look at even a little further back, you find when India was the chair of the Security Council, we had initiated need for dialogue on maritime security. And now in Bharat, we have a maritime security advisor. So overall, something which I used to call as sea blindness, which was inherent in Delhi for a long time. Emperor Akbar apparently had never seen the sea, or he had seen it once in his entire lifetime. So that sort of a mindset used to be there. We were a continental sort of a mindset. So that has changed. It is changing, and from sea blindness, we have moved on to maritime consciousness, and subsequently, I think we have to move towards maritime thought as to how will we use it for our advantage. As Alfred Mahan had said, the need for a navy rises with the need for peaceful shipping and disappears with it. So a country like ours, who are looking at becoming the third largest economy in the world, obviously, it means that there is going to be more and more trade, and 90% of our trade by volume has to go through the sea because of the inherent qualities of the maritime domain. And transportation by sea is, at least till the distant future, it's going to remain the cheapest and the most effective means of transportation. When you compare road is to rail is to water, it is 1:10 is to 100. So for the same amount of energy. So therefore, unless something like quantum transportation or something comes where instantaneously you can transfer huge goods across in a fraction, this is going to remain there. We have had a maritime tradition, a long maritime tradition of trade, etc. in our oceans. What we talk about the IMEC today actually had existed. We had trade 5,000 years back with Oman, Mesopotamia, all these places. So this is a reality, and we are trying to ensure that we get our rightful place back. There have been, Indian Ocean is a peculiar ocean which has got so many choke points, And we are aware of the Malacca dialogue, which the China has been talking about, and the other choke points of Chunda, Lombok, Umbai and so on. So while we say what are the challenges on the eastern flank, I would say there are a lot of opportunities as well now. For example, the way we are dealing with Philippines, way we are looking at supporting Indonesia, or when we talk of Indo-Pacific, we talk of the centrality of ASEAN, and that has remained a core issue there. The IPOI initiatives, where we are looking at a IPMDA, Indo-Pacific MDA sort of thing, along with the coordinations. So all this is helping us, develop the awareness of the ocean, primarily the Indian Ocean, I would say, and then extending into the Pacific, South China Sea, and beyond as well. So many people have asked, why does the Indian Navy not, look at operating in the South China Sea, etc. Well, we do operate, but I would say, why do we need to operate there? The entire trade of China, the oil, everything flows from here, through the Indian Ocean, and that's a strong point. Geography, our resources, everything we are able to have much greater control, here. Be aware of who's there, present, what they're up to, and so on. So, as a military, for the Navy, I agree that there are a lot of shipbuilding activities happening in China. I would presume, they're around 390 plus, heading towards 500. Probably they will peak somewhere there. We are at about 130, 135. Probably, in 10 years' time, I see it, going up to about 170. But it's not a, bean count when you talk of, navies. It's based upon interest, maritime interest. And I'm glad that, now as a nation, we are conscious of our interests, and, we are articulating it as well, without any, without any double speak, I would say. And what Lord Palmerston had said, we have no eternal allies, we have no perpetual enemies, but our interests are both eternal and perpetual, and it's our duty, and those interests, it's our duty to follow. I think finally, I see much focus on pursuing our interests. External Affairs Minister has articulated very clearly. When he was asked, I think, you're on whose side? He says, we are on India's sides. So, so I'd say that the maritime domain is not really benign, but there is great awareness now, and a lot of support in terms of whether it is funding or leadership support, etc., for enhancing the our capabilities in the maritime. And it's not just the naval power. It's also, shipbuilding, the infrastructure, the ports, and so on. And in this budget, you saw 25,000 crores being earmarked for the maritime, development fund, and another about 6,000 plus crores for development of port infrastructure. So I think we are well on the way to develop our maritime capabilities and the capacity, so that we are able to meet the needs of becoming the third largest economy in the world.
Thank you. Indrani, both you and Admiral Kumar talked about this awareness. You talked about strategic clarity has not gone away. He talked about a greater consciousness about our interests, and particularly from his perspective, the maritime landscape and how it has evolved. I think one of the challenges that often comes in looking at the eastern flank or the China question is this dichotomy between the economic interdependence and the national security imperatives that India faces. And I think we have seen that even through our very difficult phase of Galwan, that that our trade continued to increase despite all the attempts being made. And one of the reasons many people have argued for what you call cautious normalization is, of course, has to do with the hard economics, the fact that that cannot be wished away, that we need, even, for example, the project of self-reliant India is contingent on developing manufacturing capacity, which relies on imports from China. So conceptually, when you think about this question, or when we think about this question, how do we rationalize this? How do we think about managing this conundrum that we are continuing to increase our dependence in certain sectors on China, and at the same time, the national security imperative of perhaps decoupling is ever so great. Many countries are facing this challenge, and India is not the exception. But because of the peculiar problem that we face, both on our borders and on our both territorial borders and maritime borders, how do you think about it, or how should the public policy conversation on this proceed? Because this continues to, I think, be the biggest question around China and managing China, dealing with China. You often come down to the brass tacks that it is about economics.
Right. No, you're absolutely right, Harsh. There is that dilemma that India faces. Part of it is it's not just India. A greater part of the world, we had outsourced manufacturing to China. It was cheap, it was easy, and until the reality check that the pandemic provided, or until the difficulties, the strategic difficulties that arose between India and China and sharpened in the past decade, we were complacent, like the many parts of the world. Otherwise, just as an example, we are a pharma superpower. Yet we thought nothing of outsourcing the production of our APIs to China until the rude shock of the pandemic forced us to rethink. So we've been forced to rethink on a number of areas. And this is not new, just by the way. Back in 2008, 2009, Indian power plants were importing large scale, or rather wholesale, components or entire power plants from China. The national security question was flagged even then, that we were becoming too dependent on China, because obviously when China sells stuff to you, they don't. I mean, Samit spoke about the entire ecosystem on a defense platform. They don't sell the entire ecosystem. They sell it to you, and then you are dependent on them for an entirely different system, because you don't get the spares, you don't get to do any of that stuff. But we have been taking it lightly. I cannot say that we had an epiphanic moment in either the pandemic or Galwan. We've been having series of epiphanic moments. We've not sort of closed the loop on that. So we are starting from a much lower base. However, the question of the dilemma between the economic dependence and the strategic difficulties is to speed up what we call the supply chain resilience. And that supply chain resilience is a question that we have been tackling for the last 5 years, certainly, because it literally was a term invented during the pandemic. To build that resilience will imply that India has to rethink how it does both its manufacturing and how it does its sourcing or creating supply chains. Today, you are battling with the supply chains for semiconductors, but you look at supply chains for a whole lot of other manufacturing areas, and it is building that resilience or building that redundancy in supply chains that is the crucial part. It is not an easy task, and we are literally, we may have just set out after the starter gun. So I think there is this dilemma will continue. China will weaponize, just so we know, China will weaponize its supply chains. You can see it's already doing that on the Apple front. They've been stopping exports of equipment. They've been stopping exports of people and technicians. China will weaponize, and we know that. We cannot that morning wake up and say, oh my God, these Chinese are terrible people. We know what they've been doing, and they will continue to do it. So you have to take preemptive measures, and preemptive thinking, preemptive strategizing is absolutely imperative in India, whether it is in the national security domain or whether it's in the economics and manufacturing domain.
Can I just add on this? I'd like to say that, there is definite awareness and consciousness, and actions are in hand on this, in this regard. So when you talk of Atmanirbhar, nation, it may not be possible for us to make everything in our country, but so long as you are able to make the key components, the things which really matter, and that is where I think we are focusing. The low-end stuff, it doesn't matter where it comes from, because in times of need, like if it is steel which is coming from China, we are able to make our own steel today. So warship grade steel or military grade steel, etc., that is required. So that technology is there with us. So if it's cheaper and we are importing it, so be it. So my point is that when it comes to semiconductors, the chips or the software, etc., that has to be Atmanirbhar. So that is where I think the focus is on, and the low-end stuff really doesn't matter so much.
Can I have a 1 second intervention? Which is, and Admiral, you spoke about steel. One of the things that happened, and this is the dilemma we live with. We did put tariffs on Chinese steel, okay? But we also you can't say that, oh, if it comes from China, we will stop it, really. But you put tariffs on imported steel, we also put tariffs on Japanese steel, which basically means half your car's important components don't get made, or the prices go up. So there is a problem there. You cannot, if you take a sort of one-size-fits-all approach, and you have to, in the name of fairness, then...
Do we have to? I mean, that's a question. I mean, where is fairness in this? No one is fair in international relations. I mean, Trump is being transactional all over. There are certain areas where we can do much more. And I think, your point about writing on the wall has been there for a long time.
For a long time.
And I think when there is a crisis, we are very good at managing those crises. Crises go away, we forget the crisis. Exactly. And I think that has been a problem. Right. Even with the China question, it has been a problem. So many times in the past, we have seen that. So the worry is whether the momentum that we have generated, I think that's where I began the conversation, that strategic clarity that crisis forced that on us, that moment has gone, and whether we will also go away with that moment, I think that's essentially the question which we need to think about. But Admiral, one of the things which I find particularly interesting, when we're looking at it from the maritime context, and I'll also look at it from the diplomatic political context, and I'll come to Indrani on that, is this question of the Quad. Now, we have seen Quad's revival in 2017. We have seen it going from strength to strength in a certain way. And there is a very interesting debate about whether it should be a security platform, whether it should be purely non-security. And we have, I think, the consensus at the moment amongst the 4 countries is that let it be low-key. Let's not talk about Quad as a security framework. It was very interesting that Mr. Trump, in his press conference with Prime Minister Modi, talked of Quad as a security platform. Now, the question that I have for you is, how comfortable would India be if Mr. Trump tomorrow decides that I want to securitize Quad, overt securitization of Quad? I know there have been issues around it in this country, but how seriously should we take this as a challenge? Because this can be one element of transactionalism, right? That I want Quad to be something which overtly securitizes the problem, and India would feel that it is uncomfortable with it, or India might feel it would be uncomfortable with it. So that's one part. The other issue in terms of transactionalism might come, say tomorrow there is a crisis in Taiwan Strait. I mean, you mentioned the fact that why should we operate in South China Sea elsewhere? Our focus area is Indian Ocean. But that may not work with someone like Mr. Trump. It may not work with Americans anymore, because they would also demand that, look, we also expect India to do certain things, at least figuratively, if not operationally maybe. So where do we stand on these big questions? I have not seen a very a robust debate on these questions in India so far, at least in the strategic community, because it means going granular, right? What India can do, for example, operationally, say in Taiwan Strait. It is one thing to say, let's not think about it. But I think we are way past that point where we should not be thinking about these contingencies. So what exactly can, I mean, in terms of your assessment, if it comes to the crunch, what would our options be other than just saying that, no, we are not going to be part of it?
Oh, see, when you talk of the Quad, I mean, our national leadership, especially, I've seen the External Affairs Minister very clearly articulate that it is not a security mechanism. It doesn't have any treaty alliances. It doesn't have any organizational setup, etc. It's just a coming together of nations, democratic nations, and now the Honorable Prime Minister has said it's a coming together of maritime democracies, to take forward certain agendas. And what are those agendas? Peace and stability, COVID-19, global health, management, and HADR, and maritime domain awareness, and so on. So there is, I would say, while there is some element, I mean, when you talk of peace, stability, MDA, etc., I mean, it overtly, in a sense, it talks of some components which are connected to security. But it doesn't, like as the External Affairs Minister said, it is for something. It is not against somebody. So that has been the view of the political leadership, and I don't think there will be any change in that perspective. I have attended a number of these meetings during my tenure as a chief. Our position on this is quite well understood. We've had exercises like the Malabar, where essentially it is the Quad countries who participate, Japan, Australia, us, and UK and US. And that's one exercise which has achieved a very high level of interoperability. So while it does portray certain things and sends a message to those who want to see it, it is not spelled out in that terms. So I have my doubt whether we will securitize it like AUKUS or anything like that, because we have not been doing it at all, and everywhere our national leadership is very clearly articulating that it is our interest, and what we see is issue-based convergences, where it is in our interest we converge, where it is not we don't, and we have not been making any bones about it. So I feel that is how it is going to be. And you are asking about this, the second part of what your question was, if required, if we are required to, we have achieved a fairly good level of interoperability in the maritime domain with the Quad navies.
Indrani, a similar question to you from a political point of view. I mean, does it matter that we don't talk about Quad as a platform that it is against? I mean, Chinese understand it. I think it's for our comfort level that we say it is not for anyone else. But Chinese are very categorical as to what Quad is for. So in that sense, the overt securitization politically, how problematic that would be. I mean, there is a good diplomatic logic to it. That look, a lot of the countries don't want to come into the crosshairs of US, China. So your engagement with, for example, ASEAN would become very problematic if you make it overtly security platform. But if Mr. Trump makes it, demands that, what are the red lines that we can draw there, and should we be drawing those red lines in this case?
From just having followed the Quad from from 2004, I'll say that the Quad is literally India's most important geopolitical grouping. There is nothing that comes close. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have a secretariat. It doesn't matter if there is no institution there. Over the years, the strategic clarity that we spoke about vis-a-vis India, China, the strategic clarity of the Quad has only sharpened. And while the over-securitization doesn't mean, I agree with Admiral Kumar about the fact that we're not in the business of treaty alliances, etc. 3 out of the 4 are treaty allies. But I also look at something else. The more we are buying American platforms, particularly in maritime security, in that domain, whether it is the drones or whether it's the Poseidon, whatever, you are automatically building a different level of interoperability, because then you are not rejigging your technology for Russia legacy platform to be talking to an America legacy platform. You are actually in the same ecosystem. And the more you enter that sphere, the easier that interoperability becomes. So whether you spell it out about the securitization of the alliance, I think it is happening organically. And it is happening at different levels. Now, why do you not talk about it? I don't think it actually serves anybody's interests to talk about it. For instance, I mean, you look at Australia. Australia was the reason why Quad 1 failed. Today, Australia is also trying to make nice with the Chinese. The Japanese are also trying to make nice with the Chinese. Japan has just announced complete visa-free travel for every Chinese.
For that matter, Trump might also decide to.
Exactly. There might be a G2 there as well. Or somebody could look at our own normalization and say, hey, are you guys becoming friends again? So I don't see any reason for that. But look at something else. Look at how this is becoming what I call a technology alliance. It is not just a security alliance. It is setting the rules of the road for tomorrow's technology future. And just so we are all clear about this, technology is foreign policy. There is nothing else that defines foreign policy or national interests more than technology. Because where you make your technology choices is where you make your economic choices and where you make your geopolitical choices. We have entered that world, and we are not getting away from that world. There is a very good reason why we took away the Huawei and the ZTE from the Indian 5G system, and why we created it largely on our own with help from 2 nations that are on the other side of the planet. But there is a reason. So you made that technology choice because you have a geopolitical choice that you make. And the same goes for the Quad. If you look at the technology rules that are being set, whether it's in biotechnology, in biosecurity, whether it's in semiconductors or AI, how the governance of these, this is all part of a future, a world that we are entering, where we want to be the ones shaping the rules, not the ones who are the target of the rules. So that's how I would look at the Quad.
I think that's a good point to close this session on, and I have a nagging sensation that a lot of these points that we have raised will be part of the panels going forward as well, because The China question, the Trump question that we have been discussing since morning are the questions that perhaps every single panel of the day would also address in their own way. So thank you, Admiral, thank you, Indrani, for this for a lovely chat, and thank you all for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Pant. Thank you, panelists. Indrani, just remain, please, for that engaging discussion. I'd like to now request Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary to please come up and present mementos to each of you. Will step off the stage. We'll quickly change the arrangement on the dais. Please be seated. Before we move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you that we are streaming live, and this is available on all digital platforms of Chanakya Forum, of Chanakya Dialogues. The site is www.thechanakyadialogues.com for those of you who'd like to share this link with your friends at home. We're now ready to share with you a short film on the Indian Air Force.
By 2047, we should be a fully self-reliant Air Force. And like you read our motto, Sashakt, Saksham and Atmanirbhar. So if you look at it, what we need for short term, I think we need to go from front to back. That means Sashakt, Saksham, Atmanirbhar. But if you look at it strategically, it becomes Atmanirbhar, Saksham, Sashakt. So it's a fine balance that we have to strike, that we need to become Atmanirbhar, we need to be self-reliant, but we need to remain potent also while we are becoming self-reliant. Is that fine balance of where do we go, what do we do, how do we, reach that 2047 target that we have set for ourselves to be totally self-reliant, to be Atmanirbhar in this Amrit Kal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that I invite on stage the 28th Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, an alumnus of the National Defense Academy, a highly accomplished pilot with over 5,000 hours of flying experience across various fixed-wing and rotary aircraft, a qualified flying instructor and experimental test pilot. He has commanded a frontline MiG-27 squadron and led key operational and strategic roles, including as Air Officer Commanding of a major air base. Air Chief Marshal Singh will be in conversation with Major Gaurav Arya, Editor-in-Chief, Chanakya Forum, on the very interesting and contemporary topic, IAF at 2047 inflection point. Gaurav.
Thank you very much, Rini. Jayan, sir. And it's indeed a great honor and privilege to have you on our platform, sir. Today, the overall theme of the conclave is Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar and War. So the idea is to seek Atmanirbharta, sir. And from the Air Force's perspective, what is Vision 2047 as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, sir?
So we draw our vision for 2047 from the national vision, to be in that Amrit Kal where we are self-reliant, we are Atmanirbhar, and we are a power to reckon with. We, like it was said in the previous talk also, we control events to some extent and not, we react to events. So we would like to be, we'd like to evolve into a multi-domain capable Air Force, which is capable of protecting the national interests. And also it is, it is one of the choices of military action that the government has in case there is a requirement. That is what we'd like to be. And of course, that means that we need to remain potent, we need to remain, and we need to progress continuously towards being self-reliant, Atmanirbhar.
So what approach does the Indian Air Force take towards capacity and capability development, and what key principles guide its vision for future capability development, sir?
So, when we talk about capability, I can divide it into 2-3 parts. First, of course, being the equipment, the platforms that we have, the weapons that we have, the systems that we operate. So that is the first part. So towards that, efforts are on to always continue with your procurement of the latest that is available in the market, whatever we can afford, while giving preference to whatever is being developed in India. And the requirement to have that is, otherwise we will end up being, wanting for spares, like we've seen with these war-like conditions that were, the wars that were happening in the world. So to avoid that, it is always preferred that we have some homegrown products. Even if we don't have a home-developed product, at least should be made in India. That should be the preference. And while that is a costly affair, we continue upgrading our systems that exist, giving them a new lease of life. That is as far as equipment is concerned. Second requirement, I would say, will be the infrastructure. We need to have supporting infrastructure so that we can operate this equipment in the correct environment. And third will be the human resource, the people behind, the man behind the machine, the men and women behind the machine. So to give them the correct kind of training, to give them the correct kind of psyche to operate those equipment, to give them the understanding of what is happening in the world, so that they are able to draw the correct lessons, to groom the leaders for tomorrow, so that they are able to take the Indian Air Force on the right path. So that is as far as capability is concerned. But capacity-wise, I'll say, we need to be able to take on this long protracted wars, for which we need the capacity to be able to come up with that production rate that will be required for the weapons during war. We will not be able to store or have a big stock, because they all have life, and we can't afford to just keep losing these weapons because of their life being expired. So we'll have to have a happy mix of what we store and what we have the confidence that our industry will come up and produce those weapons in terms of capacity. And capacity, we within the Air Force have the capacity to continue with that protracted war. That is what is required.
So the key enablers, now this is one question that everybody is asking, sir, key enablers to transformation in the Indian Air Force, and what guiding tenets will shape the future capability build-up, sir?
So, like it was alluded to in the last talk also, that session, I think the key enablers will be the technology. We need to make sure that we remain abreast with the technology. We need to make sure that we utilize it in the most optimum manner. And once we are able to catch up with the technology, I think thereafter it will be a smooth ride. So at the moment we are lagging in technology, so we need to maybe get into a mission mode to make sure that we are able to get our act together and produce or develop systems at a faster pace so that we catch up with the world. So that will be the requirement to move forward in this direction. I've actually lost track of what you asked last part of it.
Sir, guiding tenets that will shape its future capability build-up, sir.
Yeah, so like I said, we need to be thinking about our future. We can't be fighting a war of yesterday. We have to fight a war for future, so we need to be doing a little bit of introspection as far as how we've handled our previous engagements, and also thinking of what is lying in the future and be prepared to address that. So we need to be doing a little bit of forecasting, what is the requirements, and that should be followed towards what we'll need in the future.
Sir, now, sir, in terms of capital acquisition, sir, so we're talking about so many platforms. Capital acquisition is central to all of this, sir. What is the primary focus of the Indian Air Force in terms of capital acquisition, and how does it support the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat?
So, as I said, our first priority is anything that is homegrown. I'm very convinced in my mind that even if a homegrown system gives me a slightly lesser performance in terms of, up to, even if it is 90% or 85% of what I get in the world market, we will go for homegrown system, because that is the only way we can get over with this, always looking outward to get our systems in. So that is how we are going to move on. But at the same time, a homegrown system cannot just happen overnight. It will take time and it needs to be supported. So for that, Indian Air Force is fully committed to any R&D project. Of course, we have been a very integral part of all the developments that have taken place, whether it is in the aircraft domain or in systems domain or in the guided weapons domain. Indian Air Force has been, the members from Indian Air Force have been a part of that team. We have been fully supportive of this. And while we are doing this, at the same time, we may have to look at some systems which are available, but they can be made in India. That will give us a boost. That way the new technology comes into India at a quick pace. And also it gives us sort of a wider base to look at when it comes to productionizing our homegrown systems. So that is what we should be looking at.
Sir, the theme of our conclave is Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar in War. Sir, I wanted to ask, in the Indian Air Force's vision of 2047, sir, where is Atmanirbharta? You've also, in the previous questions, you have certainly mentioned that, even if you get 85–90% of the performance that you get in foreign platforms, the Indian Air Force is going to back domestic platforms to the best of the capability, including R&D. But where does Atmanirbharta figure in this, sir, in your 2047 vision?
So I feel this question is not just for the Indian Air Force. It is for the whole nation to answer. Where are we headed in 2047? I can take a vow today that I will not buy anything from outside, but or I will wait for anything that is developed in India. But that may not be possible in case it doesn't come up at that pace. Like I told you, at the moment we all are aware that we are very badly off in terms of numbers, and the numbers which have been promised are also coming a little slow. So there will be requirement to go, to go look for something which can quickly fill up these voids. But I personally feel if we all get our act together, we all take a vow that henceforth at least there will be no more slippages in our timelines. Henceforth at least there will be, whatever technology we can do on our own, we grab that technology, whatever technology we require to maybe collaborate with the world, we do that. But somehow we need to accelerate this pace. We've done an exercise in-house study. We need to actually produce or induct aircraft at the rate of almost 2 squadrons per year to cater for, the ramped up numbers that we want, plus whatever is going to go out very soon. We have a lot of fleets which are, another 5 to 10 years, we'll have to phase them out. So those fleets have to be filled up also, plus we already have vacancies available. So it means we are looking at something like 35 to 40 aircraft a year being produced somewhere. So those capacities, I understand, cannot come up overnight, but we need to start pushing ourselves towards that. Now, like LCA Mark 1A production, HAL has promised that from next year onwards, we will have 24 aircraft being made per year. So I'm very happy with that. If we're talking about 24 aircraft of Mark 1A, plus some Sukhois or some other aircraft, so we are looking at numbers like 30 per year possible by HAL alone. Along with that, if you have some private player coming in, we have a very good model of transport aircraft at least at the moment, C295. If some private industry comes in for a Make in India, let's say, we add another maybe 12 to 18 aircraft per year from their side. So we are reaching that number. So that is possible. It is not that it is not possible. But yes, we need to make sure that we don't take a very, we don't lose steam while we are pushing this.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll, a lot of people here, young students, people from the technology sector, sir, and they'd like to know, sir, what are the niche technologies that the IF is working on to bolster its operational capability, and how do these technologies contribute to the overall defense manufacturing ecosystem, sir? So, essentially from the technology point of view, sir.
Yeah, so I think we all understand what is happening in the world today. The technologies that are being talked about are AI, quantum computing, and automation is what is going on. So we are working towards positively. We are already moving very fast with automation. A lot of systems have been automated. A lot of prognosis has been automated. We are planning our operational plans. A lot of automation has taken place there, which is saving us a lot of time and also giving us efficient solutions. For example, in case of a requirement to move assets during op deployment, the transport aircraft is a very sought after commodity. So we have done an automation. We have an automatic software where you feed in your whatever you have and what are the requirements. It gives you an optimum plan where you'll something like what the airlines do. Each and every hour or minute of that aircraft is getting squeezed out. So similarly, HR side, similarly towards op planning side, weapon requirement side, maintenance side, automatic. We keep getting reminders of what is going to happen, where are we headed. So that is where we are working. We are already way ahead. Towards AI, some work is on. We have done something equivalent of one small software that has been made is like we call it Vayu GPT, where all your technical manuals have been for a subject have been all loaded there, and when you ask a question, it gives you an answer based on whatever information it has. It is all within the FNet, that means within Air Force network, the data which is available. And on the same lines, AI is going to be used for our decision making. I will not say decision making, I'll say decision support, especially for when you have a scope full of different situations, different aircraft and ours and theirs, and a fighter controller has to take some decision as to what is the most optimum target for a particular weapon system. So that kind of a decision support AI is working on, rather we are working with AI on that. And of course, quantum computing is already there in various systems that we are making, because that is how we are going to increase the speed in which we can take a decision. So these are the niche technologies. Along with that, networking is something, our communications, airborne as well as ground communication networking, where we have secure radios from which the data comes, and so that the situational awareness of a person in air as well as a person on ground is improved. This is one of the technology where we are working.
Sir, now 40 numbers of C295 aircraft by Tata Advanced Systems Limited, sir. Mm-hmm. Now, I think that is what you were mentioning, sir, in your
Yeah.
previous answer. You said that that model exists in India, and you could do it for the fighters also in terms of squadron strength, sir. So how is this manufacturing of C-295, 40 of them, which is a significant number, sir, and it's being manufactured in India? How is it going to contribute to the development of the aerospace ecosystem in India, sir? And what are the implications for the country's defense manufacturing sector? Do you think this is going to become bigger and bigger that way, sir?
So I'm very confident that this is one decision that has been taken in the right direction. Till now we have not had any private company coming up to manufacture a big defense product like an aircraft. So this is going to open up a doubt which was there in people's mind that is it worth it coming into this sector? I think that is what is going to be, the doubt is going to be removed. This Tassel is going to produce 40th aircraft, I think 17th aircraft, which is the first of the 40 aircrafts, which is expected sometime in next year. I think September 26 is the time. So that is the date when I feel that is the time when the Indian aviation industry and defense aviation industry in India will see a total changeover. So we are pushing, on the same lines, even in our multi-role fighter aircraft case. We are pushing that whichever design house comes up, they will set up, along with an Indian partner, a production agency within India, so that the aircraft is produced in India. And that will again give us an alternative option to, for any future designs like AMCA or anything, to go to another house, not just be, having the HAL capabilities only. Maybe we can double the production rate by going to 2 of them.
So we often hear about the Indian Air Force's contribution in terms of nation building. So we see all these big transport aircraft going all over the world to save lives, distribute medicines. There are flying hospitals. There is so much more. I'd like you to dwell on this a little bit further, sir. The Indian Air Force's contribution in nation building, very important.
So you already mentioned some of the activities, but I'd like to say slightly differently. The fact that we are giving secure skies to the country, it itself is helping us in nation building. People can devote time towards their commercial activities. People can devote time in building up some society. It's because there is a secure, our borders are secure, our skies are secure. So the defense forces themselves, by providing that security, are actually helping in nation building. But yes, when those, we have potential available, which is, when there's no war on, we have the potential available to contribute towards the civil society in terms of what you said. Our aircraft take part in various human aid and disaster relief operations. We have been extricating Indian community from Indian diaspora from various war zones. And COVID-19, you said, whether it was supply of oxygen or oxygen generating equipment, a lot of work was done by our transport aircraft. Even now, when there is a sudden requirement for the country to put some for paramilitary or police force from one side to the other side, our aircraft are called for general elections, for the election commission. We've done some, I think, close to 1,600 sorties by helicopters during that period. So all this is helping in nation building, while the same equipment is available for us for war fighting, while the same role and task, to some extent, some part of that is being practiced by the aircrew. So it is like, our training is also going on, and meanwhile, the sortie is not just for as a practice sortie for war, but also an actual work is being done. So that is how we are contributing. And of course, whenever we are taking in now Agniveer, that I'm sure when these people, once they go out back in the society, they will take back after 4 years of being in Fauji environment, having learned how to conduct themselves, having learned some basics. I'm sure they're going to be an asset to the society when they go back. So that is another way we are going to help in nation building.
Now, sir, to something that will interest everybody in the audience and we've been talking about for a very long time, so that is Gaganyans. So, first of all, sir, the significance of the Gaganyaan program for India, sir, and how is the Indian Air Force involved in this initiative? We know the very basics, how the Indian Air Force is involved, but I would like to dwell, I would like you to dwell on this a little bit more, sir.
So, you know, like I said in the very first, we would like to be an aerospace power by 2047. So our interest in space has always been there, and we are utilizing a lot of, you know, our enablers are in space, like GPS, communication, all that. And so we have already taken a step forward towards educating our people in towards making them space oriented, you can say. So that part is being done. As far as Gaganyaan program is concerned, so I think it is it's a Pride of India program, and right from beginning, Indian Air Force has been involved. The 4 Gagannauts are our own test pilots who have been sent there for, and our medical team, our training team was involved in their initial selection, initial training, and even towards all the missions that are planned for them. That means the precursor to the first manned mission. The Vice Chief is a part of that committee which you know, looks at all the safeties, and a lot of contribution has been made by Indian Air Force inputs, because there are certain things which are different from a manned, from an unmanned mission to a manned mission. The kind of safeties that one has to look at, the kind of requirements that come up. So those have been now frozen, and those have been finalized with contribution from Indian Air Force. So we've been an integral part of that program right from the beginning, and even now there is a very structured way of attending those meetings and coming to decision making, where Indian Air Force is a part of.
Thank you, sir. And with that, I come to the last question, sir, that I have for you. Future force structure in the IAF. So we're looking at the future, sir. We're looking at 2047 here. So what is the future force structure? Is it going to remain? Is it going to, be different? How do you see that, sir?
So if we are talking about 2047, we just 22, 23 years away, and the rate at which we procure things, my personal opinion is it's not going to be very much different in terms of things that we'll have. The technology will change, obviously. We'll have what I foresee, we'll have at least all aircraft above 4.5 gen. That means the simplest of the aircraft that we'll have will be of Rafale or an upgraded Su-30 class, and all other aircraft will be better than that. And also there will be interoperability in terms of ground forces, land forces, and maritime forces in terms of communication networks, in terms of our the op networks that we use. And we should be able to talk to each other, transfer data, transfer targets on the fly. That is what my vision is. By that time we will reach that stage. As far as systems are concerned, there will be a lot of automation. The requirement of the data overload which we are seeing now, we are getting into, we should be able to handle much better with automation. We'll be able to sift through the data and come out with faster decision making. And like I told you, we need to grow. I won't tell you what numbers we think are the right numbers, because that is something which we will not talk in public. But yes, we will be a bigger force in terms of fighters, much bigger force in terms of enablers, which is hurting us as of now. And technology wise, we will be hopefully at par with what we have around the world. That is what is my idea of 2047 Indian Air Force.
Thank you very much, sir. And extremely grateful. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Air Chief Marshal, for that candid discussion and also the assurance that we are prepared and competent in the defense of the country. I'd like to now request our patron, Admiral Anup Singh, to please come up and present a small token of our appreciation to you, sir. Gaurav, please join for the photograph. Please join for the photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, the Air Chief will now present a small token of appreciation to Admiral Anup Singh. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us at the Chanakya Dialogues. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next session and make the arrangements on the dais. Please remain seated. Thank you very much. Our next session looks at creating an ecosystem for defense manufacturing in the country. The Russia-Ukraine war has underscored a crucial reality. Nations that control their supply chains hold the advantage in war, and dependence on foreign defense supplies can leave countries vulnerable, making self-reliance a strategic necessity. For India, the need to design, develop, and manufacture its own weapons has never been more urgent. This is not just about progress, it's about leapfrogging ahead to build a robust, future-ready defense industry. This session will explore how India can create a self-sustaining defense ecosystem, strengthen indigenous capabilities, and position itself as a global hub for defense innovation and manufacturing, including digital and cyber capabilities. Our first guest, Mr. Vivek Krishnan, CEO of SSS Defense, with a distinguished career in finance and investment. Mr. Krishnan has held leadership roles at Sage Capital, GE Capital India, and GE Real Estate Asia's growth markets platform. He has managed private equity and credit portfolios worth $800 million and advised on transactions exceeding $1 billion. Beyond the boardroom, he is an avid blogger, long-distance runner, and triathlete. And under his leadership, SSS Defense is making strides in the small arms industry. Joining him, Mr. Krishnan, if I could request you to please come up. Joining him is Mr. Vijendra Yadav, founder and CEO of ECOP Systems. With over 2 decades in the technology sector, he has played a pivotal role in shaping cybersecurity and remote access solutions. Since co-founding ECOPS in 2012, he has driven its growth, leveraging prior leadership experience. A tech visionary, Mr. Yadav began his journey as a software engineer and has since been at the forefront of digital transformation and enterprise security. To converse with them, we have Lieutenant General Khandari, PVSM, AVSM, SM, former Indian Army officer, currently serving as the principal advisor to the Ministry of Defense. Earlier, he was military advisor, National Security Council Secretariat, and DG Defense Intelligence Agency. It's over to you, Lieutenant General Khandari.
Jai Hind and good morning to all of you. And we've just had an interesting session with the Air Chief giving out so many things very clearly. And my panelists here, now we take this same discussion ahead and we are talking of an ecosystem. So welcome Vivek and Vijendra. And my only point here is you are representing the industry. Your individual achievements are well known. But let's take the discussion to a level which is at a macro level where we have to match the national vision with whatever is happening today. So my first question to, say, Vivek, we can start with this. What do you think is the contribution of the stakeholders beyond the government in the entire ecosystem making, preservation, and developing?
Well, it's a nice question that you ask here because of the fact that, um, you know, we kind of always tend to look at stakeholders in isolation, but then the point is also that when stakeholders come into play, there is a synergy which is always around in there. To kind of give you an example, industry just cannot grow without having test facilities. Industry cannot grow without actually having the user work in tandem in terms of the product development process. So that synergy is a very, very important thing, and it is very often not talked about when someone mentions the word ecosystem. So I think one of those most important things which has actually happened in the course of the last 5-6 years is the fact that synergy is slowly starting to come into place. Companies today are working much closer with the armed forces, much closer with, with organizations that are responsible for bringing into play that closer coordination as well, and that's a positive, no doubt about it. It is just a point which ought to be emphasized here, that same synergy has been going on for the last 3 to 4 decades elsewhere in this world. So we have a lot of catching up to do. Now, besides the synergy point, I believe that one of the most important aspects as far as the ecosystem is concerned is the element of talent, right? Yeah. Buildings can come up, equipment can be bought, but talent and the potential to develop that particular talent over the course of the next decade is so very important that at times we kind of, I've actually seen people go back and say, yaar, hamare paas nahi hai. We've lost it. We've had that brain drain and all of that. I'm actually starting to see the very first signs, at least I've been seeing it for the last 2 years, of that reverse brain drain. And we've seen a lot of very interesting conversations happening between people who've spent the last 10, 15 years in the US and other countries wanting to come back and do something interesting in here. We've actually seen guys come back, join institutions of higher education and higher learning, and simultaneously do startups as well. So I think that is a very, very interesting thing which we're seeing. What the armed forces, especially in this particular instance, need to understand is that they have a very, very important role on working with the industry to ensure that the talent stays in this country. Because you can't go forward and say 2047 I'll have a fully self-reliant India if we don't start laying the foundation today on retaining that talent. And the only way to do that is by enabling that talent to work much closely with the armed forces.
Thank you, Vivek. In fact, you raised a very valid question or an issue related to talent. And when we look at talent, often we hear people saying that there is industry, there's a lot of talent in the country, but there's a gap between when they leave college and when they get employed. In between, there is a major gap. And what do we mean by that? Either the skilling is not there, or maybe the grooming is not there. And the same thing happens in the services also. Initially, when an officer joins, then you need time to groom them. And that means expenditure. So we will come to that slightly later. Vijender, one question which I thought, especially because you're dealing with network security, and as we look at the future, it's going to be more and more data-driven and with the help of AI. Do you have any thoughts? Because when we are developing an ecosystem, we've got to grow much faster in what we are doing with data today and what we should be doing with AI. Any thoughts on that?
Right, so definitely the whole paradigm of cybersecurity has been changing. It was a perimeter-based world. You secure the perimeter and you're secure because you could restrict the movement of the data within that perimeter. Now with the network, the way they have expanded and the need of making services available to people wherever they are, especially after COVID, that perimeter has pretty much gone away. And that means it's very difficult for us to now restrict where that data is going. And AI is all about data. AI can get meaningful insights from that data. It can be in any form. So that means that nobody has to organize the data now, right? AI itself can find, the right critical insights, from data in whatever form it is. And because the data is available everywhere, now you have this immense problem that anybody can, just go to plain internet, find out who is, what they're doing. All our activities are available on internet. And it's very easy to kind of get those insights and start, attacking, people, right from, of course, the defense establishment, critical infra organization, and for sure the consumers, right? And that's where the whole way we look at security has to change, not from a physical security perspective, but more from, a perimeter-less security. That okay, how we'll make sure that how much data is going where, right? And even if that data is going, how that is anonymized or that cannot be weaponized, against the ecosystem or the establishment. Yeah.
Thank you. So again, coming back to where we left, Vivek, you left at a point where you said about the talent part. And I prompted you that how do we bridge this gap between the school, college, people with CGPA of 9 plus or 90% marks, but still not job ready. So you could cover that one issue. And in addition to that, to enable a system to function faster in time, you need changes in the processes and the policies. No process or policy is cast in stone. So any thoughts that you would like to mention? These two issues you could cover.
I'll take the first question. So your point about that bridging of the gap. So everyone is basically colored by their own experiences, right? So I'll give you our perspective, and it may not be the right one. There might be other people who have different viewpoints on this. Point number one, that gap exists across the world. So you have Americans who come out of their engineering schools. Thankfully, they have a certain approach in there which is more about working very very hands-on. So you might have someone who's kind of working through engineering school, at a factory or a plant or at a company, and then he kind of works on those projects, and that helps him basically reduce that gap. In India, what we're trying to do at this point in time is, most of the defense companies that I've known have had promotion of internships. So companies basically would bring on board people during the course of the engineering school. They would not even go in for engineers at times. I've actually seen some brilliant engineers come out from qualifications which have nothing to do with engineering, but just purely, there are people who would like to work in certain areas and have the capacity to kind of do that, and hard work and attitude to do that. Now, in terms of bridging that divide, the most important thing is getting people to work on actual projects, right? I know of people who've told me that, 10 years back, if someone, for example, we work in the area of weapon systems, right? One of those most complex areas because of the fact that it's not common for someone in India to go out, find weapons, work on them, right? Yes, it's very common to find people who can do coding because it's much easier to do that. The infrastructure is much easier to do, to kind of find. Now, if I need to have people wanting to work on weapons, then I need to be able to have them access those weapons, access training facilities to know what exactly happens in there, right? That was just purely lacking. I mean, until we actually set up infrastructure and started working closely with the armed forces, it was just impossible for any engineer to understand how weapon systems work. Most of these guys have just looked at weapon systems in YouTube videos. They've never managed to go out there and see how the weapon actually works. What is it that makes it good? What is it that does not make it good? Now, that gap has to only come from industry. So, which is to say that when talent comes into the plants, into the training centers, is when they actually start learning. That massive gap that we have in India, vis-a-vis the rest of the world, is something that we have to kind of, start working on in the course of the next several years. That's the first part of the question. May I have the second question just so that...
The policies and processes, and this is a whole of nation approach in which it's not only related to Ministry of Defense. There are many policies, like the first part which you mentioned, there would be some policies required, some processes to come into place, enabling policies. And in case there are certain things for the other ministries as well, which will help an ecosystem to be created or preserved, consolidated, and possibly even built up further. So anything to do with policies and processes.
You actually asked me a very controversial question. Right?
We are here for that, no?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very controversial question. So I'm going to go back to a podcast that I think Gaurav had done with Mr. Kalyani. So he was talking about the fact that in India, pretty much everything which is to do with defense manufacturing requires industrial licenses. And at some point in time, it used to take close to about 5 years, until there was one bureaucrat who walked in and said, fine, let me figure out how to get this sorted out. And from 5 years, it just turned out to be 2 to 3 weeks. We've had similar experiences where the average time that it would take to obtain licenses was very, very long. To this day, please understand this, right? You don't work in isolation. There are certain components that we will still have to import. It's not possible for us to kind of import. Suppose I need to do research and development on a new round of ammunition. I don't have that ammunition in India. I'll have to import from the United States of America or maybe some other country. Now, what happens when you have to do that? You have to go through the entire set of processes. Because it's R&D, I have to go through certain processes to be able to get hold of that ammunition and then do this reverse engineering. But it's a very elongated process, and it does kind of sap your entire patience, sap your entire ability to have faith, right? And that's not good. I actually don't believe that's good, because the job of government at some point in time is to start trusting Indian industry. We're not here to basically sit around and play around or burst firecrackers in the back, or for that matter do hacking, unethical hacking, so to speak. We're trying to basically build systems here, and the only way I can do that is also by the government of India stating, fine, I understand this. We're not 100% self-reliant today. We need to be getting there to 100% self-reliance. This is what we will do. We will support you in these matters. But just come back and tell me, what is it that you're trying to do, right? That itself will solve the problems. Sometimes we kind of wall ourselves. Government tries to wall itself in the hope that it'll be, felt as being very, very fair. That doesn't help. Sometimes you have to break those walls, go out and ask, how do I help you, right? So I think that procedures sometimes really sap the energy of private sector and industry, and there'll be plenty of people here from the industry side who can attest to it. Let me be very honest about it. We're not getting there to this day. As far as procedures are concerned, or rather, let me put it this way. Everyone likes to talk about armed forces buying stuff, right? I'm not going to talk about buying here, because that's a completely different discussion. We can avoid that discussion for now. What I want to talk about is the solutioning approach, which I've seen amongst many countries.
Absolutely, correct.
So you have a problem. State the problem. Don't say, this has to be what I need. State the problem, explain the problem, figure out whether industry can offer the solutions. And don't go for big bang procurements, because every time I've seen here, when the big bang procurements come is where the whole world wants to play. And I'm talking very, very selfishly here. We're not here to kind of not only, our objective, of course, is profit motive. Besides profit motive, we have the objective of also doing nation building. I agree there. But what happens is when you kind of have those big bang, massive, huge, procurements, you lose the solutioning approach. You basically are wanting to buy something which isn't there. And that solutioning approach, because it's not there, you're always going to be stuck with something that is going to be applicable for maybe 2, 3 years, 5 years at best. What happens after that? To give you an example, suppose I need to have a weapon which has got to have a range of X, Y, Z, should have AI integrated with this, should have the ability to kind of, correspond with the need of the hour, maybe an anti-drone kind of an operation. Put that out as an approach here. Bring in the industry and say, this is the time you have, 6 months. We don't take it on to 1 year, 2 years. If you're able to deliver something out in 6 months' time, what happens immediately is that I will start funding that project. It may not be like 1,000 units of something being bought, but it's 100 units of something being bought. The good part about doing that is that industry, once it is able to deliver to that 100, right, may not even require large orders to come from the government of India, because there are phenomenally large export markets available to all of us.
Correct. Okay, Vijender, I just want to ask you, specifically you are into the cyber domain. Futuristic warfare, everything is more or less getting controlled or infringed upon by cyber. Now, whether we look at information warfare or you look at space, and everything is going to be controlled or impinged by cyber. Communication now we are shifting to laser whenever we do. So how do you see the future unfolding and how can Indian ecosystem come up better there?
Right, so I heard from Major Arya that cyber warfare is like very actively being tracked as one domain of warfare, and this is a domain which affects not just the borders but pretty much the whole country, right? I mean, you don't have to pick up a gun to kill anybody now. You can go and start playing around, take remote control of a nuclear powered system and tune the parameters without anybody knowing, and you can have a chaos in a city like Mumbai, right? So when it comes to cyber warfare, like I said, that because the data is so much available, right, and with the internet available pretty much anywhere, the data that is going out, that is being weaponized today. And the first thing that I see is that how do you ensure that what data is going out of the organization? Also, through which communication channel the data is going out? Because right now, I mean, anything that is flowing over the wire, over the air, over satellites is being captured, monitored, and people are taking insights out of it. So much so that today's encryption method that is there, which is based on the latest protocols, is susceptible for absolute decryption in next few years once the quantum computers will be commercially available. And some governments might already have working prototypes which are not yet disclosed, and they are capturing that data today, which will enable them to decrypt the data that we are transferring today, right? And in simple terms, what I'm saying is anything that let's say if I am transferring money to somebody, if a government department is sending a critical file, if a contract is being negotiated between two defense organizations, or any critical defense insights are being shared, all that is encrypted using standard protocols, which will be open absolutely in next few years. And we know that the data of previous years is also useful to kind of build intelligence on what India was doing like 5 years back, what they were thinking, because the plans are pretty much made for next 10 to 20 years, right? So there are advancements that are needed now, and that's where the software industry need that support, right, of that creation of that ecosystem. Now, 10 years back, of course, the Make in India initiative was launched, where in all the software procurement, preference was given, to the Made in India companies. I think that was a great initiative. It has helped a lot to companies like us and other companies built in India working in the cybersecurity domain. Because before, like if you say you're an Indian company, you won't even get a meeting, right? So now we definitely get the opportunity to showcase our solutions. But I was just looking that, okay, what is the cybersecurity spend of defense right now, right? So out of $75 billion, the budget for cybersecurity spend by the defense, MOD, is just 90 million, which is 0.001%, right? And the 2047 outlook that we were looking at, and Dr. Sharan mentioned that around $200 billion will be the defense budget. Imagine if just 0.001% is cybersecurity spend, that's like just $500 million worth of spend. We are a small company today, and we are already a $100 million organization. Now, for a company like us to focus on building more and more technologies here, we need that there should be capability for us to grow as well, right? So if the budget itself is going to be so small on cybersecurity, it is not going to attract too many companies to start building here.
Okay.
If you see, close to like 90% of the cybersecurity companies that we see today, they are very much focused on the US and European market.
Yeah, very true.
The moment you have a product market fit, their obvious choice is to go and set up a company in the US or in Singapore, move the IP there, because they see that the market is pretty much bigger there, right? And that's how we are kind of, we have the capability to build a lot of cybersecurity solutions here, but we very fast, we lose that IP to the other countries. So as Vivek mentioned, that the brain drain has stopped. It is now reversed, to a great extent. But that is majorly for the services organizations, right? I mean, before COVID, you do an interview of any software engineer. The first question that they will ask is, are you going to send me an on-site, or no? In last 4 years, that question has completely stopped. Like nobody is now looking to go to US, to settle down. But then, how many product companies are there, and what is the market size for product companies? So I think the capability is there. We are intelligent people. We have the capability. We do a lot of hard work. What we need is enough market size and the solutioning approach and the opportunity from government and defense department, so that we can focus on completely on building technologies here and keeping that IP also here.
Vijender, one quick follow-up question here itself. While you are all looking at users basically, a large segment of that is the services or the public sector, for example, which is into manufacturing. But there's an equally bigger component in the private sector also. And their cyber security is possibly more important than what we are doing today. And we've had incidents of some private industry which is into defense getting held up for ransomware. Right. So what is your advice to the private sector which is in defense?
Right, so I mean, definitely with private sector, we do see much better traction and adoption. And that's where I was saying that that how many companies are there to build more and more cybersecurity solutions, right? That's what Sir also mentioned, Dr. Sharan also mentioned, that we have enough budget, we may have enough money, but that ecosystem does not exist to kind of motivate companies to build more and more IP here, right? So, and private sector is definitely open, but there's more competition as well. There are no guidelines as such there. Plus, we still believe that the whole Indian private ecosystem is also not that big right now. But as the economy will grow, that market also will keep on growing. But I think with the government is like, we look at government as the biggest buyer, right, in India.
No, I would slightly add on to this. A population of 1.4 billion population is the client, actually speaking. And if you have somebody like Sridhar Vembu, who's put up Zoho as an antivirus solution, if I ask in the hall, please raise hands who are using Zoho. Let's see if people are using Zoho here. You see the response. So I would like to draw the attention that it's not only the formal kind of an agreement or an arrangement. Every citizen is as much a user of what you manufacture.
Right, so Zoho, the majority of their revenue is still coming from outside India.
Yeah.
And they are, cybersecurity for them is a very small portion. The majority of that is like the general application. So definitely their user base for a population like ours is absolutely a great user base, right? But when we look at cybersecurity is more focused on certain elements, not just necessarily on the users as well.
No, my point which I was trying to drive, when we keep talking of whole of nation, where does the citizen come into it? He is as much responsible as the government is. So that is what I was saying, that while the entire world is looking at us as 1.4 billion market, so we ourselves should also contribute in that manner. That's just a point from the citizen's point of view. Vivek, coming back to you, when you mentioned so many things, and especially both of you mentioned about the reverse migration. And brain drain is actually coming to a stop, or so to say. We obviously need to go abroad, get empowered in technology. People have to have their aspirations. They earn money, then they come back and invest here. It's a large number of people doing it. The government also went in, and the OCI card, which made it easier for the people to come back. Anything more that you would suggest so that we can get better in this? Because on one end, we want to do joint ventures. Joint ventures means we want to get technology from outside, and they must have the Indian partners. But obviously, then the preference could be our people only coming back with technology. Is there any suggestion that you have to speed it up?
Well, so let's not let's take examples for a second. Now, you know how the Chinese have worked. You've had Chinese go in, work in the best of the organizations, all the FANG companies, work in defense contractors. And then one fine day, you'll actually start seeing those guys slowly move stuff back home. And this has been a governmental enterprise for several years. Let's not make any, let's not kind of sugarcoat this one. It is a governmental effort as far as the Chinese is concerned to send people into developed markets, learn how those guys build technologies, bring those technologies back to their home country. It is not a private effort. It is a governmental effort.
So that's where my first question was, what policies do you want to recommend? Because the government will have to enunciate policies and get it implemented.
And I think as a policy, it is impossible for us to do that, what the Chinese do, right? Which is to say, encourage people to kind of go steal secrets and come. That's out of the question. I mean,
so what is the policy that you recommend?
So instead of policy, sir, I think what is far more important is this. Let me take an Israeli example. So what would happen in Israel is that you had a lot of people who would kind of work inside the army in special units and then, either build certain, certain hardware or software which was very interesting to the Israeli army. And the Israeli army was very quick to adapt all of this. But what the IDF also realized at some point in time was that you had all of these guys coming out and then, starting to work in companies and losing that touch of sorts, which is why they created a separate venture fund. That venture fund was initially just purely supported by the government of Israel. In due course of time, you had financiers like JP Morgan and other guys actually walk into that space and say, fine, I'd like to take a share of this particular pie too. To this day, we do not have a venture fund which is being sponsored. I'm not talking about a grant, I'm talking about a venture fund. Now, the difference between a grant and a venture fund is that the venture fund is actually trying to invest in companies and make sure that those guys go across to the next level, you actually make money. There is actually a motive to generate returns out of that. I believe there is a phenomenal opportunity for the government, the Ministry of Defense, and the private sector to join hands and create a separate fund of funds or a venture capital fund which actually invests in startups. What that will do is it will send a signal to the guys outside saying kind of, you know what, if you've got technologies, I'll find a way in which these technologies get into the mainstream defense enterprise. And the more that this happens, all you need is basically 2 or 3 successes. There's a very interesting book called Unit X, written by a person called Raj Shah, that talks about how the Americans had actually lost touch with the changes that were happening in Silicon Valley and how they had to create a venture fund of sorts in a standard venture fund kind of a model to enable those technologies which were already being developed in Silicon Valley to come back into the defense enterprise. Otherwise, defense contractors were using Windows, right? Windows NT or whatever version that was, while the rest of the world had already moved on.
So valid point. In fact, your point about fund of funds, I accept that absolutely. And you touched on a very interesting point, how Israel, the people who come out of IDF after the conscription, how they are readily available and the industry grows based on their experience, hands-on experience as it happens. And to that extent, if we were to look at Agniveers coming out after 4 years, they'll start coming out. What is the future that you see of their integration with the industry?
I think one of the good points that will happen is that you'll have a bunch of people who've gone through that round of discipline, who've understood, the nature of use of weapon systems, the nature of use of drones. Some of them might even have, taken on the interest to understand complex areas like coding and, AI and all of that. Now, when you are 4 years in the forces and then you come out, you're moldable, you're far more moldable to kind of come into mainstream corporate. And I think that's a positive thing because what corporate India and industry India is looking for are people who've had legitimate experience in the armed forces, who are quick to move thereafter once they come into corporate because the pace of movement between the government and corporate is substantially different. We tend to kind of take decisions on a daily basis, live with the consequences of those decisions and move on if they don't work. So I think that's a positive thing. In fact, our experience has been that even with people who've spent enough time in the armed forces and come into mainstream corporate, it might take a little longer, but then they're very quick. And we've actually had the best benefit of bringing on people from the armed forces into industry. pretty much my entire testing team, our entire testing team is all armed forces. And some of those people have actually migrated to doing design along with the actual designers.
Okay, thank you. One last question, Vijender, before we come to the final round, where you are an alumnus of the AIT Pune. You've had your education there. And do you have any suggestions there to ensure that we improve on the future generations coming out and getting incorporated into the defense industry?
So from Army, AIT itself, or
any educational institution, AIT in particular,
right.
You've been through that. You know, maybe it is slightly different from the other educational.
Right. So, yeah, AIT is a unique college run by AWS, and I'm a pass out of 2003 batch. When I joined the college, I went there with the goal that I will get the chance to interview for Army and I will be able to join Army. Apparently, I realized that, if I join Army, there will be a certain way of service that I will be able to do, and I'm very proud of my father and the institution that has supported me. But then my interest was in technology, and most of the engineers who are coming today to AIT, they have the opportunity to serve the forces through the use of technology, right? So that's so I would say there are definitely people who have absolute interest in joining Army. There are all type of students come there today. But I feel very proud that while working with defense forces now as a technology provider, I am able to serve the forces, and I think we would want to encourage more and more engineers to start building these critical technologies, start participating there, so that we can contribute that way. And I'm of course the Agniveer kind of initiatives are already helping to bring in people who can serve at the borders, and we would want to act like Agniveers who are working on the cyber warfare front.
That's a real good thought. Final thoughts, Vivek, 30 seconds to you.
We talked about the ecosystem. Just wanted to put out one last point. Ecosystem, as you said, represents the whole series of companies, but everything is so deeply linked today. When the Russian war started, the actual fact is this: we started suddenly getting requirements not for ammunition, etc. We started getting requirements of CNC machines. Understand this: armed forces, suppliers of machines. That is a level of linkages we are actually seeing to this day, and we still do not understand. I certainly believe that we are still trying to kind of come to grips with the fact that those linkages are so deep that a country like Russia, which was priding itself on the fact that they had all kinds of equipment, had to go running around the world to find CNC machines.
Yes, absolutely.
So that networks, please understand this, will become very, very critical when we have the next war.
Yeah, final thoughts, Vijender, 30 seconds.
Right, so it's, looking at the budget number, I think my request would be to start looking at increasing that spend. And I'm not speaking just for me, but defense organizations have to start looking at things critically. And there are already a lot of initiatives there. But look, I mean, sitting in my office, I think that people know what are the threats, right? And then we hear about incidents that happens at certain organizations, and then I recall that, okay, we spoke about this kind of threat like 2-3 years back, but there was not enough urgency to solve this. A lot of time we close our eyes and we think that, okay, who is going to take so much of efforts, right? But, all these events that are there in the news, I think they are the issues only that we know of. There are a lot of issues which have already happened, which we are not aware of, right? And we deal with some of those incidences when it happens with our customers, and then of course they move in a reactive approach. I think with cyber, look, with the physical security we can see, okay, how many planes we have, how many tanks we have. We can inspect them and we know that, okay, if a mechanical part is working fine, it's fine. There's no threat. With software, and with software taking control of all of our information systems and network, we just don't know what is there inside the software itself.
Correct.
So there is just too much of, either it's like, okay, hame kuch nahi hoga, right? Okay, we have got something as a checkbox. I think the threat is too deep, right? what happened in Israel, the pagers, blasting, right? I think that is one eye-opener. What happened in our software industry with SolarWinds, which is a software used to manage the network, was infected with a Trojan, and that kind of suddenly woke up one day. I think those are the deep issues with software. And I think while I hear that, okay, we want to manufacture everything here, I see that the reason to do that is because we have to trust our own people, because our own people are accountable for the security of our own nation.
Thank you both of you for an interesting discussion. And to the audience, just want to apprise you, we are in interesting times, changes are happening, and we've just started. And the only thing we have to do is to speed up and to ensure that whatever we are going to manufacture, it has to be affordable as per our budget also. Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting discussion.
Thank you, General Vinod Bhatia, Mr. Krishnan, and Mr. Yadav. May I request Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia to please come up? We've got tokens of appreciation for all our speakers and our moderator. We'll take a group photograph, if we can just present them with the mementos, and then together all of you can pose for the photograph. We'll move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our 5th session of Chanakya Dialogues. And before we delve into deep discussion on the push for transformation of the armed forces, we'll make the changes on the dais, and we have a short film that we will like to screen for you. Just wait for a second before so that they can move out the chairs. Could we have the film, please?
Ready. Relevant. Resurgent. बदलते भारत के साथ कदम मिलाते. We are ready. संयुक्त सैन्य ऑपरेशन तैनात हर पल. संयुक्त प्रशिक्षण और अभ्यास. संयुक्त लॉजिस्टिक्स नोड्स. साझे सैन्य स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस. साझे संपत्तियों का प्रबंधन और संरक्षण. मानव संसाधनों का समन्वय. साझा सूचनाओं एवं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स के लाभ. सभी सरकारी एजेंसियों से आपसी सहयोग. We are relevant. उग्रवाद के खिलाफ निरंतर कार्यवाही. भारतीय सेना है वचनबद्ध. वातावरण हो विश्वास का. मातृभूमि रहे सुरक्षित. मित्र राष्ट्रों के साथ सैन्य सहयोग. हर काम देश के नाम. We are resurgent. भविष्य के लिए तैयार. आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए.
India stands on the cusp of a historic transformation in its defense structure, with 2025 declared as the year of defense reforms by the Raksha Mantri. And we're delighted to have with us General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defense Staff, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM. General Chauhan is a distinguished military leader with decades of experience across diverse operational terrains, an alumnus of the National Defense Academy and a graduate of the Defense Services Staff College. He has honed his expertise through the Higher Command and National Defense College courses. With an extensive background in strategic operations, he has played a pivotal role in shaping India's defense landscape. His career reflects a deep commitment to national security and leadership in complex operational environments. General Chauhan will be speaking to Major Gaurav Arya, and I request both of them to please come up. Major Gaurav Arya, Editor-in-Chief, Chanakya Forum, and they will be sharing a compelling perspective on the future of India's armed forces.
Jai Hind, sir, and first of all, please allow me to thank you for the honor and privilege of hosting you, sir, and thank you for accepting our request. Ladies and gentlemen, you're aware that the Indian Armed Forces are undergoing a massive transformation, and the CDS is leading that transformation in many ways. Today, we're going to speak to him about, what that transformation is all about. There are so many things. It cannot be bracketed under one point. There are various points, and we're going to speak to him about all of these. And sir, may I start by asking you, sir, during the Aero India show, the Honorable Raksha Mantri released a document on multi-domain operations in network-centric environment. What exactly does this document include, and what is the significance of this document, sir?
Okay. We all know that warfare is increasingly becoming digitized, network, and intelligent. So in future, I think artificial intelligence, data analytics, supercomputing, such kind of technologies will play a pivotal role in deciding the outcome of combat. So the Indian Armed Forces actually want to transit from what I say as net-centric warfare to data-centric warfare or intelligentized warfare. And this particular document is an abridged and unclassified version of a bigger document which we have released to the services, which lays out a roadmap to get our capabilities for a data-centric warfare. So that essentially involves a number of things, like you have to have, when we talk about net-centric or data-centric warfare, you are looking at first is network security, redundancy, latency of kind of data flow. It is looking at use of artificial intelligence, data storage, data collection, data analytics. It's also looking at basically terrestrial networks, how to combine it with mobile networks, etc. And also our HR philosophy, how do we train people. So it's a holistic kind of a document which lays down responsibilities for each and every section of the armed forces as to how we transit towards this digital-centric kind of warfare.
Also, the second question is the most interesting as far as I'm concerned. So I wanted to ask you about the integrated theatre commands. They've been mentioned as one of the agenda for the year of reforms. Other nations have taken years to effect such transformations. What is your visualized roadmap, and how do you intend to progress on this transformative change in the Indian Armed Forces, sir?
This is not yours, but everyone's favorite question actually about theatre commands. So let me briefly first explain about this little concept and what we are trying to do actually. We are essentially trying to separate out the force generation from force application. So till now, both these responsibilities were vested with the service headquarters or the service chiefs. So he was responsible for recruitment, he was responsible for training, he was responsible for acquisition of equipment, maintenance, etc. So force generation as well as force application was one responsibility. Now we are trying to separate that out. So we are trying to nominate a theatre commander who would be capable of carrying out multi-domain operation, that means in all the three domains. including support from, say, space and cyber. And that will be called a theater, which is a geographical kind of entity. This is what we are attempting to do. In this, while in this whole process, what you said that other countries have taken a lot of time, and what we are trying to do, both the other countries actually followed a top-down kind of a model in implementing these theater commands, because obviously there were a lot of differences between the services. So Americans had this Goldwater-Nicholas Act. The Chinese also had a top-down kind of an approach. Ours is the only country which is trying to attempt a bottom-up approach. So the government has given you a kind of a guideline. So the CCS note, which approved the creation of the CDS, says that I have to create theater commands. It's been mentioned in my allocation of business rules or transaction of business rules that I have to create a theater command. Having given this direction, they left it to the services to build that necessary consensus for creation of that, the thing which I have done for the past 1.5 years. So for us, I think that this process of creating theater commands will be smoother, better, and faster. So that is an essential thing which is different from other countries. What we have done till now is this will require a major restructuring of service headquarters, at least, and creation of new headquarters. So the nitty-gritties of all that has been by and large finalized. Obviously, this has connect with something on top, the Higher Defense Organization and the National Decision-Making Body, and below to regional commands. So those nitty-gritties are being finalized, what will be their roles and responsibilities. But we are ready in the sense that whenever there's a green-light given, go-ahead given to it, 12 to 18 months is the time to transit from the current system to the next system.
So we had spoken about the integration initiatives which were to pave the way for joint structures in my earlier conversation with you also, sir. Two of the areas where integration was being attempted were operations and logistics. Can you tell us of the progress we have made in the last few months, sir? I'm specifically asking about operations and logistics.
So again, let me just try and explain what integration is. It's kind of co-joining of very diverse kind of entities. And largely it's a physical process with tangible kind of results. So whenever you integrate things, diverse entities, so it leads to optimization and saving of, say, either manpower, time, resources, infrastructure, or even processes or finances and resources. Whenever we are trying to integrate, it necessarily need not lead to creation of theater commands, but it's an essential prerequisite for creation of theater commands that we integrate. And two important things are you just mentioned. Logistics is one, and second is operational activity. So as far as integration of logistics is concerned, logistic means what? It's like demands, procurement, provisioning, placement, and their movement during operations. So unless we are able to digitize our inventories, we won't be able to demand and procure properly. So that has been done individually service-wise. Now we are trying to see that the three services integrity are able to speak, they are able to speak to each other. So that's a major challenge. Once we are able to do that, we'll be able to streamline provision and procurement. That will lead to a huge amount of saving. That's on the way. And then, of course, is placements. In the film which you would have shown before this, we spoke about joint logistic nodes. So 3 of them are already functional. And we have about 4 more on the cards, and then few more. The ultimate aim should be that at some point in time, 4 or 5 years down the line, we have one integrated logistic force and not service-specific logistic force. That should be the aim, actually, and we should work towards it. As far as integration of operational activity is concerned, again, there are 3 things. One is you should have joint concepts and doctrines. Then they should have joint structures, or there should be interlinkages between them. And then you should be able to jointly validate what you have done. So we are coming out in this year with a number of joint doctrines. That will come out about 8-10 of them. We'll also are looking at common procedures for operations. We have almost common alert levels, etc. Similarly, linkages are concerned. We are going to integrate our communication, air defense network, ISR network. So this is all it's a work in progress, and it's a continuous kind of a process.
So the recent conflicts have proven that technological advancements are having a telling impact on warfare and warfighting. How do you see the future wars manifesting and how are we preparing for them?
I started by saying that warfare is increasingly becoming network, digitized, and intelligent. So in this, let's add that it's also becoming transparent, it's also becoming multi-domain, and it's also becoming autonomous. So correctly predicting how the wars will be fought in future is rather difficult. And to predict that with accuracy is a very difficult task. But then I can give you some kind of trends actually as to warfare, where it is progressing. The first trend I've already spoken about actually in the first question. That's warfare is becoming far more intelligent today. So you'll be able to use data analytics so that your decisions which you take during combat are far better and faster than the adversary. That's one trend which is future warfare is moving towards. The second trend is to do something with celerity, that is speed and velocity. That's because of advances in stealth technologies. That's because of advances in hypersonics. That's because of the advances in drones, swarm drones, etc. So you have a range of platforms which can hit you from a small cross section to a large cross section, from a very slow mover to something which is moving at Mach 4, Mach 5. And all these platforms can be routed intelligently, so they're almost undetectable, inaudible, and hence targeting them is rather difficult. So this is one second trend which is moving. And third trend is towards robotics and automation. So, and autonomous systems. That's another technological trend. So that will produce combat probably in future between humans and machines, and in future machines and machines. There are some other technologies like quantum or space technology, cyber technologies. They are adding on to this particular three trends which I have identified. And for all of this, I think there's a need for us to lay a kind of roadmap. So first one we've laid, we'll be working towards the other two trends also. We should.
So we're now going to talk about space. It's proving to be critical when it comes to modern warfare, sir. There's been a lot of discussion on space. And what kind of role do the Indian Armed Forces visualize space to play in our future conflicts, and what measures are we taking towards enhancement of our space capabilities?
So space is huge, means infinite, they say. And when we look at space, it has actually geographically kind of shrunk the Earth. But then I think it has also increased the battle space. In the sense, a new domain to warfare has been added in space. We all know that assets based in space, that satellites, help you in three major things. That's your ISR activity, that is one. Second is communication, and third is position and timing. So all three are actually fundamental to that OODA cycle. That is observe, orient, the act and decision and then to act. So this is essential. So if you're able to control such activities from space, I think that particular side will have an edge. But as I said, space is actually vast. So there's interplanetary space. So as military, we are not looking at that kind of a space. What we are limiting ourselves is to Earth's orbit. That's about all. That's LEO, that's a low Earth orbit, MEO, that's medium, and then geostationary orbit, in which most of these capabilities reside. As to what we are doing about it, we've already heard that program in which we are supposed to launch those 52 odd satellites. And there are certain more programs which are on the anvil to increase our capabilities in the three areas which I said. But I think more important than that is developing a kind of a space culture. We should focus on that. When you had the seafaring nations, when the maritime domain came in, so you had the seafaring culture and, in the maritime domain. And similarly, in aerospace domain, you had that particular aeronautical kind of a culture. For a nation to become a power in that, this is important. For us, we'll have to develop that space culture, and I think military will have to take the lead. That, I think, is important, other than creating these physical assets. Both are important.
So we have cyberspace now. After space, we go to cyberspace. despite being a new domain of warfare, is seemingly transforming modern military operations. So what is our preparedness against cyber threats in an increasingly digitized battlefield?
Cyber is a new domain, but is entirely different from existing domains. Means like it's synthetic, it's man-made. You don't live and fight from it actually, so you control it from outside. Right in the beginning, I told you that warfare is moving from net-centric to data-centric kind of warfare. That kind of a capability that will increasingly rely on networks. So, and then of course, they'll be susceptible to cyber attacks. Now that will be a major challenge. Presently, all our networks may be air-gapped, but tomorrow, we'll have to connect them to mobile networks, we'll have to connect them to space. So there'll be increasing vulnerability. Also, there are technological advancements. SEMA is one field in which you can actually skip air-gapped networks. So in the area of cyber, I think it will be a cat and mouse game. And we have to be constantly evolving, understanding threats and finding solutions to it. There's no one fixed solution to it. It will be absolutely a game of technology, one after the other. We'll have to continue playing it.
So you've highlighted a very positive scenario for our future capabilities, but unfortunately, sir, our procurement procedures are dated, cumbersome, and time-consuming. Will we actually be able to achieve our aspirations with such a lethargic process?
So we are looking at, when we look at procurements, it's about preparedness. There two things go simultaneously. So what we are looking at is procurement with a particular purpose. So till now, we has to have a thing like long-term perspective plans, which the three services used to make, which should be combined by headquarter ideas into a LTIPP, long-term integrated perspective plan. So that was by and large a threat-based kind of a system. We again are transiting to an ICDP kind of a model, integrated capability development plan, which is more to do with capabilities. We try and understand what kind of capabilities we require. Then we derive number of military objectives which we have or missions which we have. And for those missions, what kind of capabilities we must acquire. If it translates to platforms, then we can say that this platform will be held by the Air Force or the Navy or the Army. That's the system we are trying to formulate. It's a new thing. Hopefully by end of this year, 2025, we should be able to field a new ICDP. The second part is procurements. That is, of course, a procedure based on DAP 2020. And that, of course, should be under revision, for which we are trying to provide for the services some good inputs, which should be in tune with what I just said about the kind of warfare which is changing. We can't have procurements running 8 or 10 years behind. So this, say I could give an example like, till today, procurements are all about acquisition of platforms, existing platforms. There is no investment in technology. So, and all what I said was about technologies actually, which will translate into, some will translate into systems or weapon systems in future or platforms. So that could be one. There's a lot of people, earlier everything was being done by DPSUs or ordnance factories. Today there's a huge private sector which is there. And people are actually developing platforms, so we could think of suo motu proposals from them. So such kind of procurement procedures will have to find a place so that we are able to procure things in a faster time frame.
So with that, I come to the last question of this fireside chat. So 2025 has been declared as the year of reforms by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, sir. What is the roadmap that you have stipulated for the armed forces for 2025?
So when the Honorable Raksha Mantri laid out the called 2025 as the year of reforms, for the armed forces he laid down quite clearly that we should be able to take care of all kind of threats in a multi-domain kind of environment. So the particular statement is there. For us, number of things we have already spoken about, but if we were to kind of put these things into 4 or 5 big headings. One could be your organizational or structural changes, towards which, as said, theater commands and this creation of new things would be one. It would also involve conceptual or doctrinal kind of changes, which briefly I mentioned that we are working towards a number of doctrines related to new domains and new type of warfare and multi-domain operations. So this all, hopefully, in a very, very fast kind of a time frame, I hope to get these things done in this year itself. We are also trying to come out with a number of policy statements on how we are looking at, the armed forces are looking at technologies, whether it is artificial intelligence, quantum computing, lethal and autonomous weapons. So this is the part on the conceptual and doctrinal side. We could also look at procedural. So procedural could be something to do with ICDP, which I just said, or changes in the DAP system, that is Defense Acquisition Procedure. And there could be even, say, cultural changes. I've been speaking about joint culture in the services, which is slightly different from Army or Navy or Air Force specific culture, so that we are able to work in a joint kind of environment. Or sometimes we also talk about anti-colonial kind of approach. So these are few things in which we are working. For this year, we'll have a definite roadmap and what we want to achieve. But this should be also seen in the larger context of what the heading of this thing is, Bharat at 2047. So we're also looking at armed forces at 2047. So this is about a vision statement for 2047. So hopefully we should be able to get that thing out also by middle of this year.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, General Chauhan and Major Arya, for sharing your thoughts. We'd like to request General Chauhan to please release a very special publication that we have, the second edition of Chanakya Diaries, a biannual publication, special magazine. We've got a limited number of copies available for those of you who'd like to take one back home. May I request our Chief Patron, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, to please come up and present General Chauhan with a small memento as we capture the moment for posterity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, General Chauhan. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is on understanding the hidden tools of geopolitics. You will agree that geopolitical influence is not always asserted through direct military action. Many nations employ a variety of strategies. Some extend economic aid, others invest in infrastructure projects, while some resort to military pressure to shape regional dynamics. However, one of the most covert yet powerful tools in modern warfare is the use of proxies and levers. From non-state actors and cyber warfare to economic coercion and information warfare, adversaries today seek to destabilize nations without engaging in open conflict. Understanding these asymmetric threats is critical for India's defense preparedness in an increasingly complex security environment. Our special speaker will explore how proxies and levers are used as instruments of power, their impact on national security, and how India can strengthen its defenses against these hidden battles of geopolitics. May I invite Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM and BAR, the former GOC 15 Corps and 21 Corps, Chancellor, Central University of Kashmir and member NDMA to please come up on stage. Through most of his 4-decade-long and illustrious career, General Hasnain has served in turbulent environments and hotspots. Ladies and gentlemen, he speaks today on proxies and levers.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good morning and Jai Hind. Wonderful to be speaking after the CDS. At my request, the CDS has agreed to stay back and listen to what I have to say. This whole morning, you have been listening to one end of the spectrum of warfare, security. The aspects of conventional warfare which act essentially towards deterrence and warfighting. However, while our minds are focused right up there, space, air power, naval operations, etc., ground operations, there are things which happen on the ground which most of us are not aware of. And they actually make the big news. This is the world of proxies which I speak about. Let me just say, why is this subject being parachuted here? Proxies and levers. Firstly, this is specifically at the request of Major Gaurav Arya that I wrote this article for the current Chanakya diaries, and on his request, I am speaking on this. It's an unusual subject in the world of what we are looking at, Atmanirbhar Bharat, 2047, Viksit Bharat, etc. Let's not be hijacked in the middle by events which we haven't thought about, which are happening all the time and which we haven't thought about. So why this subject is being parachuted here? Simply because direct conventional wars are expensive, destructive, and indecisive. You've seen what's happened in Ukraine. You've seen what's happened in Gaza. Wars by proxy, using levers, have always been popular and are increasingly becoming more important. Yesterday, as a prelude to this talk, as a prelude to this wonderful seminar session, I wrote this article in the ndtv.com. Not Russia and Ukraine, not Gaza. These smaller wars are going to reshape the world. Proxies and coercive levers will soon be back in business. So take your minds. Now you have to change your thinking. Since morning, what you have been looking at, those aspects have to change. You've got to come back to Mother Earth and start looking at those people, for example, in the Crimean War, the little green men who went in and changed everything in Crimea in 2014. The thousands of proxies who came into Kashmir in 1989 and 1990. I'm so sorry to be taking you back in history rather than taking you forward. So as all-out conventional wars such as Ukraine and Gaza fester indecisively without achieving any desired results, and nations look at how to reshape the world order to cater to perception of international affairs under Trump 2.0, the world may actually witness a trend of shifting back to the old and tried system of war by proxy and diplomacy by levers. So what's this? The Indian experience of war by proxy has been very, very extensive. Pakistan's 36-year-long war, sponsored proxy war in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of India is a prime example of the longevity and stamina of proxies. We also have the benefit of one of the biggest strategic levers which were played out in the diplomatic environment as far as India is concerned. The 20-year Indo-Soviet treaty, if you go back, take your minds back to 1971, the very famous Indo-Soviet treaty, which was, the attempt was made to counter it through the bringing in of the USS Enterprise. But the lever of the Indo-Soviet treaty worked largely and worked in our favor. So proxies are more to do with indirect and deniable war, and levers is an aid or assistance which powerful states use to exert influence and manipulate situations to their advantage. You saw how the Soviet Union manipulated the situation to their advantage in 1971. The US has done it with Iran through sanctions, through many other levers of diplomacy. So the broad understanding, proxies usually apply to war or near war situations. You needn't be going into a declared war with proxies. Levers are really tools of diplomacy. That's the basic thing that you should look at. A detailed explanation of this is given down below, which I will not go into completely. What I will explain is levers in conflict, and I again come back to the famous example of the USS Enterprise in 1971, and the levers in conflict, you can see on the left, various issues, diplomatic engagement, coercion, which can be used as a lever in diplomacy, economic sanctions, cultural diplomacy, military alliances, soft power itself over a period of time, negotiation and mediation, and international treaties. Now, proxy wars are diverse. There's a diversity in the whole concept. If you look on the left, you will find 4 different contingencies of proxy wars. The first, for example, a state sponsoring a state. You've seen US and NATO sponsoring Ukraine versus Russia, or the United States favoring Israel or supporting Israel as a proxy, not necessarily fitting into the whole definition of proxy war. States sponsoring a group of states. You go back to the 60s, Russia favoring or supporting all the Arab states, the UAR, so to say. Then the third one, states sponsoring state actors in a cross-border action. Example, 2014, the Russian invasion of Crimea, and subsequently the presence of the little green men who continue to function remain there for the better part of the next 9 to 10 years. The last is the most important, which is why I put it down into asterisk, state sponsoring non-state. Non-state actors, cross-border environment, this is the bottom line. And this is what normally nations resort to. You've got the case of Pakistan, jihadis in Jammu and Kashmir. Iran, we've been seeing in the last 1 year, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, all 3 Iranian proxies. You've seen Turkey with its proxies in Syria, the Syrian National Army itself, and similarly you can name many of them. So in today's context, classically proxies relate to non-state actors. When we talk about proxies, we usually relate to non-state actors, acting on behalf of a particular state with a perceived just cause. It's a perceived just cause, with high deniability, full ideological and psychological and material support. This type of warfare allows powerful nations to project influence, test new military strategies, and weaken the adversaries without a direct confrontation. The last of the descriptions of proxy war. This is also the characteristic weapon of a weaker nation. You see the asymmetry between India and Pakistan. Can Pakistan go to war with India? In 1988, 87, 88, when Zia-ul-Haq had the option of resorting to action against India, would he have looked at conventional war? He looked at proxy war, something which is sustainable, something which can continue for a fair period of time, and what we often call a war by 1,000 cuts. To exasperate a large nation, keep it on tenterhooks, make it spend out of promotion, and remain in a state of mobilization forever. It's not a very apt example, but just as an odd example, if I may say, the Hamas action on October the 7th, 2023, led to the mobilization of the entire IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. That led to 350,000 troops in uniform, under arms, which is they are still currently under arms. It's a period of a year and a half, and perhaps may continue for long. longer than what it has ever happened before, perhaps. That is what I'm talking about in terms of the state of mobilization remaining on tenterhooks and causing expense much more greater than what it's intended for. It needs to be clear at this stage that merely arms supply, you just provide arms to a nation, that's not proxy war. When you are, that's just actually a lever. The second one, to qualify to be a proxy war, it must involve transformational support, including political, economic, and psychological backing towards final victory. These are some of the characteristics, otherwise, of proxy wars. Third thing, if you see, deniability. Limited control. Many times it happens there's a limited control on the proxy. Long-term and protracted. 36 years the proxy war in Kashmir has gone on. Humanitarian issues. The whole aspect of human rights comes in so often. Regional and global implications, and there are ideological and sectarian dynamics which are involved here. Why are proxy wars preferred? Why do nations prefer proxy wars? Because the weaker state can also exasperate the stronger state. It is deniable. And it's in an environment of nuclear balance in particular, where you don't want the threshold to be crossed, then you can continue, you can have the situation festering forever. So when a nation wishes to only demonstrate and keep it below threshold or the limits of tolerance, in situations where influence more than territory is perceived to be significant. You're not looking at capturing territory. You're looking at spreading influence, the spheres of influence. Typical case being, for example, the new great game in Central Asia is a typical, it's not a proxy war classically, but it's an attempt at influence. I'm not going to go into the details of this. To save time, just remember, no conversation on proxies is complete without mention of the little green men in Crimea. This is the third time I'm mentioning it in this talk. And proxy wars in the Middle East, the most important aspect, the most important objective for Iran, for example, one of the main sponsors of proxy war, is to retain its strategic significance. You can imagine that if Iran was not backing Hezbollah, if Iran was not backing Hamas, where would Iran's position be geopolitically? Of little significance at all. So I will come down to our favorite subject, proxy war in Jammu and Kashmir. And what are the characteristics of this famous situation? It's a very, very impactful conflict initiation in 1989 with what happened on 19th of January 1990, the Kashmiri Pandit Holocaust. The employment of ethnic cleansing as a weapon in this. An aimed ideological change, and you saw this through the change of 800 to 1,000 mosques changing hands in Kashmir. See now, what are the issues which you come into proxy war? The first aspect has been a strong initiation, thereafter an ethnic cleansing, thereafter an attempted ideological change. Then we just heard the term ecosystem being repeated here all the time. You're coming back to that here. The establishment of an ecosystem here. And we all understand what is an ecosystem. An ecosystem is all about a network. Activated line of control for diversion from time to time. Financial and drug circuits. Media networks, so very, very important. And a network of overground workers. All this is the combination which has affected proxy war in Jammu and Kashmir. So when you counter this, you can't say, I'm countering the media networks, I'm countering the terrorist networks, I'm countering one domain of proxy war. What you have to always do is to go for an all-of-government approach. That is, every domain of proxy war has to be neutralized. Only then can you declare yourself finally as a victor. What are the potential proxy threats in India? No one is saying it, and no one is saying it's going to happen too soon. But the situation, for example, in the East, developing in the East, without naming anyone, is a situation which is potentially has all the capability of being developed into a sponsored proxy war. This is something that we have to be extremely careful about. So coming to the last, almost the last of my slides, how do you neutralize this? I'm not looking at the Middle East solutions. I'm not looking at solutions of Southeast Asia. I'm looking at an Indian solution. The prime method to prevent and prepare for this is to maintain a stable society at all times. Have effective border management, empower your border management forces to ensure that your borders remain stable. Develop a sharp intelligence system. Ensure you have a humanitarian outreach to empower the weaker segments of society. Identify them. You've seen what's happened in the Red Corridor. The 220 districts which were affected out of 650 districts in India at that time. 1/3 of India was in the grip of the Naxals. And why did it happen? Because of disaffected people, primarily because of disaffected people. Prevent any ecosystem forming. And how do you prevent an ecosystem forming? Targeting through an all-of-government approach. Don't say the army will do it. Don't say the police will do it. No. Every single soldier, every single citizen of India is a soldier as far as proxy war is concerned. Ensure a good, sound administration and ensure at the end a functional, unified command system. That brings me to the end of my presentation, and I've done it in less than 15 minutes, 16 minutes. So I've still got 4 minutes left with me. If anyone has a question for me, I would love to answer it. Or a comment. Yeah, a challenge. Anyone's got a question? Yeah, I can see one there, one there. Quickly, I'll answer them. Yeah, first yours. Quickly. Just speak. Yeah, I can hear you. I got your question. Your question, please.
It is passing through the Indian territory of Gilgit-Baltistan in POK, and now we are giving access to China through the Wakhan border, which actually connect us to Afghanistan, and Pakistan is already stopping the pipeline from Iran to India, and we are giving that access. Now, sir, one more thing, that China is reaching close to us by making a rail network in Nepal. That's what we heard after making the airport. And in Bangladesh, they are again getting close. And now Bangladesh, Mohammad Yunus has invited ISI. They are putting a lot of people in the Siliguri sector.
I would request you to focus your thoughts. If you have to ask a question in a seminar like this, the thoughts should be focused. I got your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me answer both of them. No more, please. Thank you. The ecosystem, and I've been focusing on this. I've been emphasizing on this. Without a system such as an ecosystem, you can't have proxies functioning. They won't survive a single day, right? And I have already explained to you the preparedness part of it. Perhaps I didn't explain to you the counter to it and how do you respond to a situation in which proxy war is already launched against you, right? The answer is simply an all-of-government approach. This answer is also about awareness, right? This full hall out here, how much do we know about proxies? How much do we relate to what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir in this last so many years, right? Knowledge is a very, very important aspect of it. Outreach to the younger people, right? Government being strengthened, the hands of the government being strengthened from time to time, and one of the most important aspects, terror financing. All these aspects go into that. So your question is really not related to this subject. I agree, it's a remote connection to proxy warfare where you are being surrounded by efforts going on to reach out to your various neighbors. That is a different aspect of geopolitics, and I perhaps will not answer it here. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General. May I request you to just remain on stage as I request Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary to please come up. General Hasnain, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that comprehensive and lucid discourse. Thank you very much. A photograph. We're moving on to our next session, the last session before lunch, and it is a session with the Chief of Naval Staff. May I request you all to please be seated. Before we get him up on stage, ladies and gentlemen, we have a short film on the Indian Navy. As India charts its course towards 2047, the centenary of its independence, self-reliance in defense is no longer just an aspiration, it is a strategic necessity. In this session, we have the Chief of Naval Staff who will discuss the Indian Navy's roadmap to 2047. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, PVSM, AVSM, NM, an alumnus of Sainik School, Rewa, and National Defense Academy. He's had over 4 decades of distinguished service. In conversation with him, we've got senior journalist, Mr. Sandeep Unithan. Welcome, sir. Editor News 9+, the world's first news OTT app. Sandeep was earlier with the India Today group as an executive editor writing on security-related issues. So it's over to you, Sandeep, for this session.
Very impressive film, sir. Should we give the audience some time to recover? Or should we start straight away?
Thank you very much. It is very difficult to keep the audience engaged in the last session just before lunch. I'm sure you all are thinking of lunch, so we'll have to be very, very careful.
We'll keep it short, sir. So, Viksit Bharat 2047. We finally have a goal. We want to be a developed nation by 2047. How does the Indian Navy plan to support this vision of the government and of the nation?
So thank you, Sandeep. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, especially Major Gaurav Arya, I think he's just gone out, for inviting me to this 4th edition of Chanakya Dialogues Conclave. And I'm truly delighted to be here. You have started a conversation with a very pertinent question up front, and which I will answer in reverse order. And why? I'll tell you why. Because it is very important for us, for the Navy, to understand as to what is expected out of the Navy as the nation develops into a Viksit Bharat, and then we plug in to that endeavor. So that is how we have developed this vision of Navy's vision of 2047, which I will come in a few minutes or so. Now, all of us, at least some of us, my seniors, mentors who are sitting here, who have taught me all these years, and I truly believe now that India is a maritime nation. It was, it is, and it will always be a maritime nation. It is supported by its civilization history of over 6,000 years, and there is no getting away from it. From the initial traders, Indus Valley traders, to the Cholas fleets, and to today's environment, the people, prosperity of the nation has always been linked to the seas. And that is likely to continue because of geography. Now, if you look our nation, northern frontiers are all blocked, and they present a different challenge, both geographically and geopolitically. So we have no choice but to look down, and look down all three sides. There are seas, and there are data to prove, which I will just cover up. It was very interesting to hear our Honorable Raksha Mantri last year, and when he said we were looked upon as a landlocked country with seashores, but today we are seen as an island nation with land borders. And that, coming from the Defense Minister of the country, was a huge statement. It obviously demonstrated the importance of maritime domain, which is being accorded in the corridors of power. Some trivia data which is already there in the open domain, but it is worth reiterating that majority of our trade, 95% by volume, 68% by value, traverse through the oceans. This is not going to change. And out of that 68, the 32% balance, most of it is through services and software. And that means data. And how does the data flow in the world? The data flows through the undersea cables. So in a way, if I will not be much wrong if I say that all of us, in some way or other, are touched by the seas in our day-to-day lives. So that is the importance of the oceans per se in our quest to become Viksit Bharat. Now, coming from that, I can say that our efforts in the next 22 years to become a Viksit Bharat will be certainly premised as a maritime voyage, and whatever happens at, from, and the seas will decide the destiny of the nation. And that is, it's not a surprise that 2 years back our Honorable Prime Minister said in so many words that the prosperity and security of the country is dependent upon the oceans. So all these statements which have come in last a decade or so point towards the importance of maritime domain. There have been an Amrit Kal Vision 2047, which was released some time back, which aims, and this is government aim, that we want to increase the capacity of ports from presently 1600 million metric tons to over 10,000 plus million metric tons. We want to increase the coastal shipping percentage from 6 to over 30%. The contribution of the blue economy in our nation's development is about 4% of GDP. We want to take it to 2 digits at some point of time. We aspire to ensure that we become the top 5 shipbuilding nations in the world and the top leader in the ship recycling. So all these are very good aims, tall aims. And what all that this means is that the maritime domain is going to expand in the years ahead. And if all that has to become a success, which is aimed, then we will require peace and tranquility at sea. And who provides that? As the prime manifestation of nation's maritime power, it is the mandate and responsibility of the Indian Navy to ensure that the maritime security remains a common concern for us at all times. It remains in our focus. And so that any adversary who wants to disturb, whether it is state actors, non-state actors, and anybody who's trying to infringe on our sovereignty, their designs are nipped in the bud at the first instance. So we are aware of our increasing responsibility in the coming years, and we know that we have got a direct responsibility in safeguarding the maritime interests of the nation wherever they are, and that's why you must have heard in the movie, anytime, anywhere, anyhow.
Anytime, anywhere, anyhow. An absolutely fascinating overview that you've given us, sir, on how critical the Navy is to nation building and, of course, the economy itself. The fact that we are going to be the world's third largest economy, and we cannot be a developed nation without having safe and secure seas. But I want to take up one point that you mentioned there about the goal of the government to become one of the top 5 commercial shipbuilding nations in the world. That's an area that we are deficient in now. We have more or less achieved self-sufficiency in warship building. We're still deficient in commercial shipbuilding. What are the lessons that the Navy can provide from your journey of going from a buyer's Navy to a builder's Navy? How can these lessons be applied to the commercial shipbuilding side?
I'm aware, and I think more than me, many more seniors who are aware, who have been longer in this ecosystem. Our journey to become from buyer's Navy to a builder's Navy has been both long and exciting. And it is to the credit of my predecessors many years ago that they decided that they want to create a defense ecosystem for self-sufficiency, and more importantly for indigenous shipbuilding. So in 1960, our first indigenously built ship rolled out from slip bays, roughly around the same time when the first indigenous motor car, the good old Ambassador, rolled out from showrooms and the factories. And 12 years later, in 1972, our first capital ship, INS Nilgiri, which we have just reincarnation of that has been dedicated to the nation a month back, was commissioned in our Navy. It was a red letter day for us. Incidentally, at the same time when the ISRO's Space Application Center also came into its own. So hats off to those pioneers who thought of it. It was a novel and very bold idea then, and it remains so today. In 1964, we created something called as Central Design Bureau, which later became the Directorate of Naval Design. And it has now certainly grown into not only the ship design, but also into submarine design. And we are well on our way to design our own submarines in the near future. So whilst we have done in one part, but the second part of the conventional submarines, we are very close to it. So in future, all that is going to happen here. So this journey of over 75 years, if I have to encapsulate, it is like a marathon, and which has been promised on 3 important aspects. One is, of course, the conceptual clarity, which was demonstrated by my predecessors and a whole lot of people. Then is continuous commitment, and then credible collaboration. Now, each of these have got important role to play. First is conceptual clarity in terms of, okay, you have a vision that you want to become a self-reliant nation in shipbuilding, but you will have to also think that what are the headwinds which we are likely to face. And I'm talking of 1960s. It was a different country. So that kind of clarity was also obtained by those visionaries. And that was done, obviously, with the help of creating our own design bureau, but also with the help of other actors in this maritime domain, whether it is the shipbuilding sector or whether it is other maritime agencies in the country. So that clarity was obtained very early, and that is how we have reached here. The second aspect is, like a marathon runner, he never runs alone. He requires support of his training team, he requires support of his staff, and that's how he finishes his run. So in the same manner, we couldn't have done it alone. And that's why there was an important, that at some point of time, even a marathon runner, if you see, especially in the mid stretches, his body is saying no, but mind is saying yes. And that is the time when you have to just prevail upon your inner instincts and then have that resolve that we will continue. Similarly, in the shipbuilding sector also, we faced headwinds. And just to give you an example, in 1990s, when the Soviet Union dissolved, and there was a huge supply chain disruptions in the shipbuilding sector. But the Indian Navy, in collaboration with other agencies, we found solutions to commission our first indigenously designed and built destroyer, INS Delhi, whose commissioning commanding officer is sitting right in front of me.
Admiral Anup Singh.
And he can tell more of it at some point of time, what are the challenges which were there in those years. I was a young lieutenant commander at that point of time, but I also happen to know a little bit of it, but he knows it more.
Of course, it was one of my first reporting assignments as well in Indian Express.
And the third, of course, is continuous, credible collaboration, which is important for any of such lofty ideas to succeed. You have to have a lot of people, going with you, and that I think Navy did very well. By I'll just give you an example. We were importing steel till very recently, till this 21st century actually, and then somebody thought that why not build indigenous steel? And that is how the Navy with the DRDO, DMRL, they are one of their labs, and SAIL worked together, and we created the DMR 249 Alpha steel, which is now being used for construction of all ships, including our flagship Vikrant. Absolutely. So that is how we have moved from the 60s to present day, when we can be proud of being a handful of nations, I suppose only non-P5 nation who can design, build and operate an aircraft carrier and a nuclear power submarine. That's a huge achievement for our country and our scientists. So that is our journey.
Absolutely fascinating technological breakthroughs, and these are national achievements. It's not just the achievement of the Navy.
It is national. That's why it's a huge.
Absolutely astounding, these achievements. And
whether it is BARC, whether it is DRDO, whether it is private industry, whether it is MSMEs. For example, for Vikrant, we had almost 500 MSMEs, more than 12,000 individual employees, apart from the CSL I'm talking about. And those had to be brought into the system together. So that part is a separate story.
The takeaway, sir, is that it's not a 100 meters dash. It's a long marathon.
Yes, marathon. That's why
you have to have a long-term vision for that, which I think we're finally seeing the contours of. But that earlier point that you made about India being an island nation because we have blocked land boundaries with our neighbors. Now, two of the neighbors, nuclear armed. They have a collusive military relationship. Do you see this relationship playing out in the maritime sphere as well, with China and Pakistan coming closer together in the seas and possibly threatening our safe seas? There's talk of 8 conventional submarines being transferred from China to Pakistan in the not so distant future. How do you see this maritime battlefield evolving as we speak?
Interesting question. Before I come to the answer, I just want to tell you that 50% of global oil and gas and over 100,000 ships transit through the Indian Ocean region annually. So what does it mean? It means there is an increased presence of extra-regional forces. There is an enhanced contestation. We are all aware what is happening around us. This audience doesn't require me to go into it because we are short of time, but you understand what I'm talking. So there is already a kind of, continuum from cooperation, collaboration to contestation, and could lead to conflict. We can't rule that out at some point of time. So it's some people call it the busy piece. We call it a continuum. So there is already in the Indian Ocean region, a lot of things are happening. But the good part is that we as a Indian Navy, we are fully aware, I would say, of what is happening, who is doing what, where, and why. So that is the good part of it. Because we have got the kind of maritime domain awareness where we are using technology, both manned, unmanned, space-based, and also our international linkages with various agencies through which we come to know at least the white shipping part. And that is more than half the battle won because we know that who goes where. As far as China is concerned, China has been increasing its presence in the Indian Ocean region, not only in the oceans, but even on land for some decades now. And PLA Navy, which is now the largest navy in terms of numbers, has been putting 6 to 8 very capable combatants at any point of time in IOR, despite the piracy having been obliterated. No, it's no more there. Their initial, ruse of coming to the Indian Ocean region was that we are fighting the anti-piracy battle. But all that is history. But we cannot, apart from that, of course, they have been putting a large number of research vessels. Again, we know what they're doing. Satellite tracking vessels, deep sea fishing vessels, and which all of us are aware that they are doing something which they should not be doing, unregulated, irregular fishing. But all that we cannot stop. We can only stop they don't do anything in our areas of interest, and that we have been doing very effectively, that we have not allowed them to come anywhere where we don't want them to come. But what is in our hands is that we create structures within our Navy to look at mitigating these threats which are there. And in that sense, of course, our force structure planning is very forward-looking. So we look at the threats and then devise what kind of weapon sensors, equipment systems are required. We also have, the doctrines and tactics which are continuously being reworked, revised, refined, and as we speak, our biennial Pan-Navy theater level exercise, we call it TROPEX, is underway, where the Navy, we have got participation from the Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, and other agencies is already underway. As far as the maritime collusivity is concerned, Chinese have been supplying equipment and systems to Pakistan for over two decades now. At least I remember that. Since 2009, they have supplied, first they supplied 3 frigates, F-22s, then Type 054, 4 of them they supplied. They supplied a satellite tracking ship, amongst others. They have also supplied for the Army and Air Force, also Pakistani Army and Air Force. So this 8 submarines which you alluded, it is just a continuation of that process. And we are certainly aware of the threat which the submarines can pose to our maritime security and our trade. And we are devising means and measures. Fortunately or unfortunately, the technology is changing so fast that what was relevant yesterday may not be relevant day after tomorrow. So that is not only applicable to the Indian Navy, it is applicable to all the navies. Here the non-state actors sometimes have got more flexibility to use the technology in the manner in which they want, because they have no process and procedures. Whereas nation states do have some process and procedures, and therefore sometimes the induction of niche technologies can take some time. We have taken some measures in the Navy. Those can be debated separately. But yes, maritime collusiveness is a possibility, and we are doing all that what is required to ensure that no harm comes to us.
And you're watching your adversaries at all times.
Absolutely. We have got an IFC, IOR, so we have got IMAC, and we have got linkages with various organizations. We carry out multilateral exercises, bilateral exercises, trilateral exercises with our partner nations. So in that sense, yes, we are on top of situation, if you can say that.
So we just saw that very impressive short film before we started speaking, Admiral Tripathi. Lots of combatants, aircraft carriers, warships, submarines. The Navy is very capital intensive. Your ships are very expensive, hundreds of crores, thousands of crores. And you have a plan to build up on the Navy. You have a 200-ship Navy plan, which is falling short. How do you make the case for your combatants to expand your Navy for all the reasons that you just outlined? When the seas are absolutely tranquil, when it's peaceful, there's no violence, you don't have contested maritime boundaries, and the Navy already gets the least allocation of the defense budget. How do you make the case for expanding the Navy to encompass all of these threats that you mentioned?
I fully agree with you. I think he'll hit the nail on the head that Indian Navy is a highly technology-intensive service. I think technology is in our DNA. We have taken a number of actions which I will come. But on budgetary allocation, I would like to differ a little bit with you. As you are aware, the budgetary allocation to armed forces and many other agencies have got two components. One, of course, is the capital part, which is largely for the modernization of the force, and the revenue part, which is for the day-to-day running in terms of spares, fuel, etc., etc. We have been very fortunate that over the last several years, the allocation under the modernization budget has been very healthy. And this year alone, the Navy has been allocated 63,000 crores in the modernization section alone. Add to that about 34,000 crores in the revenue, which has seen increase from the last year, and largely in the other than pay and allowance segment. Revenue has again two sections, pay and allowance and other than pay allowance. So we are very comfortable with the budgetary allowance, and this is not happenstance. Like I said, there is a realization, greater realization in the higher echelons of decision making that the importance of maritime sector, and therefore Indian Navy being a growing service, along with the focus on other elements of maritime domain, which I enunciated some of them, the Navy has to be built up. And we are fully aware that we have not reached where we ought to reach to do what the nation wants us to do. And in the expanding maritime domain, as it is going to happen as our economy grows. So I'm fully aware of the requirement of budgetary allocations, but the government has been very kind to give us the budgetary support to ensure that the Navy remains fully ready and fighting fit service to safeguard the maritime interest of the nation wherever they are. So on that count, I have no cribs at all. What we have doing is that we must ensure that the budget is utilized judiciously, and therefore maximize every paisa and strategize every rupee which is spent. That is important.
More bang for the buck.
Absolutely. So that is what our focus is, and ensure that whatever budgetary allocations have been given, those are utilized to build capacities which are for tomorrow's war and not yesterday's war. So that is a constant churn which is happening, and the kind of, like I said, again, come back to technology, that the changes which are happening, we are finding solutions to ensure that those threats are negated before they become critical for our maritime security. It is not only for the naval ships, but the overall maritime security. I think history will bear me out that nations make navies not based only on threats, but also on the larger perspective of a nation as to where all their maritime interests are going to lie. And that is the kind of navy which we want to make, which can look at not only the threats of today and tomorrow, but also the national maritime interests.
Absolutely. Fascinating elucidation of thoughts, Admiral Tripathi. You've made the case so beautifully for why the Navy is so critical for the nation as it heads towards being a developed nation in the next 20 years. And I'm afraid we're completely out of time, but thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Admiral Tripathi.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank you, Sandeep and Admiral Tripathi, for sharing with us insights on the Indian Navy's long-term vision. May I request Vice Admiral Anup Singh to please come up and do us the honors of presenting tokens to our special guests on the dais. Along with our memento, we also have the special publication of Chanakya Diaries, the second edition that we'd like to present to you, sir. To Sandeep as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be breaking for lunch, which is being served at a level below this one. Please be back in half an hour. We have exceeded our time slots, so we're going to make up that time during lunch. Please ensure that you take your belongings with you and you return in half an hour. We will begin our session at 2 o'clock, and we've got a fabulous lineup of speakers as part of the 4th edition of Chanakya Dialogues. We will have Mr. Kant leading that panel as we start post-lunch. Please be back here in half an hour. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats. A reminder to kindly keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. Please be seated. Our guest is going to be on stage any moment now, so may I request the House to please get back into order. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first session post-lunch. Please settle down. We've got with us Mr. Amitabh Kant, India's Sherpa, to the G20. The G20 summit in India in 2024 was a landmark moment in global diplomacy, marking India's emergence as a key player on the world stage. It was the biggest diplomatic event ever hosted by India, bringing together world leaders to discuss pressing global challenges. Now, more than a year later, the question arises, what have been the tangible dividends for India? How has this diplomatic success translated into economic, strategic, and geopolitical gains? Mr. Amitabh Kant hardly needs an introduction. He's known as a governance reformer, a public policy change agent for India, having driven key reforms and initiatives during his tenure as the CEO of Niti Aayog and as the Secretary of the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. He's also been a key driver of flagship national and transformational initiatives such as Startup India, Make in India, Incredible India, Kerala, God's Own Country, and many other aspirational programs. He's a member of the steering board of Shaping the Future of Production Systems of the World Economic Forum, and also a champion of the Edison Alliance of the WEF, among many other international groups and intergovernmental agencies. Speaking to him today, we've got Dr. Sriram Cholia, a distinguished social scientist and a leading voice on international affairs. His expertise spans diplomacy, foreign policy, international political economy, global security, and humanitarian practices. He brings a deep academic foundation to his work, and I'd like to request him to please encourage Mr. Kant to share insights on the long-term impact of the G20 summit.
Namaste. Welcome back. Friends, this whole morning session, we had a laser-like focus on hard security issues. Military, national security, of course, is the theme of this event. And still, there is something that has not been covered, and I hope to do it with Mr. Amitabh Kant in this session, which is a focus on non-traditional security areas, and which are of great concern to not just India, but to the entire developing world. As you know, Mr. Kant led the heroic effort to get consensus in the G20 summit that we hosted in 2023. This book of his, I strongly recommend. I hope some of you have already picked up and are reading this. And I'm going to take up a few themes from this. This is the blow-by-blow account, if you like, of the behind-the-scenes work that he and his team undertook to achieve this miracle. It was a miracle, and it's of course also one of the finest hours of India's diplomacy in recent times. So Amitabhji, Global South, you have highlighted in this book, apart from India, we have around 130 countries that are classified as low and middle income countries in the world. And we took the lead and we generated outcomes that benefit all of them. So given that the theme of this event is security, and you have highlighted number of non-traditional, unconventional, or what we can call soft security matters, because the hard security is the military and the defense. You've spoken about food security, energy security, environmental security or climate security, even digital security. There's so many outcomes that we achieved in our presidency, and we continue to support those outcomes now in the ongoing G20 process where you are still our Sherpa. So in that context, how receptive has the world been to our ideas about these alternative forms of security? And this is mostly an audience interested in security. So if you could reflect a little bit on these aspects, the alternative forms of security and what we have done for the Global South. And a larger question, why have we done this? And what are we getting out of this? Because a lot of these are hard-nosed realists sitting in the audience, and they will say, multilateralism, doing good for the world, usse fayda kya, what do we get out of this, as a country? So I request you to reflect on these forms of security, what we have done, and what are we getting out of it as a country? How is it serving our national interests? You've written about this in the book, but let's give them a preview, sir.
So first and foremost, thank you very much. My view is that you can't have hard security in this country till India does not become a major economic power. And that would require India to grow on a constant basis of 8 to 9% per annum, year after year for 3 decades or more. And we should know what the challenge is. The challenge is that India wants to grow from a $4 trillion economy to a $30+ trillion economy by the time it becomes 100 in 2047. This implies that your GDP has to grow 9 times, your per capita income has to grow 8 times, your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. And very few countries in the world have been able to achieve this. It was done by Japan post-World War II, it was done by Korea, in recent times China. All other countries in the world have got caught in the middle income trap. And for India to achieve this, there are various challenges which India has to confront. The first global challenges are that it has the challenge of geopolitics. You have a war which is going on for over 1,000 days in the heart of Europe, which has disrupted food, fuel, and fertilizer. You have a complete breakdown of global supply chains as they existed. When these countries, Korea, Japan, China, were growing, the global institutions which were created post-World War II, there was a relative period of stability and global trade was growing. When India is planning to grow, the global supply chains are totally disrupted. And thirdly, that you have new productive forces of AI, quantum computing, which have the power to enhance production and productivity, transform lives, but the basic algorithm on which they are based also have the potential to trigger conflict among societies, and therefore you will require, much like nuclear weapons, you will require some kind of international regulation. To the point about growth, it's important to understand that this year, according to IMF, almost 3/4 of the global growth is going to come from middle income and low income countries. And their projections is that for next 3 decades, majority of the growth, that's over 70% of the growth, will come from the global south and not from the developed part of the world. And this is going to happen simply because the demographics are very young in both Asia and in Africa, whereas the population across America, across Europe, and across Japan is all aging. And rarely have countries not created wealth when the population is young. So if these countries are growing rapidly, you need institutions to support them, you need digital transformation, you need greater financial flows, and many of those issues have been discussed. But in the last, ever since Mr. Trump has come in, the world has got disrupted in many, many ways. And I think those are challenges of both geopolitics and of tariffs and of climate action. All these are going to be major challenges for the world.
Amitabh ji, talking of geopolitics, you've covered extensively in how India scaled Mount G20, that there were many times when the negotiations were at an impasse and we were not making progress and there was a real chance of breakdown and no consensus being reached. And you've also reflected Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision that we should move towards a non-zero sum form of international cooperation. Now, how do we reach that non-zero sum form of cooperation when there is so much division? And you have shown through skill and in a certain time bracket, when we had a deadline and the summit was going to happen 2023, we pushed and you used carrots and sticks to make it happen. It's a legendary story, viewers, friends, you must read this. So now the question is, what does this do? This non-zero sum ideal may seem to many people as not realistic because the divisions are increasing, the camps, east versus west, north versus south. Also, you have shown on many issues, there's still very stark divides, there's a lot of inequity. And you have shown that the global south is not getting its due. And in fact, the institutions have been gamed and structured in a way that is unfair to the global south, including to us in India. So institutional change, reform, overhaul, revamp, you have talked about a lot of those in this book, how to revive multilateralism. So let's talk about the order and the structure as a whole. And it has been unfair, it still is unfair to the global south. what can we do about this after our presidency? What are we doing now to help the existing, the Brazilians, the South Africans, the US, and all those who will come ahead of us? What are we going to do in terms of our legacy and carry forward to ensure that justice to the global south does not go off the radar and remains as and developmental issues remain on the top of the agenda for G20 and generally in the international orders?
So first and foremost, one of the key achievements of India's G20 was that India made it G21 by getting African Union to become a member. And when you make African Union a member of G21, then the G21 actually now represents almost 86% of the global population. Before that, it was just about 74, 75%. So it becomes a far more inclusive body. And the global GDP that G21 now represents is close to about 80%. So India has played a very, very critical role in making it a far more inclusive body. Secondly, I would say that we could achieve consensus because India negotiated with the strength of G20. You know, the geopolitical para on Russia, Ukraine, the United Nations had failed, the Security Council had failed, every single multilateral institution had failed. India could succeed, and that particular para took us 300 hours of negotiation. We had to do 250 bilateral, 16 drafts failed. The 17th draft eventually succeeded. We had to threaten, we had to intimidate, we had to plead, we had to cajole. We did everything possible. And, you know, we could achieve success because India negotiated with Brazil, with Indonesia, with South Africa, with Saudi, with Turkey, all sitting together with us. So when you have the global south negotiating, India could pull it off with the strength of global south. In climate, the last meeting in Azerbaijan, India took a stand, but the global south was not with India. We must understand this. You will succeed if you speak with the voice of the global south. You will be powerful because we could bring together the G7, the global south, Russia, China, Turkey, Saudi, all together. Nobody else could have done it other than India in the G20. And that is what was achieved. And therefore, in every multilateral negotiation, India must speak with the strength and the voice of the global south. And that would require a lot of diplomatic effort in terms of first discussing, bringing a consensus amongst the G20 members, because they are themselves at different levels of development. They have a different strategy of growth. Saudi talks about fossil fuel. We talk about green growth. There are challenges with Argentina. There's a challenge with Mexico. But you need to bring them all together to a common consensus. That is what we were able to achieve on both sustainable, balanced, inclusive growth, on sustainable development goals, on digital public infrastructure, which was a totally new perspective of India. We could achieve it on reforms of the multilateral institutions. We could achieve it even on women-led development, on which there were huge challenges from China, Saudi, Turkey, but we could eventually convince everybody to agree, because the common terminology in the United Nations is gender equality. But we took it a step further and brought it into women-led development.
So can we have a round of applause? This is a big achievement, you know. Underappreciated. Yeah. Amitabhji, one point you made about unity of the global south. Now, we have there are two layers, right? One is the least developed, or the LDCs, which are not in the G20. And then you have the emerging market economies, which are like the middle layer, rising powers like India, and so many others who you just mentioned, Brazil, Turkey, and so on. So now on climate and most of these things, there is an attempt to divide the global south on these lines, saying that, you know, you are richer, so you are relatively more advanced. Therefore, you know, you can't bracket yourself with the least developed countries. And you see that game being played by richer countries all the time. But like you said, we are also not anti-West. Our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, puts it beautifully. We are non-West, but we are not anti-West either. And you've shown that we have also managed the Western countries and the rich countries quite skillfully without antagonizing them. So while there is injustice towards the global south, you are also saying that we must take along the richer countries, and this, you said this is Prime Minister's own view, that there is the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas also has a global dimension, and we are implemented in G20. So the fissures are there, and yet how can we maintain this commonality and sense of shared values? And please tell the audiences how we convince the richer countries, the G7 countries. If you can give one example, how have we been able to keep them on the table instead of walking out and not signing on to the consensus and the communique? What are the richer countries seeing in India in particular that we have been able to convince them to stay in the camp and to spread the benefits rather than to be spoilers?
So, a couple of points on that. One is that post-World War II, when the institutions were built, both IMF and World Bank, you did not have the challenge of climate action, nor did you have the challenge of sustainable development goals. You are in a scenario where amongst the global south, there are 42 countries of the global south who are spending more on interest payment than what they spent on education. And there are 23 countries which spend more on interest payment than on health. So there is a huge debt burden. It will be impossible for these countries to grow and expand without restructuring of debt. Now, you need a complete realtering of institutions, because post-World War II, the United Nations and Security Council was envisaged at a point of time when the power structure was the power structure which came out of World War II. Today you have a scenario where India has overtaken UK to be the 5th largest economy. We are the only country which is a $4 trillion economy, growing at about, last year we grew at 8.2%. In the next 2.5 to 3 years, we will overtake Japan and Germany to be the 3rd largest economy in the world. Now, once you've become the 3rd largest economy in the world, your stature and standing grows. You have used digital public infrastructure to transform lives of citizens in India. 50% of the real-time fast payments happen in India. China is next with 20%. And we do credit, we do fast payment, we do insurance, all within 30 to 60 seconds. Now, if you look at the last 3 decades, the technological evolution that happened in the western part of the world happened because of Google, it happened because of Meta, it happened because of Amazon. In China, it happened because of Tencent and Alibaba. But when you do these, get onto any of these platforms, your data, digital data, is owned by these platforms. In India, we built up an alternative model, which is the digital public infrastructure, on top of which we created a public interest layer, on top of which we allowed private sector to innovate and compete. And the model is open source, open API, globally interoperable, and the data is owned by the citizen. The model does not allow memorization of data. It can be used for that transaction, but it can't be memorized. And therefore, the data is owned by the citizen. During G20, this framework, this principle of digital public infrastructure was accepted by all the countries, and the digital public infrastructure is now being implemented in about 29 countries of the global south. And to my mind, this is the way forward, because according to the Bank of International Settlement, India achieved in 7 years what it would have taken 47 years to achieve in technological transformation. 7 years, what it would have taken 47 years to achieve. And the cost of transaction in India has fallen from about, according to World Bank, from $25 to 15 cents. And therefore, to my mind, what India has done is democratization of technology through digital public infrastructure. Now, the world will have to grow. The only way the global south will grow is if we can technologically pole vault in the years to come. And that to my mind is critical. That to my mind would require reforms of the multilateral institutions, and it would require flow of resources from World Bank and IMF to the global south and not to the developed part of the world. Because if climate action is a major challenge, if sustainable development goals is a major challenge, you need these resources to flow in. I'm making this point because most people do not realize that today in the world, 51% of the greenhouse gas emission and carbon space is occupied by just 1% of the companies. 1% of the companies occupy 51% of the carbon space. And they are all from the developed part of the world, not from the developing part of the world. And they are not penalized. The market doesn't penalize them.
So last question, we are almost out of time. So yes, there is this fundamental injustice, and you have highlighted that, and we are working to redress it through our own innovations and our own bold ideas, India as the voice of the global south. But there is this big great power rivalry, and you have referred to it at many points during our presidency also, China versus US. And it's in that context, I just want to read out something you wrote on page 89 of the book. The US was seeking a G20 presidency to break the supremacy of the global south. The US saw India as a vital buffer to counterbalance China's ascendance, but India was so much more than that. And you say our leadership position as a reformer. So this idea that there is a clash between the two great powers, and that is the overarching systemic condition under which we are all operating. So G20 and the global south, is this new Cold War beneficial for the global south, or is it harmful? How do you see it? Or clearly India can benefit from the fact that the US has a strong strategic partnership with us because they want to counterbalance China and all that, right? So at some level, many of us also benefit from this new Cold War. But the new Cold War is also hampering the North-South and the fault lines and deepening the fault lines. So your view on this China versus US rivalry, as you have seen it live in G20 and elsewhere, and how can we make it less harsher for the global south?
So first of all of us must be very clear that there's only one country in the world, which has 26%, which controls 26% of the global GDP. It controls 44% of the market capitalization with 4% of the population. That is the United States of America. Europe used to control 30% of the global GDP. Its share has come down to 17.5%. United States does it because it is a highly innovative society. It does a lot of disruption. It has a lot of risk capital available. And therefore, irrespective of whether it is Biden, Trump, Clinton, Obama, it continues to retain its global share of 26%. Last time the United States walked out of the COP21 agreement, it has led to China filling up that vacuum. We must understand this, that the clean tech market has been captured by China. 80% of the critical minerals are controlled by China. They control 78% of the electric vehicle market. We talk about Tesla. Tesla controls only 11% of the market, and its market share is actually falling in Europe very badly. BYD is controlling 21% of the market share. They control 74% of the solar market, and they control 60% of the wind market. My view is that a vacuum is again being created, and this is a huge, huge opportunity for India. You cannot today grow at 9 to 10% per annum, which is the vision of India, which is the vision of the Prime Minister, to take it to a $30+ trillion economy without cutting-edge technology, and which would require India to be a champion of artificial intelligence, be a champion of quantum computing, be a champion of electric vehicles, be a champion of free enterprise. India cannot grow without private sector driving the Indian economy. All regulations which prohibit this, all rules, regulation, procedures that we've built up over the years need to be disbanded so that we allow India's private sector to grow and expand so that India can become a $30+ trillion economy. It can't be built with communistic and socialistic mindsets. It can't be built with a large number of rules, regulation, procedures. And the only way you can have national security is when you grow rapidly at 9 to 10% per annum for the next 3 decades, year after year, year after year, year after year.
Absolutely. A former bureaucrat says we need to deregulate. It's a great thing, right? It's a mindset difference, and he always has been at the cutting edge. We are so fortunate to have this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, do read how India scaled Mount G20. There's so much more that we cannot cover in 20 minutes. But Amitabh Kantji, thank you for leading and making us proud as a country, and also floating new ideas and concepts always throughout your career. You have done that, and bringing this non-traditional security to the helm, because our friends from the armed forces and also civilians, most of us think of security only mainly in terms of military and kinetic and non-kinetic, in terms of adversaries. But you're talking about problems and global problems and challenges which you are continuing to tackle through G20. So if we think about problems and not just adversaries, then the challenge is bigger, but we can also have a more inclusive approach than a zero-sum game approach, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision. Thank you so much, Amitabh Kantji, for sharing this. Thank you, viewers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sriram and Mr. Kant. May I request our patron, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, to please come up and present Mr. Kant with a small token. A very engrossing session, giving us valuable glimpses into the country's prospects and leadership vision. Dr. Sriram and Mr. Kant, thank you so much from the Chanakya Dialogues. Thank you very much, Mr. Kant, for having joined us. So we're moving on to our 9th session and are ready to discuss the Middle East and the chaos there. The region is once again engulfed in turmoil, with long-standing tensions flaring up and regional rivalries intensifying, and Israel finds itself at the center of a complex geopolitical struggle, balancing military action with diplomatic maneuvering. We have with us His Excellency, Mr. Reuven Azar, the Ambassador of Israel to India. He's a seasoned diplomat who brings a wealth of experience to his new role, having served in various key positions over nearly 3 decades. I request him to please come up onto the dais. We will have the Ambassador talking to Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary, PVSM, AVSM, VM, VSM, a former Commandant of the National Defense College. Air Marshal Chaudhary has commanded a fighter squadron, the Tactics Air Combat Development Establishment, and 2 frontline fighter wings, and has over 5,000 sorties to his credit. So as these 2 gentlemen will help us get a closer look at the delicate and often unseen work of Israeli diplomacy, which is balancing international pressure, maintaining strategic alliances, and maneuvering through the complexities of conflict. So let's get started.
Thank you, Rini. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a lunch session and a scintillating talk earlier. Now we shift our focus to the Middle East, and the seat of all action, the focus of all attention, and a lot of narrative building, lots happening there. And if we are glad Ambassador Azar could spare time from the real world happening out there. I'll straight away get on to the questions, if it's all right with you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm all yours. Let's
Thank you. First off, the hostage release status. The Israeli Prime Minister's promised that he'll open the gates of hell if it doesn't work out. And what would be the national objectives, and how do you see the present crisis panning out as the first phase reaches its end?
Well, the objectives of, as designated by the Israeli cabinet at the outset, following this atrocious attack on the 7th of October that really was a terrible intelligence and operational failure from our side, was that we want to make sure Hamas cannot do this again. And for that, we have to decimate their military capability, to take them out of government in Gaza, and to bring back all the hostages. Now, these two aims, of course, contradict each other, because Hamas was holding the hostages in order to try to extract a surrender from the state of Israel. So not only that we haven't surrendered, we have changed the Middle East, because Nasrallah decided to attack us, and the rest of is history. After a few months, we removed Nasrallah, we removed the Hezbollah threat, the reality in Lebanon changed, the political reality in Lebanon changed, and as a result of the debilitation of Nasrallah, also the reality in Syria changed. And Iran became exposed as a result of our retaliation to their massive missile strikes. So besides doing all of that, we removed the main military threat coming from Hamas, namely the thousands of missiles they had in Gaza, their factories, a large part of the tunnels, a large part of the military force they had there. But they are still there, holding 59 hostages out of 250 they had in the past, and having a grip on the population by sequestrating the humanitarian assistance. So we have here two options. One option is to achieve our goals through diplomacy. So we are ready to, after the phase one of the deal was fully implemented, and we managed to release 33 hostages, there are two options. Either we negotiate a situation in which Hamas leaves Gaza, at least the leadership of Hamas leaves Gaza, and they allow the Palestinian people to reconstruct. They deserve a much more decent leadership. And then we can bring the hostages and engage in reconstruction. The other option, if they refuse, is that we will have to go back to a military action. But this military action that we have now is going to be different, first of all, because Hamas doesn't have the infrastructure they had on the 7th of October. Second, we have 100% backing by the American administration. And the aim of that military operation would be to remove them from power, to take responsibility or transfer the responsibility on the humanitarian assistance to another element, like an American company, like local tribal leaders, etc. And this is the plan. Either we do it diplomatically or we'll have to do it militarily.
Which takes me to the next question, typically, classically, that when you said you're going to remove Gaza, remove the Hamas from Gaza, radical thoughts are usually very difficult to kill. They tend to reoccur. Yeah. Do you think there's going to be some kind of a spillover in the West Bank or some other effects down the line?
Look, you're right. We are all, I think, suffering from the same challenge. Radical Islamic movements are all over the Middle East, are here in your region, and to fight the phenomenon is different from fighting a specific threat, military threat. But you cannot escape either of them. You have to sometimes implement military means, but you have to fight radicalism also with other means. And here, India has done its share, and we can maybe learn lessons from India. But at the end of the day, we know that the radical ideas cannot be removed, but the military threat can be removed. And this is what we are intending to do. There's no chance under the current leadership in Israel that we will allow Hamas to rearm and regroup and reconstitute a threat against us, not only because of Hamas, also because of the inspiration of Hamas on the 7th of October. We've seen how Hamas leaders have been invited to the occupied parts of Kashmir by Pakistan. So we don't want Islamic radical organizations to copycat the 7th of October. And that's why we are also taking measures in Judea and Samaria. But I think that what we have already done in Gaza is a deterrent for the West Bank as well. Because people have seen what are the results of this radicalism and what are the repercussions on the population, and I think they are not very eager to repeat the drill.
That's very interesting. I mean, there are a lot of thoughts going around nowadays, from transforming Gaza into a Riviera to, to a total takeover. What do you think is the future trajectory of Gaza, and how do you think the difference from Biden to Trump 2.0 administration, how has that impacted this resolution, or how is it going to make a difference?
Okay, I think what is special about the Trump is that he's willing to think outside the box and consider things that were never considered, because we thought, you know, in the history of the Middle East, that we have to follow a certain path. Well, you know, the Abraham Accords have proved that we don't have to follow that path. That we can do peace with with Arab neighbors that are interested in engaging with us because of economic and security interests, even if the Palestinians refuse to come to the table. And this is exactly what's going to happen now again. We cannot go back to archaic ideas or to be complacent with the fact that you have to live with radical elements. No, you don't have to do it. In order for that to happen, we have to finish this job, first of all, militarily. And we haven't. Let's be frank about it. So we have done maybe enough on the military front if Hamas agrees to renounce power. I'm not very optimistic this will happen. So the chances that we'll go back to military operation in Gaza are high. But then the question is what we do next. We don't want to bring back the Palestinian Authority in its current mode, because the Palestinian Authority is corrupt, because it has failed to fight against Hamas. And actually Hamas threw them out of the roof, from rooftops in Gaza in 2007. So we are not going to do all this operation to give authority to an authority that is going to lose again to Hamas. We have to think outside the box. And that means, first of all, that like in other conflicts, in Ukraine, for example, unfortunately, 5 million people had to leave Ukraine as a result of the war. They were received by neighbors, at least temporarily. As a result of the war in Syria, in which 12 million people were displaced from their homes, at least 6 to 8 million had to leave Syria. So why Gaza is the only place in which people cannot leave? Not forcefully, right? So those countries that are willing to host them, if they have feelings for them, we're willing to help them with that. But it doesn't mean, I'm not talking about this cynically. I'm talking about it seriously. You know, we can create a situation that Palestinians have a better future. They deserve what other people deserve. If they are freed from this radicalism, they can have a better future. Why cannot they have a Riviera? They can. But we have to create a situation in which we defeat the radicals, in which we bring into Gaza power that can actually bring new values, that can bring hope. And if we succeed, then, you know, Trump can have his way. Maybe not 2 million people will leave, maybe only 200,000. They can come back when the situation improves. So we have to think outside the box. I think that we have enough common interest. Those countries that are interested in prosperity, in security, in technology, we have a coalition under CENTCOM, under the American umbrella. We are already sitting, you know, people don't know this, but every now and then, all the chiefs of the armies of Israel and the Arab states sit together with the Americans to discuss issues of common interest. So we have to free ourselves from the chains of the past and cooperate with this incoming administration in getting rid of archaic. I'll give another example. UNRWA. There is a UN organization that was established in 1948 to perpetuate the Palestinian problem. So the people of Gaza, by the way, that they don't want to leave Gaza, they want to stay there, they say that they don't belong to Gaza. They are refugees. They want to go back to Israel. So you have to decide, either you want to stay in Gaza, you want to go to Israel, right? You cannot have it both ways. So this UNRWA organization that was heavily infiltrated by Hamas, it has to be disbanded. Imagine that in 1948, after the terrible war you had here, and after Pakistan, India were established as independent states, people that had to escape Pakistan would still receive food ratios 75 years after from the UN. Can you imagine that? This is what's happening in our region. Fourth generation are receiving food ratios from the UN. This is completely ridiculous. We have to get rid of that. If we stop perpetuating the conflict, then we can solve the conflict.
It's a very valid point you bring out about creating dependencies and then, sort of falling victim to its outcomes in the long term. Israel's conflicts have been extensively in the, in the urban domain of late against terrorists and in dense urban atmosphere, ecosystems, Gaza especially. And Israeli defense forces have the history of having fought conventional wars in the past. So how has the Israeli defense forces and especially the Israeli Air Force adapted? Because today, unlike most countries, very interestingly, yours is probably the only country which has Air Force as a leading element of its military instrument. So how has this change come about, fighting conventional wars to fighting unseen terrorist?
Well, today we have the honor to have a lot of people from the defense establishment, so they know very well that usually the defense, the army gets ready for the war that happened, not for the war that will happen. And that's something that is very difficult to deal with, because sometimes you don't know what is going to be the nature of the threat and what is the answer to the new challenge your enemy is going to bring in front of you. So in Israel, we understood very well that Iran was building around us a ring of fire. It's supplying this missile technology and drone technology to many proxies, terrorist organizations in the region, to the Houthis in Yemen, to the Shiite militias in Iraq, to Hezbollah in Lebanon, to the militias in Syria, etc. Building factories in Syria, factories in Lebanon. So we knew that we had to get prepared for that. So for years, not only we've been gathering intelligence about that, but we created a multi-layered system of missile defense, which proved itself pretty well in this war. And by the way, it's becoming very popular because many countries understand that this is the future in warfare and they want to acquire these capabilities. The threat that we haven't been successful enough in getting ready for was this whole issue of tunnel warfare. And this is something that we knew that was happening because this tunnel threat already exists in our region for more than a decade. And we had to reinvent it during the confrontation in Gaza. Now, when it comes to the humanitarian side, Israel has been also very innovative. We have developed tactics to avoid collateral damage, civilian damage, like no country on the face of this earth. And we are sharing these methods with other armies that are interested in that, usually Western armies or, we have also, of course, cooperation with the Indian army. Tactics like knock on roof. I don't know if you heard about that.
I'm sure the crowd may not have, so if you could elaborate.
So knock on roof is a situation in which you want to bring down a terrorist infrastructure, but the building is full of civilians. So what you do, beyond calling people and sending pamphlets, you send a very small amount of ammunition from the air to the top of the building, so people feel that building is shaking, so they leave. And only after 5 minutes, you send the heavy load. So you make sure that all the civilian population has evacuated the area. Of course, that you lose also the surprise factor and that all the terrorists also escape. But if you want to limit the collateral damage, this is one tactic. Another tactic has to do, as I said before, with the telephones and the pamphlets. What we've done in the Gaza Strip is that we have mapped the Gaza Strip and separated it into quarters. And we have published these quarters through the media to all the population. And the IDF, before it starts operation, it sends notice to all the people of that area to evacuate before we start the operation. And then there are many other things that we do that have to do with the fact that Hamas was hiding itself. You know, all the headquarters of Hamas in the Gaza Strip were either in hospitals or in schools. The intelligence arm of the Hamas military wing was under the main headquarters of UNRWA in the Gaza Strip. Can you believe that? They were taking their communications, okay, and their electricity from the UN. This is true, it's a fact. Okay, so what are you going to do? Are you going to bombard the UN?
Not a good idea.
Look, this is the challenge that, no, but don't laugh, folks, because this is the reality. And this can happen to you as well. The terrorists tomorrow can hide behind a UN facility. This happened to us, by the way, in Lebanon as well. Hezbollah was firing at us from behind UNIFIL positions, endangering, by the way, Indian UNIFIL soldiers. So this is the challenge we are having from terrorists. And the terrorists, they are going to take advantage of any rule written in the book, and they are going to abuse it in order to challenge you. And the question is, what are the tactics that you develop outside the box to minimize collateral damage? And of course, the most sophisticated way of avoiding collateral damage was the beeper attack. Because the beeper attack targeted only the terrorists that had the beeper on their heads, right? So imagine we would have to target all these terrorists with massive bombardment. There would be tens of thousands of innocent Lebanese civilians that would have died. So that's another tactic.
Absolutely fascinating, because I think most of us were not privy to a lot of efforts which the Israeli Defense Forces take to sort of minimize collateral. We are almost we're pretty short in time, so I'll just bring out two quick questions. In the recent wars and the recent conflicts have shown a huge amount of use of rockets and missiles to a point where you know, there's also thought that the days of the manned aircraft are over. And yet, there are two classic attacks of Iran which carried out of Tel Nof and Nevatim air bases, and a retaliatory attack by the Israeli Air Force in a conventional air force deep inside Iran.
Yeah.
So how would you what are the key lessons and takeaways from it?
Well, that's a fascinating question. I'm not sure I have all the expertise to answer that, but I've seen working at the National Security Council and looking at the debates over the defense budget. I saw these tensions between, first of all, in Israel, we have two armies. We have the blues and the greens, okay? And there is a fight between the blues and the greens, in which usually the blues win, okay? Because the majority of the money goes to the Air Force. Because the Air Force in Israel, we are a very small country, and we need to have a strategic arm. And we have this tradition of having pilots. What I'm reading is telling me that when we come to the next generation, the sixth generation, maybe pilots won't be necessary anymore. And indeed, like you're saying, everybody's investing in autonomous vehicles, not only in the air, but also on the ground, and also in sea. So we are already actually engaged, and this is public information. We are producing, together with Indian companies, on Indian soil, drones, amphibious vehicles for sea, and autonomous helicopters. This is something that India and Israel are already doing together. And we can do much more. These are also important in the context of diminishing the casualties. For example, in the Gaza Strip, one of the things that we did is that we operated autonomous D9s. And autonomous vehicles. We took old armored vehicles, and if we wanted to avoid bombarding but targeting a specific place, we would send it as an autonomous vehicle to a place in order to avoid collateral damage. So yes, you're right. Autonomous tools are the future.
I think we are absolutely out of time. I'll just, one last quick question and a short answer from you. India and Israel friendship, I'm from your vast diplomatic experience. What do you see? What are your gut feelings about its future trajectory?
First of all, what I see is an amazing bond that is, first of all, cultural and human, okay? Israelis really admire India. They admire Indian culture. Most of the Israelis, when they finish the army, they come to India, okay? This people-to-people bond is a very strong bond. There are also a lot of values of Indian heritage that are very strong in Israel, like, you know, yoga, vegetarianism, many things that keep us together. But on the strategic level, we are just at the beginning. Why? If I had to connect the dots to the previous session. Look, India is the fastest growing democracy in the world. America is going a period of policy correction because up until now, they were working on the assumptions that they started working in 1945 when America was producing 45% of world GDP. The system was that America includes new members into the free market system and the democratic system by subsidizing them. They invite them into international organizations, they give them loans, they give them preferential treatment on trade. Trump came and said, look, folks, we are going to go bankrupt because the United States owes $36 trillion. The party is over. Okay? From now, the United States has to leverage its tools in a much more efficient way. We cannot continue subsidizing. So who is going to be the power in the democratic world that is going to fill the void? That's you. That's you.
Thank you, Ron.
And that means that we can create a coalition that includes not only values, but also technology, both on the civilian side and on the military side, to win this global competition. Israel is a very small country. We are not have aspirations to become a big power. But we complement you. We export innovation, you do innovation, plus the entire economic chain. So anything technological that we bring from Israel, you can benefit from it 10 times what we benefit from it. So these partnerships are going to grow. As we speak, we are engaged with the new American administration, we are engaged with the Indian government to create these technological partnerships, not just on the defense side, but also on the civilian side. We have a chance to have an amazing role of India in the Middle East via the connectivity corridors that India wants to make through the Middle East. And we have now all the elements in place. All the countries that want to be part of this IMEC corridor, they are starting to move forward. We're having meetings about that. We are elaborating that. We have to bring the private sector into that. And I believe that India is going to play an amazing role in the development of our region. And that's another reason why this partnership between India and Israel is so important for us.
Thank you, Ambassador. That's an absolutely fascinating thought. Israeli technology, Indian supply chains, I think the future is unlimited. May I request all of you to give a wide round of applause for Ambassador K for taking the time out in a very difficult time.
Thank you very much, Air Marshal Chaudhary and Ambassador Azhar. May I request Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia to please do us the honors of presenting Ambassador Azhar and Air Marshal Chaudhary with a small token of appreciation. Very interesting insights. You've shed light on a very complex situation. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for revealing how to navigate conflict through diplomacy. We truly appreciate the perspective that you have shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We're shifting our focus now onto the Indo-Pacific region as we bid goodbye to Ambassador Azhar and wish him well. Thank you very much. So we shift our focus, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Indo-Pacific region, where there is a rapid transformation in its maritime balance, with the People's Liberation Army Navy expanding its capabilities at an unprecedented pace. The growing asymmetry between PLAN and other regional navies, particularly the Indian Navy, presents strategic and operational challenges that demand urgent attention. From aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines to advanced missile systems and global naval presence, China's maritime ambitions are reshaping the security landscape of the region. And as the gap in naval assets continues to widen, the critical question remains, how should the Indian Navy adapt to counterbalance this expansion? So we have a competent panel of experts from the National Maritime Foundation, all of whom are retired officers from the Indian Navy, and I'd like to invite them up on stage. Rear Admiral Monty Khanna, AVSM, NM, Honorary Adjunct Fellow, National Maritime Foundation, a seasoned naval officer. He has commanded several naval ships and has served as naval attaché in Washington. Post-retirement, he served as Assistant Military Advisor at the National Security Council Secretariat, including a tenure as military advisor. We've got Commodore Anil Jay Singh, Honorary Adjunct Fellow, National Maritime Foundation, a seasoned submariner with over 3 decades of service in the Indian Navy. Captain Kamlesh Kumar Agnihotri, Senior Fellow, National Maritime Foundation, a leading expert on the Chinese Navy and India-China relations. To moderate the discussion, we have distinguished naval strategist and leader, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, AVSM and BAR, VSM, Director General, National Maritime Foundation. With over 4 decades of experience in the Indian Navy, Vice Admiral Chauhan has played a pivotal role in establishing the Mauritius National Coast Guard and also commanded the aircraft carrier INS Virat. So it's over to you, Vice Admiral Chauhan, to steer the session.
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to echo the sentiments of all my predecessors on stage in expressing our gratitude to the Chanakya forums and in particular to Major Gaurav Arya and his indefatigable team of miracle workers. Here too on stage we have a very illustrious panel. You've already been introduced to them, and if I was to try and introduce them to you, we would take up the balance of the time available to me. So I'm going to ask them to first give a few minutes of opening comment about what their views are in respect of the PLA Navy and its implications upon the growth and the security both of Indian Navy and India as a country. Before that, there are a couple of points that I thought I would ask the audience to reflect upon. The first is, why do we feel that China is going to be here at all? What is it that drives China into the Indian Ocean? Why can't China simply be satisfied with being the predominant power in the East China Sea and the South China Sea? And the answer to that, of course, is the simple fact that the Chinese economy is in far greater trouble than we often give them, than we often think. The Chinese situation in terms of their demand for energy is so large and their demand for markets is so large that China is not in the Indian Ocean because it desires to surround India. There is no string of pearls in the Chinese concept. The Chinese are in the Indian Ocean or will be in the Indian Ocean because their economy demands that they be here. And because of that, there are investments being made all around, and therefore the question, is China plotting to surround India? The answer is no. Is India getting surrounded? The answer is yes. So it's a bit like, for those of you who speak Hindi here, it's a bit like the chaku and the kharbuja. Whether the chaku hits the kharbuja or the kharbuja hits the chaku, both times is bad for the kharbuja. India, we are the kharbuja. The next point is that there is a requirement to understand that China and India are driven by the same philosophies of balanced growth. Neither of them have allies and neither of them have alliances to which they can turn for the provision of one or another kind of platform. And this brings us to an important point about the difference between capacity and capability, both for China as well as for India. And capacity is simply material wherewithal, ship, aircraft, submarine, this room, headquarters, dockyard, all this is capacity. If we have this really fancy room, we have great capacity. If we fill it with idiots, then we have no capability. And China has therefore no option, nor does India, but to maximize its capability along with its capacity. Now, India is doing 100 times better than China in this regard, which is something that you will hear about. Last point I want to talk to you about before handing over the panel is this business of bases and places. Now, you must understand that everything is not a base. A military base has to be defended in combat. A place is something from where you will get ISR. And therefore, Djibouti is not a base for China. It's a place. In times of combat, China cannot defend Djibouti. In times of combat, America can defend Diego Garcia. In times of combat, Yokosuka is a base in Japan because the Japanese will defend it. But Eritrea is not a base for China. And therefore, we must appreciate what is a base, what is a place, and in times of conflict, whether the places that you invested in become strengths or become liabilities. With that as the overview, let me first turn to Admiral Monty Khanna and ask him for his views on the huge Chinese military expenditure in terms of their, especially their naval budget, and whether or not you think it actually translates into actual capacities and actual capabilities and relevant to India. Monty.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. So let me jump straight into this topic. The fundamental bedrock of all power is economic power, because economic power is fungible. When you look at the Chinese defense budget, the last budget was 1.67 trillion yuan. There's going to be a whole lot of numbers in this, which comes to 231 billion US dollars. Now, there are various agencies that do a course correction for this because the way countries count the defense budget is slightly different. So you have IISS, you have the US DOD report, you have CIPRI, etc. And the normal markup that is done for the Chinese defense budget is roughly by an amount of around 50%, 40 to 50%. So that $31 billion becomes $330 billion is the sum that you're looking at. Now, how much is that? And this is without making a PPP, a purchasing power parity correction, right? So this is only in real terms. Now, how much of that money is spent towards their capital budget is the next issue. So there are many people who do this study, and the normal figure that everyone comes up to is roughly around 40% of the US spending is on capital. For India, it is 27%. So there's a substantial difference. And I think that difference is justified because when you look at the budgetary differential, it is 1:3 between India and China. And that is without making the CIPRI correction. If you look at that correction, it is 1:4.5. But when you look at the manpower differential, it is 1:1.45 because they're roughly around 2 million and we are around 1.45 million or so. So if you see that difference, you will see that 40% seems to be fairly fair. Now comes the next issue is so that 40% comes to roughly around 132 billion is the capital spending. What percentage of that goes to the Navy is the next question. So the Navy, in fact, today is receiving, by many analysts, is receiving the largest chunk of Chinese defense spending. And the normal figure that people come around to is around 30%. 30%, you have there's the ground force, there's the air force, of course, there are rocket forces, and there are the four commands and the new structure that they've got. So 30% now from that 132 billion, you're down to around $39 billion. Now, on this, if you do a purchasing power parity correction, you bump up that number because the difference between the Chinese purchasing power and their nominal value is roughly 1:2. So now you're up to around 70 to 75 billion is their naval capital budget. We at 62,000 crores, the figure that was given this morning by the CNS, are at $7.5 billion, 10 times. 10 times is the number, is the number. It's quite a startling number. It might be off, it might be around 8 times, but between 8 to 10 times is Chinese defense spending in the naval budget. And therefore, we have to focus on asymmetry. Now, if you've got the money, how do you translate this money into assets is the next issue. Chinese shipyards, right? More than 400 shipyards, 7 to 8 of them engaged in defense construction. The shipyard sizes are colossal. I mean, you take JNCX, 2,500 acres. Mazagon Docks, 70 acres. Goa Shipyard, 30 acres. Cochin Shipyard, 165 acres. You add up all our shipyards together, you're short of 1,000 acres. A single shipyard over there, 2,500 acres. If you take JNCX again, I mean, in terms of orders, and these are commercial orders also, 55.7% of all orders placed last year globally placed on China. New orders, 74%. So moving ahead is going to be even more. In terms of submarine construction, you take Hurudao Shipyard in Bohai. They've recently, in the new reclamation they've done, set up 21 new final assembly halls for nuclear submarine construction. You take all the nuclear submarine shipyards in the world, they won't come up to 21. So what does this all finally translate it into? Is roughly you're looking at a 500 plus Navy, or the PLA Navy. What would be the constituents of this Navy? I would say around 20 large decks, and that large decks includes aircraft carriers, LPDs, LHAs, LHDs, etc. 100 destroyers, 100 frigates, 75 attack submarines. This is where the real change is going to be. 75 attack submarines, 20 strategic submarines, 50 conventional submarines, 50 plus expeditionary assets, 50 plus support assets, and 50 plus science and technology assets. So this would be, I would say, the broad making of the Chinese navies.
Thank you very much, Monty. That was both fascinating and scary. Let me ask Commodore Anil Jaisingh to give us some balance. Not every Chinese endeavor is made by people who are 10 feet tall. And it's not that the Chinese pace of shipbuilding, no matter how impressive, is without its challenges and its constraints intrinsic to explosive military growth. So, AJ, would you be so kind as to offer your views on this, and then we come to questions a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Chanakya Dialogues, for this opportunity. Admiral Monty Khanna has just given us a fascinating overview of the Chinese naval expansion and its defense priorities towards defense build-up. Well, in 2024, the PLA Navy celebrated its 75th anniversary of its founding, and which broadly actually coincides with the period 1947 to 1950, when the Royal Indian Navy transitioned into the post-partition Indian Navy. So our growth pattern probably began around the same time. We were probably a little larger than the PLA Navy at that point of time, but not appreciably larger. Both navies are endeavoring to build a balanced, multi-dimensional blue water force with full spectrum capability. Only thing is that the growth trajectory has been somewhat different. The Chinese really took off 4 decades ago, not necessarily 75 years ago. And in these 4 decades, the PLA Navy has grown into a very formidable force. In fact, it is already numerically, as Admiral Monty Khanna brought out, the largest navy in the world with over 350 ships and submarines, and endeavors to be a 450-ship navy by 2030 or so. So, if you really look at it, you know, as the Chief of Naval Staff had mentioned in an earlier talk, the Chinese Navy is adding an Indian Navy to its force level every 8 years. Now, that's a phenomenal rate of growth. And this expansion is expected to continue till 2030, at least maybe 2035, by which time the Chinese Navy, PLA Navy expects to have about 450 ships and submarines in commission, as also Admiral Khanna brought out. By comparison, if you look at it, the Indian Navy has been steadily growing, but at a far more sedate pace. It is true that numbers matter and quantity has its own quality. But it is also true that a weapon platform is only as good as the man behind it. And here I'd like to highlight 3 issues pertaining to this rapid growth of the Chinese Navy. Firstly, you know, Admiral Fleet Cunningham had said it takes 3 years to build a ship, but it takes 300 years to build a navy. So the Chinese Navy growing at this pace of 20 to 25 ships a year, 20 to 25 large ships a year, I really wonder where the manpower is coming from. Because the Indian Navy went through well, not a competitive growth rate, but in the mid-80s, early 90s, I was on board submarines at that time, as was Monty. and we acquired 12 submarines within a period of 8 years. And we felt the strain on manning, getting the right kind of experienced manpower, training them rapidly, bringing them up to speed. Here they're building ships with crews of 300 and 400 and 500. Now, to be able to train so many people so rapidly, no matter how good your training may be, no matter how good your academies might be, but finally at sea, it's experience that counts. And as these platforms get more and more sophisticated, they will need more people who have experience on the equipment rather than people who come out of academies with a lot of theoretical training. So I think that at the moment could be a sort of weakness that the Chinese Navy has, despite its impressive numbers. But let me also add that it's a weakness they're probably aware of and are therefore doing everything to mitigate this. The second thing is I think the biggest challenge that PLA Navy might face when it comes to getting ready as a combat-ready force would be this dichotomy between the political leadership and the military leadership. The Chinese armed forces have been very categorically told that their first loyalty lies to the party. Every ship or submarine in the PLA Navy has a political commissar on board. The political commissar's job is the political ideology and the political indoctrination of the people on board. This has a twofold effect. Firstly, it eats into valuable training time. I read somewhere that 40% of the training time is actually spent on political indoctrination rather than actual training on naval assets. And secondly, and this we can talk from personal experience, having a political commissar on board, he's a very powerful guy. He has nothing to do with the combat effectiveness of the platform. His one and only job is to ensure that the crew toes the party line. And very often he comes into conflict with the captain of the ship. And at times he overlords the captain of the ship because he says, I'm the political guy and I call the shots. And this is not good for command and control. This is not good for a platform. This is not good for a navy. We have seen this when we were training in the Soviet Union in 85, 86 and went on board our submarine, but was still not handed over to us. In the control room one day, there used to be called the Zampolit, the Zamestitel Politicheskaya or whatever. The Zampolit and the captain had a major showdown, the Russian captain, to the extent that people had to leave the control room. That was the level of shouting that was going on between the two of them on who is actually in command of that vessel. Now, this is absolutely anathema to any command and control structure in the armed forces. So this is another vulnerability which I think China will need to address, is about its political ideology taking precedence over the military and combat capability.
AJ, I hate to cut in to your explanation, but I want to bring Agnihotri in for a minute or two, and then unless you have one last point that you wish to make.
I'll just make one more point.
Yep.
The third thing I think is about the quality. Now, we've heard often that Chinese equipment is not of good quality. I mean, there's no way to prove that, except to see that, for example, the Thai Navy recently cancelled an order for 3 submarines from China because the Germans refused to give them engines, and they'd been promised German engines. So when the Chinese offered Chinese engines for their submarines, the Thais cancelled the order. And I believe the Pakis are also a little concerned that their Hangar class are also going to get Chinese engines. And I think that is the third issue, is about the quality of equipment, but that is something we cannot comment on because I've never been on a Chinese warship. But it could be an issue, and again, it's an issue that they will overcome sooner rather than later. And the fourth issue, sir, I'll just take 30 seconds, is because of all these factors, perhaps the Chinese Navy, and its rapid growth, perhaps the Chinese Navy yet does not have the confidence to operate in its far abroad the way it should be doing with the kind of force levels it has. We've not heard of a single carrier-based deployment going beyond the second island chain so far, the PLA Navy. And only last year in September was the first time ever that they did a dual carrier exercise with both their aircraft carriers. So I think they're still learning the ropes on this. And that's why I think, notwithstanding all these things, if at all they are having an effect on the PLA Navy, we should not be lulled into complacency, but should be careful to see that they'll be addressing all these issues sooner rather than later. I'll stop at that and wait for the Q&A, sir.
Thank you so much. And now we have Captain Agnihotri, because the whole day today we have heard the repetition of the word technology. And for sure, Chinese technology is a fairly advanced set of technologies, and to dilate upon some of the ones which impact the maritime domain, affect India, and in particular the subsurface maritime domain. I think Captain Agnihotri, maybe you can shed some light.
Thank you, sir. We have seen that the fundamental goal of Chinese national defense is resolute protection of the national sovereignty and the overseas interests. Now, the moment overseas interest comes in, obviously it falls into the domain of far seas, and that's how the PLA Navy's role becomes critical. Now, the PLA Navy talks about the safeguarding of maritime rights and protection of its overseas interests, which of course means the protection of its overseas citizens, the institutions and organizations. And for this, it requires the operation in far seas, and that is why we find increasing number of PLA Navy ships which are highly technologically equipped come into the Indian Ocean region. At any one point of time, there are at least 6 PLA Navy ships and 6 odd so-called support ships or auxiliary ships. Now, while PLA Navy ships, I will leave it for the time being, because that is what the moderators have asked about. The other support ships are highly technologically endowed. Now we see the presence of the intelligence collection ships, the Tung Tiao class. We see the Yuan Wang class ships, which are space telemetry and tracking ships coming in. We see the deep sea research vessels, which have also got the manned and unmanned submersibles on board for deep sea research. And we have got the hospital ship, we have got training ships, and we have got the other kind of technologically endowed ships. Now it is no secret that the deep sea research ships and survey ships, which often come here at the invitation of our friends, our neighbors like Maldives and Sri Lanka, come and operate, and they do seabed mapping, they do data collection, hydrological data collection, seawater density, salinity, and temperature profiling, which will prove to be highly advantageous when China plans its submarine operations and undersea warfare during the time of hostilities. Now, all this is fine, but you also require a support for near real-time communication, so that there is a seamless command and control available with the control centers back home. So for that, they have got the, I would say, exclusive use of their own global coverage PayTM satellite navigation system. They have got the Yaogan series of ISR satellites, which are in multi-domain, multi-mode, multi-application. And in that context, I would like to talk, I'll just close this thing by giving certain data about the latest set of Yaogan satellites.
Kamlesh, I think we'll leave it at that, because we are clean out of time. And I want 1 minute available to each of the speakers to just tell us about what your view is on the impact on India. We really have got very little time, so if you wouldn't mind. Maybe we lead off in the same direction, Monty? But keep it short.
So if you're talking about mitigations, very briefly, I can just list out a few. First is leverage geography. So our geography is peculiar. You share a common land border. From a maritime standpoint, you're 4,000 miles apart at least. And therefore, I would think that if you have to draw them into battle, draw them in the Indian Ocean, and the Indo-Pacific construct is an American construct. Our primary area of operations should be the Indian Ocean. Threat of trade interdiction. If one of the reasons why China is scared about, is coming here is to address protect their trade, you have to exacerbate that threat for them. And therefore, that threat has to be prioritized. Reprioritization of force structure, and I think the time has come where you have to adapt from your service from being a capability-based service to an extent become a threat-based service if you perceive the Chinese threat to be as real as it is. This will require, you require theaterization, of course, because that's combat power for free. You have to reduce duplication. You have to have coherent application of force. You require a supreme commander who can, choreograph the application of force, and that comes through a theater commander. Structural reform, of course. Capital to asset generation ratio. This is a fundamental issue for us, that we're not being able to leverage our purchasing power parity advantage. If the Indian rupee is undervalued by a factor of 4, buying Indian should be 1/4 the cost. It never happens that way. We're almost at par. So in that sense also, sir. And lastly, I would say is, engage in focused operations, and a certain amount of external balancing is essential, and that you'll have to do so.
Thank you very much. I know there's much more to be said, but time is not on our side. So
I'll just make 3 very quick points, sir, in less than a minute, hopefully. Firstly, why is the Indian Ocean so important to China? As Monty Khanna brought out, Chinese trade and energy travels through the Indian Ocean. It's a vulnerability they understand, and they would like to mitigate it and provide whatever forces are required to mitigate this vulnerability, whether from India or from anybody else. The second thing is that it's only the Indian Ocean which gives China the sea space which it will require when it wants to project power as an emerging global superpower. Its own maritime geography does not permit it to do that. So that's the Indian Ocean is where it's going to, where this great power contestation will probably take place in another 10 or 15 years from now. And third, and equally important, perhaps more important, is if China really wants to be a global superpower, it needs access to the Atlantic. And that access to the Atlantic, it gets through the Indian Ocean. So I think these three factors will decide China's posture in the Indian Ocean. India, being the leading maritime power in the Indian Ocean and largely uncontested so far, China will definitely seek to contain India in the Indian Ocean so that it can establish its own maritime dominance. So India has to guard against that and ensure that it always retains that maritime edge so that it can, as the leading Indian Ocean power, it can shape the future outcomes in the region and not allow itself to get shaped by them.
Thank you very much. And Kamlesh, one last point from your side as to what we can do to mitigate, and that's it.
Sir, we are doing a great job, particularly with regard to getting our space-based assets in place. And that is what is going to be, I would say, a game changer, because China is trying to change the game by using its space-based assets, by bringing in new series of Yaogan satellites, which look at theater level coverage with much lesser spatial interval and much lesser, I would say, time interval. So we have to look for something like that so that we are able to mitigate, if not counter their Chinese threat directly. So space-based assets is my choice.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the Indo-Pacific is a crucial area, and the time available is inversely proportional to the importance of the area. So I would like you to please join me in thanking our panelists for introducing us to the complexities of this game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists and Vice Admiral Chauhan, for a robust discussion despite the time constraint that we've had. May I request Lieutenant General Raj Shukla to please come up and present our panelists with tokens of appreciation. If I could request you all to please gather together for a group photograph. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. The northeast of India is a region of immense cultural richness and ethnic diversity, but it has also been shaped by historical fault lines, tribal loyalties, and long-standing security challenges. Insurgencies, border tensions, and inter-ethnic conflicts have made stability in the region a complex task. Amidst this intricate landscape stands the Assam Rifles, a force revered as the friends of the Northeast. With a legacy of maintaining peace, aiding development, and bridging the gap between communities and the state, their role remains pivotal in navigating the region's evolving security dynamics. So joining us now for a brief discussion on the complex security challenges in the Northeast is Lieutenant General Vikas Lakhera, AVSM SM, Director General Assam Rifles, with the former Director General Assam Rifles, Lieutenant General Pradeep Chandran Nair, PVSM, AVSM, YSM. Lieutenant General Lakhera has extensive experience in counter-insurgency and counter-terrorism operations in Jammu and Kashmir and Northeast India. He's held key positions, including as Additional Director General of Military Operations and DG of Assam Rifles. Lieutenant General Pradeep Nair is a highly experienced officer with extensive service in the Assam Rifles and in Northeast India. He has vast combat experience, including commanding 18 Sikh in Siachen and Assam. He has held key instructional and staff roles, including at DSSC, Army Headquarters, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So let's dive right into the discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me, like the earlier panelists, also thank Major Gaurav Arya and his team for this opportunity that's been given to us. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a very different panel, as you would notice. There's a former DG, there's a present serving DG. So you may feel that you'll kind of get colored by our observations, our remarks, but I want to assure you that will not be the case. The topic itself, as you see, is the complex security situation of the Northeast. So it's not just the security situation which is complex, but the entire Northeast itself is complex. I'm glad that Chanakya Dialogues decided to have this dialogue in the first place, because typically Northeast is an area which is generally not spoken of about much, very less knowledge, and whatever knowledge is there is kind of corrupted, not the truth. And most of the people haven't traveled there. But between us, we share almost close to 4 decades of experience there. I don't think you'll get any more experience than that. So we've decided to speak in a manner where I'll give a little bit on the Northeast as it exists now, the current security situation. And General Lakhera will tell you a little about what exists now. How is Assam Rifle and Indian Army handling that? Incidentally, General Lakhera was also an Inspector General serving with me when I was the Director General. So our bond goes a long time back. So let me start with the Northeast itself. Now, this is an area which is constituting only about 8% of the geographic mass of the country, close to 4% of the population. But yet, it borders 5 countries. It borders 5 countries, and it has only 1% of border or area which it shares with rest of the Indian subcontinent. Rest of the 1.8 percentage of, rest of the 98 percentage and above is with the 5 other countries. And you also have a situation like a state like, let's say, Arunachal Pradesh. A very different situation. It's the only state probably which borders 3 different countries. Then you have 2 other countries where there is a lot of instability as you speak. Bangladesh, a lot of it has come in the media. Most of you are aware of what the situation is. Every day there's something new happening, and I'm sure you're alive to the various developments. Whether the current government will be there or not is time will tell. But more importantly, where it affects the security forces as of now, particularly Assam Rifles, is Myanmar. This is a country which is 4.5 times, almost 5 times the size of Bangladesh, yet it has a population which is just 1/5 of Bangladesh. But what's happening there has a huge impact on the Northeast, and it's not just now, it's been there for ages, for decades. Let's speak of what we visualize in 2047, because that is what the crux of the discussion is today. Well, you all are aware of our Act East policy, the multiple changes that have happened over the last decade plus there in the Northeast. So surely Northeast will have a very, very major role to play, and I see a wide variety of youngsters here, large number of them. In your lifetime, you will see how Northeast will be a major driver towards the growth story of India. You will witness it yourself. So I'll just want to ask General Lakhera, so what does he, or how is Assam Rifle currently employed, and what exactly are they doing?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. As head of DG Assam Rifles, I'll only speak what I'm mandated to do. If I cannot provide a solution, I'll not be part of the problem. Assam Rifle is symbiotic to the modern history, last 200 years of the Northeast. It has participated in all major operations. Assam Rifle and army are symbiotic in nature. Basically, it's like body and mind and 2 sides of a coin. As DG of Assam Rifles, I'm in charge of basically sustaining the force, the logistics, the HR. And of course, we do keep ourselves abreast with what's happening in the Northeast, as also on the borders across. We are a force who are in charge of the Indo-Myanmar border, sir, as you are aware. But having said that, we are also deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, 2 battalions north of Pir Panjal, 2 battalions south of Pir Panjal. We are the first force in a sense that truly where women have come in combat role. Like they are GD soldiers, nearly 2,000 of them, who stay in the company post, they do ROP, they do operations. And for Assam Rifle Jawan, the best moment is when his battalion is selected to go to Jammu and Kashmir to serve. Because all this while, it's one force which has seen no peace. We are always in operations, have been always in operations. In fact, we were in Sri Lanka also, sir. Earlier when you were there, battalion was in, 4 battalions were in Jammu and Kashmir. 1,181 brave hearts, 16,800 honors and awards, 69 unit citation by Chief of the Army and the Army commanders. So testimonial of Assam Rifles are magnificent, sir. But now we also find ourselves at the wrong end of the stick at times. Northeast is very, very complex, highly complex, tribal affiliations, and the history which the Britishers gave us, the policies which they enunciated in those areas. As they say that past solutions are today's problem. So a lot of our problems have come due to solutions provided many, many years earlier.
Thank you. That's a good point that you made. Yes, we must really appreciate the role that Assam Rifle has played. Like he said, Assam Rifle and the Northeast are like conjoined twins. Close to 190 years, Assam Rifle has grown along with the Northeast, and Northeast has grown along with the Assam Rifles, if I may put it that way. General Lakhera just mentioned about what's happening, very succinctly he put it about what's happening in Myanmar. I also want to draw your attention to the fact he said the huge disparity, not just disparity, but the kind of languages that are there, the number of tribes that are there, is mind-boggling. You have to actually go to see, understand how different the Northeast is. But coming back to Myanmar, as it affects, because a large impact of Myanmar is there, it's not in the news, but it's there in your face when you go to the Northeast. And let me speak from the perspective of the Northeast people. We speak of our partition in 1947. But for them, for the people in the Northeast, the first partition happened in 1937, when Burma was made a separate country. Otherwise, it was part of the British India. And there, for the people in the remote areas, suddenly a line gets drawn, which is not identifiable on ground, but yet they're told, oh, you're a different country, you're a different country. It's very difficult. Then for them, the next partition or the next cartographic imposition that happens is 1971. Suddenly, East Pakistan, now Bangladesh gets created. So all their lines of communication, everything gets cut. So imagine you being in a place and all your avenues to, let's say, the sea, for example, to Chittagong port, to Sylhet port, the rails going through what is now Bangladesh, all that gets cut. And you have just a little Siliguri corridor that connects to the rest of the country. Imagine the impact. So today, 45 lakh people are hugely affected because of this. And like he said, the role of Assam Rifle, he told you the number of awards that they've got. It's really mind-boggling. Now, importantly, with what's happening in Myanmar, you have many problems now that the country or the Northeast is faced with. You have trans-border movement of insurgents happening, weapon smuggling. More important again is the quantum of drugs. In the last 2 years, in fact, last 5 years, Assam Rifle has got contraband worth 5,000 crores, if I remember the figure correct. And of those 5,000 crores, you can say roughly about 90% of it is drugs. And if you check on the net, you'll see out of the top 10 states of India where illegal drugs is consumed, 6 or 7 of the Northeast states out of the 8 figure there. So that's really bad. But going forward, I'm sure things will improve.
Yes, another contribution I'll talk about. The Tawang is part of India. The first tricolor was flown by an Assam Rifle officer in 1951, sir, Major Bob Kathing. He took 3 platoons there. Vijayanagar, the easternmost frontier of India, the last soldier, he stationed there. It was in 1961 campaign by Major General Goraya. And Vijayanagar is named after his son. So these two part of geography are integral part of India because Assam Rifle was there. 61, one of the first bullets fired, sir, in Nefa, because Assam Rifle was predominantly a force in charge of Nefa. Eastern part of Nagaland, that is today, was not part of Assam, erstwhile Assam. It was part of Nefa. It was known as Tune Sang Hill Naga areas. And it was administered by a service known as Indian Frontier Administrative Services, predominantly officers drawn out of Indian Armed Forces. So lost of history has gone, and presently in Indo-Myanmar border, 1,643 kilometers, border pillar 1 to border pillar 186. Most of you are not aware that most restive area today in Northeast is opposite South Arunachal Pradesh. So that is 3 districts of Tirap, Changlang and Longding, known as TCL region. So just across TCL region, Pangsao Pass stands at border pillar 171. And opposite border pillar 171, there is a cluster of camps within tactical distance of the Indo-Myanmar border, and that is Alpha, the NSC and IM, the PLA, all groups are there. Similarly, when you come down towards border pillar 155, there is a village known as Lungwa. Now, Lungwa is a classical example which defines the problem of the northeast of India. It stands at border pillar 155. 50% of the village lies in Myanmar and 50% village in India. The house of the chief, which is called Ang, the Konyak tribe stays there. The kitchen is in Myanmar. The dining hall is in India. So you come, and here we are. This is one of the villages. And in between, there's about a kilometer from there is post of Assam Rifles. And the border pillar 155 just resides about few feet from our post.
But because you told only half the story of that house, let me tell you the other half. There's one bedroom which is in Myanmar, there's one bedroom which is in India. He has 2 wives, one is from Myanmar, one is from India. So when I went around with him in the house, I'm sure Vikas has also done, he spent a lot of time to tell me as to why he has to have 2 bedrooms. So, what I'm trying to tell you is, in those areas, it is sub-nationalism which is rife. For him, it doesn't really matter. I'm not talking of this village itself, but a number of villages which are there along the border. For them, it's sub-nationalism, it's their tribe which matters. He spoke of Nagaland, this Lungwa, go a little south, there's a tribe called Khaimungan tribe. Now, 65% of that tribe is in India, 35% is in Myanmar. This 65% which is here, they cultivate close to 7,400 hectares of land across. So how will he understand which is India, which is Myanmar? Which brings me to the next thing about the border fences and free move regime, which I'll ask General Vikas as to how is it impacting this announcement that the government has made last year. But before that, I just want to tell you that insurgency, as you know, it's all started from the Northeast, the Naga movement. The Naga identity itself is a fabrication of 1918 when they came back from the First World War. They formed a Naga club. Closer to independence, they made a NNC, Naga National Council. Then they announced their independence a day before our independence. Then there's a plebiscite held sometimes in 1952. They said, we want to become a separate country. And then, of course, insurgency started in 1955. Thereafter, it just kept moving on to other states. Mizoram, then it happened in Manipur, then Tripura, Assam, all of that. But today, it's by and large subdued to a very great extent. So Vikas, just tell them about how is the insurgency now, as also the effect of the free move regime and the border fence.
Sir, insurgency classical is by group of people and maybe demands are legitimate. Today it's not insurgency at all. There are armed groups there. They have their own interest. I'll give you an example of Nagaland. Started with one group, NNC. Thereafter, in 1980, NSCN was formed. In 1988, NSCN got divided between 2, NSCN IM and NSCN K. And today in Nagaland, there are virtually about 20 to 22 groups roughly. So there are about 18 to 20 prime ministers and presidents and army chiefs who are there. And the people today are not very, very aligned in a sense to support all of them. Also, Myanmar, there's nothing out there. So people come, and the richest part of the world, maybe if I'm correct, lies about 30 kilometers from Pangsao Pass in plains of Upper Assam. So there is a town known as Margarita, Lido, and then you come to Lekhapani and you go towards Miao. Now this area is rich in tea, timber, coal, and oil. Now this four combination is nowhere in the world, sir. So big tea gardens are there. To sustenance, these people come inside to take extortion. They kidnap people and they move back. So classically, it's a hide and seek game. Similarly, in other places, India becomes, our part is opulent. We are developed in some sense compared to Myanmar. So people from there will definitely come here. Tribal affinity is one of the major reasons. But to say that classically insurgency is existing today, no. Now, for example, I'll say South Arunachal and Nagaland and also Mizoram, crime against women, zero. Theft, nothing. So classically what you call law and order, which happens in this part of the country, is non-existent in northeast states. Mizoram, violence, nothing. Manipur is a different story, but classically, yes, if you say violence levels, none. In law and order domain. Nagaland, zero. Hardly any case of violence against women. So there are a lot of paradox which is existing there. And so is Assam to some extent, sir. So the Myanmar situation is only serving one thing, that people to sustain themselves have formed armed groups. Of course, there are powers which want to have a hedge against us. So they do support them. China lies across Myanmar. Myanmar itself is suffering, sir. I'll give you an example of the southern part of the Indo-Myanmar boundary, that is border pillar 1, to border pillar 30, that is the border with Mizoram, and to some extent with Manipur till More. Now that entire area, tactical area till 20 kilometers, is not in control of Myanmar army. So there is Arakan army, there is Chin Brotherhood, there is Chin National Front, there is PDF, there is KNA, and they are fighting the Myanmar army. So as we speak today, More has been surrounded from 3 sides, and battle in Pantha and Mintha, the 2 townships, is underway. North of it is NSA and IM. That is the Somra tract and Pansat. Beyond that is the Naga territory in border pillar 130 to about 155. So situation is very, very fragile, sir. And somebody commented to me the other day, when I went to Manipur, that situation is evolving like Afghanistan. So nobody is willing to give to others authority. So lack of law and order, lack of central control will be detrimental to us in some way in times to come.
That's a very heartening thing to hear. I'll take it forward from there. If you see the entire Northeast in terms of development, I began by telling you that both of us spent long times, and we've seen the growth that has come across in the Northeast, particularly in the last 1 decade. The number of bridges, when I first went there as a young officer, there was just 1 bridge across Brahmaputra. Then the second one came. Today there are 5 of them. Most of the state capitals were not connected with railways. Today you have railway tracks going, and within a matter of, I think, 2 years, all the Northeast capitals, state capitals will have trains. When we get some of those children from there to rest of the country, let's say to Delhi or somewhere else, the young students, they see train for the first time. Now, similarly, there are other investments that are happening in a big time. All through all these decades, the fear was security, and the topic itself is of security. The things have changed to a very large extent. Just last week, you would have heard of 2 top industrialists promising more than 5,000 crores of investment. In the last 4-5 years, whenever the CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, have gone there, not only have they promised, but they've actually invested. So these are very heartening signs, and going forward, if the peace dividend helps and peace prevails, then how does Assam Rifle function there? What exactly do you see other roles?
So Assam Rifle operationally is under control of Indian Army. Indian Army is the one which the terms of references of operations are given by Assam Rifles. Assam Rifle, as head of Assam Rifles, as I told you earlier, sir, and you were aware, you were DG, what is our role, sir? But we do keep ourselves aware. We do keep a watch also. And we do all the tasking which is interested to us. What I see in Northeast is, sir, that if you take classically, violence levels are down. Development, definitely yes. What is desired? No, sir. So in the tactical depth of Indo-Myanmar border, there's no development. So our point of concern is the border areas of Indo-Myanmar. There are hardly any police stations, hardly any parallels or rail trails connecting, sir. No electricity to the extent we desire. The Indo-Myanmar, and I'd also like to mention here, I think we are the only country in the world who have an FMR, like new FMR regime, in which the government of India is magnanimous enough to the citizens of the other country, and they allow them without any pass or identification. We do capture their biometrics, but I think it's a step which no other country has the heart to take. I think we are the only country which have this. And this is also to support somewhat the people along the border areas. The fencing work is on, but there are huge challenges in that because infrastructure is there, the tribal affinities are there are interest groups which are there. And this is 20th of February, and 500 crores of drugs have already been seized. So a lot of good takes as of now from Northeast, but a lot is yet to be done, sir. And all of that has to be done lies in not our domains.
Absolutely, and let's be parochial by saying that Assam Rifle will have a great role to play in that. Not to discount Army, I see very senior officers here who might take it amiss. It's not that, like he said, Army and Assam Rifles are two sides of the same coin. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank Major Gaurav and his team for this opportunity that they've given us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Akhira and Lieutenant General Nair. We'd like to request Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary to please come up and present you with mementos. And we take a picture very quickly. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're moving on from the dense jungles of the Northeast. We take you to the high altitude areas of our northern borders. It is always said that lines of communication and supply are most critical to battle. Infrastructure development is what primarily drives lines of communication and supply, and India is rapidly building infrastructure along its northern borders, especially the LAC. So to tell us more about this very critical issue, we have with us the Indian Army's Deputy Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, PVSM, AVSM, SM, who will give us a special address. May I request you to please come up, sir?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Gaurav for inviting me to talk about the infrastructure development along the northern borders. Do pardon me, I would be using certain names maybe some of you may not be familiar with, but I see a lot of veteran crowd who can relate to the names which I would be taking. That would be only primarily to lay emphasis on the areas which require some kind of a focus as far as the infrastructure development is concerned. So as you all are aware that as far as the northern borders is concerned, it extends from Kilik Pass in the eastern Ladakh and goes right down to Jichepla in Arunachal, and the expanse is about 3,488 kilometers. And we are talking about the areas which have got multiple challenges, more so because of the kind of the terrain which exists, which poses challenges not only to the conduct of the operations in these areas, but also does have an impact on the infrastructure development. So it takes time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of planning to execute the work in these areas. So whether it's a high altitude area or a glaciated terrain in eastern Ladakh, or you come down towards Sikkim, or it is the high and the medium mountains which are there in these areas of the central sector. When I say central sector, it is primarily Himachal and Uttarakhand area, and also looking at the areas of Arunachal. So therefore, if infrastructure development is the key imperative for the op preparedness, we have adopted a very kind of a focused approach, which is a whole of nation approach to achieve this. And we have identified critical infrastructure requirements, which are not only restricted to the connectivity to the border areas, it also looks at whole lot of force preservation measures which are required. We have to look at the aviation bases. We have to look at the storage capability, which is maybe most of the places which is required to be placed underground. And there are vigorous engagements which are being carried out with not only within the organization, but also looking at various stakeholders who have been put into an institutional mechanism of whole of nation approach. So that is what it is, and therefore when we look at the focus areas in infrastructure development, we are looking at a connectivity in a manner that it provides robustness, not only at the base level, which should in fact facilitate the entire forces or the build-up to take place. We are also looking at multiple laterals connecting them. We are looking at the connectivity, which should be in kind of an all-weather connectivity into these areas, because if the areas we are not able to approach in difficult weather or inclement weather, that is of no use. So that is also being looked at. We are looking at inter-valley connectivity being achieved. And also in these areas, you will find that there are various issues related to the statutory clearances, whether it's a forest clearance, whether it's a land acquisition requirements. So those are also the focus areas which we are trying to overcome. And definitely we are looking at multiple procedural reforms, because if the kind of pace which is required to achieve this infrastructure development, with the current pace, it will be very difficult to bridge the gap with the PLA. And the other focus is also to not only restrict to the integral capability, also look at the capability which is existing outside in the environment. That means multiple construction agencies, which are whether they are the government construction agencies or even if they are private agencies, to achieve those constructions. Now, if I have to highlight what are the kind of infrastructure development PLA has achieved in this area, you would realize that since 2020, they have in fact given a huge impetus to the infrastructure development. And this infrastructure development pans not only to the connectivity, and also the same issues, that is whether it's airfield, whether it's heli bases, or it is equipment, those strategic equipment which has to be placed in these areas. Those emplacements have also been created over a period of time. And the 14th plan, which covers the period from maybe up to 2024, will further accentuate the kind of asymmetry in this infrastructure development which is existing at the moment. And when you look at the connectivity, he's adopted a very kind of a focused approach when he has a layered security system. That means layered security architecture to respond to various situations in the tactical depth, or whether it is in the operational depth, or whether it's in the strategic depth. So to support this kind of a manifestation of the forces, there is a layered connectivity which has been created. If you look at the first layer is based on G695. So it is very close for all the tactical troops which are located there. They will manifest using that connectivity. Looking at the second layer, you have G219 and G218, And also this Ya-Ye Express way, which has come up covering a distance of almost 400 kilometers. Most of it is almost in the final stages, but I think by 2030, we expect this connectivity to also come. So there is a redundancy in the second layer itself. Look at the depth layer also based on this G317, and also which gives him the connectivity from, say, Kashgar, Hotan to coming on to Rushiang, and also maybe a laterals which are coming from the depth areas coming to the forward areas, which is G6 and G109, giving him connectivity from Golmund and coming up to Lhasa. So this kind of a network of the connectivity will ensure mobilization in a very quick time frame, manifestation of the forces for conduct of operations in an earlier time frame, and even the strategic formations which have to move from different theaters to the area opposite us will also manifest in an earlier time frame. So that is the kind of connectivity network which has been created. And in fact, even this area of the Kunlun Mountains, which poses a huge challenge for the forces to come into this area, there are multiple tunnel-based connectivity which is being created. And looking at the railways, almost about 7,700 kilometers which has been already existing. There are additional 2,000 kilometers of connectivity which is being created. And this connectivity between Hotan and Shigatse, which is almost towards the opposite area of Ladakh, which has got multiple, almost about 86 odd tunnels in this area. So that will have a dual use capability which it will provide and give him the connectivity across this Kunlun Mountains. Airfields, 16 existing, 16 under construction, and all these 16 plus 6 are the newer airfields which are coming up are generally coming up in this area of Tarim Basin. And if you look at the Tarim Basin, there the airfields can be are at an altitude of almost about 1,500 meters. So with a lesser length of runway, the aircrafts can take off from there and in fact manifest right into the areas right up to Jammu. And if you look at the areas of Tar, he has also expanded the length of the runways. So their length of the runway is going almost up to 4.5 kilometers. So which will give him the capability to take these aircrafts and take off from those altitudes as well, which are at about 4,500 meters. Heli bases, 13 were already existing, 11 are being constructed. Now it is the heli capability which will ensure the tactical depth operations, recce and surveillance capability, logistic sustenance capability is what is taken care of by construction of these heli bases. These border villages, you all must have heard about it. There are almost about 309 villages which we have identified, and almost about 71 are opposite Eastern Ladakh, and about 238 are in these areas opposite our eastern sector. So that is the kind of border villages which have come up. That is more to do with the ensuring his claims are robust, and also they do provide flexibility for maybe mobilization of forces. Forces provides billeting capability to the forces who may manifest for the conduct of the operations in these areas. So keeping this in mind, the kind of strategic guidance which we have adopted for ourselves for infrastructure development, one is the connectivity, which I mentioned, that what is the type of concept of connectivity which we will have. That means have adequate laterals, have the axials, and go right up to the passes. So that, and have the inter-valley connectivity. So that is the connectivity concept which we have adopted. We have a good mechanism for civil military fusion, in which we have empowered committee for border infrastructure, which is referred to as ECBI. And in this ECBI is headed by Cabinet Secretary, in which DGMO of Indian Army is the member. And he represents not only Indian Army, and also takes care of the interest of the Air Force and Navy as far as the infrastructure development is concerned in this forum. And it's a very effective mechanism which is existing. Most of the decisions, coordination with the multiple agencies is undertaken under the chair of Cabinet Secretary, and which is a good forum. And as far as the border, under Border Road Network Action Plan, we have in fact got state working groups. in all the states, all the border guarding forces are part of this state working groups. And most of them are, in fact, Indian Army. We have ITBP personals also part of it, and even the BSF in the IB sector, and also the border with the Bangladesh. So that is the kind of mechanism which has been created only to coordinate what is the infrastructure which is going to come up in these border areas. Because there is a huge synergy which is required. It must, whatever is coming up closer to the borders, must have this security kind of an implication, and therefore a synergy is required. So there is this mechanism is also functioning under the MHA, and it is functioning very effectively. We have, as far as the strategic guidance is concerned, incorporation of these civil agencies, so that construction capability is not only dependent on the BRO capability, we are able to harness the capability which is existing outside. The current capability of BRO definitely requires a further boost in what they can construct today. It definitely has to go almost double paced. So to make them double paced, we have looked at a lot of, reforms within the BRO in terms of their HR, in terms of the equipment which they have to provide, they have to be provided, and also the procedural issues which they were facing till now, that is also addressed. And overall, finally, as a concept or as a strategic guidance, whatever we do must also contribute to the nation building, must rejuvenate the requirements, the tourism as well as the economic development of the border areas, which will be the manifestation of the speedy development of the infrastructure. If I have to give you the statistics in last 5 years, what we have achieved, we have, in fact, since 2020, almost about more than 24,000 crores of rupees has been spent on the GS roads by the BRO for construction, which has resulted in almost more than 3,500 kilometers of road either being upgraded or being newly constructed. So that is the kind of achievement we have got till now. And overall budget of the BRO, including the agency work, is almost touching 64,000 crore plus. So that is the kind of capacity which BRO has been able to do, and which has resulted in strengthening of the entire infrastructure, not only on the LAC, but also even the border with Pakistan, that is the line of control also. A lot of construction work has been undertaken. And if I have to give you the perspective plan up to 2028, that is commencing 2023 to 2028, almost about 370 roads which we have identified, which is, if I have to say, what is the number of kilometers? It is almost touching more than 27,000 kilometers of road, which we intend to achieve by 2028. So that is the kind of impetus we have given to infrastructure development in terms of the connectivity is concerned. If I have to highlight important roads, etc., which have come up in this time, in Eastern Ladakh, there is a connectivity to Leh, which was earlier based on the Zojila axis and the Rohtang axis. There is an additional axis which is based on the Shinkulna tunnel is also coming up. So we will have, in fact, 3 connectivity, which will be all-weather connectivity going up to Leh. And most of the connectivity up to the passes, there is not much of a problem. Some of the areas which were lacking, we have addressed them. So that connectivity also we will have in times to come. We are also looking at connecting area of Ladakh to Himachal Pradesh. So there is a project which has been sanctioned for that. So we will have a connectivity even from the south. So that will be an additional connectivity which will, in fact, provide a strategic capability of sidestepping of forces, not only through the Leh and also looking at from the Himachal Pradesh. So that is the kind of versatility we are looking at as far as the infrastructure development is concerned. If one has to look at the area of middle sector based connectivity was weak. That also is being addressed in this Bharatmala and Char Dham project. That is happening. And Lipu Lake connectivity in some form we have already achieved. In this, maybe in the few years' time, we will have a tunnel at Chia Lake, which will give us all-weather connectivity right up to Lipu Lake, which is not only important from a strategic, tactical, the operational perspective, but also has an implication for maybe subsequently Kailash Mansarovar yatra. In Arunachal, a lot of work has been done. We have, in addition to the Trans-Arunachal Highway, there is a frontier highway which is connecting across the border almost about 1,700 kilometers of the length. 1,200 kilometers work has already been sanctioned. In fact, the work is almost any time the construction work on ground will start. Some of the areas in Arunachal Pradesh, we have the issues of the connectivity right up to the passes. That issue is also getting addressed. There are a number of, there are 3 railway projects which are strategic in nature, giving the connectivity in this area of Arunachal, that is going from Pasighat, going upwards to Rupai. There is a connectivity which is also coming up through Bilaspur, Mandi, and coming to Leh. These are the 2 important connectivities which will give us strategic mobility based on the railways. There are projects related to the aviation infrastructure. Aviation infrastructure we are looking at in a wholesome manner so that the entire aviation project put together, we get a cabinet approval and put it through so that huge money is available and the work is done in a very coordinated manner. To give you an example of the ECBI which I mentioned, this area of Sikkim, Glof, which was affected badly because of this glaciated lake outburst. We had a meeting taking place. All agencies were sitting down together. Cabinet Secretary was chairing the meeting. And within no time, we had the decision coming, and almost more than 6,000 crores rupees has been sanctioned for getting this connectivity along the Teesta River. We are not looking at connectivity only along the Teesta River because these mountains are young, likely to fall off. So we have gone even westwards to look at the kind of a robustness in this connectivity. Siliguri corridor is another area of concern in which we have, in fact, we had a very coordinated meeting on this issue, and almost about we have looked at expansion of the say NH17, converting this into a 4-lane highway, NH27 connectivity, another connectivity based on this in this area of Chicken Neck. So that you have a redundancy, and number of tunnels are being constructed in these areas, which will ensure that all weather, not all weather, in fact, it will be a dual use kind of a connectivity, dual use infrastructure will be there. So not only maybe roads are taken care of, even our strategic assets can be located in these areas. So that is the way we have looked at. If one has to, kind of summarize, just to give you an assurance to this audience, firstly, there is a whole of nation approach. All our concerns related to the infrastructure development are being looked at. We are not facing any problem related to the budget. It is only the construction capability which we are looking at enhancing so that in shorter time frame, in say a time frame up to about 2030, we should have all the connectivity which is desired to support our operations in place. So I think that's all for such a short time. Talking about 3,488 kilometers of borders in 15 minutes, it is not so easy.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma, for that wonderful and nuanced address. May I request Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia to please come up onto the dais. Sir, if you could come into the center, please, center of stage. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that we've got the Governor of Mizoram, General V.K. Singh, who will be joining us at 5:30 sharp. So please ensure that our sessions that are following Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma will stick to their time slots. We can't afford to exceed. Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, now from the Northeast, we shift our focus onto the panel that discusses the PLA's posture and India's LAC build-up. I'd like to invite our speakers up on stage. Major General Vivek Sehgal, VSM, Distinguished Fellow, Center of Land Warfare Studies, a seasoned military professional with extensive experience in counter-insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. We've got Air Marshal Dr. Rajiv Sachdeva, AVSM, former Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, a seasoned aviator and strategist with more than 7,200 flight hours on transport and trainer aircraft. We've got Major General RPS Bhadoria, VSM, Additional Director General, Center for Land Warfare Studies, a strategic expert with 36 years in the Indian Army, specializing in national security and counter-terrorism. Lieutenant General Sunil Srivastava, AVSM, VSM, seasoned military strategist with a career spanning nearly 4 decades in the Indian Army. And to steer the discussion, we have Dr. Tara Kartha, Director, RNA, Center for Land Warfare Studies, an expert in neighborhood security and great power politics with extensive experience in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and regional terrorism. So the topic for discussion for this panel revolves around the recent disengagement along the LAC between the Indian Army and the PLA. So it's over to you, Dr. Kartha, to take charge of your panel.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you can see, I'm an expert on Afghanistan and Pakistan, not China. So, however, since you've had this amazing talk earlier by the Deputy Chief on the LAC build-up, I think that itself is an excellent run-up to our own discussions here. So I'm not going to take a long time since we got very, very short of time and I'm going to get wrapped on the knuckles at any time. So there it goes. So we'll go straight into, we've got an amazing panel here. So let's go straight into the discussions. We'll start with India. I mean, as in terms of, the title of this is PLA's Posture and India's LAC Build-Up. So that's the format in which we're going to follow. So I'll go straight into Major General Vivek Sehgal or General Srivastava, if we could start with you perhaps. Seeing, we've already had the Galwan experience and all the rest of it. So seeing the present situation in eastern Ladakh and the LAC, what in your view are the prospects of peace and tranquility? I mean, it's really going a bit far in terms of peace and tranquility right now, but nonetheless, what do you think, what do you see the future as?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kartha, for that question. And thank you, Chanakya Forum, for giving me this opportunity to share my views. So to begin with, there is no classical peace as such. Countries and nations across the world are into that continuum of cooperation, competition, and conflict. But just to give a bit of context to this question, and thereafter to do a bit of appraisal of where we are today, and then I'll walk you through as to what could be the prospects for tomorrow, right? So if you look at whatever happened from 1962, we had about 50 years, all right, till about 2012, when we had relative peace. I'm not talking about the two spikes of 1967, Nathula and Chola, and I'm not talking about Sumdrong-Chu. Sumdrong-Chu, of course, didn't even have a single bullet fired. But after 1988, when thaw happened, when our Prime Minister went to China, and thereafter we stitched together a series of those agreements, we had relative peace and calm. But starting from about 2008-9 and more particularly 2013 onwards, we had the scope and scale of violations and intrusions by the PLA getting more, more prolonged. Okay, but including the standoff at Doklam 2017, which went on for about 77, 78 days, we kept managing that through robust and resilient military response and very quiet diplomacy. Everything worked fine, no bullets had to be fired. But come May 2020, and especially Galwan, everything got upended. All the understanding agreements were all thrown out of the window, right? So what we are looking at was the lowest level of relationship between our two countries, India and China. And what was it being called? The External Affairs Minister himself called it abnormal, right? And then that abnormality was being looked at as the new normal, perhaps. But then 4 years of very deft diplomacy and I would say very resilient and robust response from the military forces. October last year, we had this decision, a mutual agreement that patrolling will resume in Depsang and Demchok. And with that, disengagement at all the friction points got completed in Ladakh. So that became a kind of a point that everyone started looking at things a little more positively. Okay. As far as the Chief of the Army Staff is concerned, in January itself, he said the situation on the LAC is stable but sensitive. But 2 years back, in January 23, the chief then had described it as stable, under control, but unpredictable. So we have been moving positively in the correct direction, right? And as of now, so we have disengagement, as I mentioned, but at the other places, we have a temporary moratorium. And that temporary moratorium implies that there are zones at those places, Gogra, Hot Spring, okay, the north and south banks of Pengongsu, Galwan, where anything from 3 to 10 kilometers, and whatever I'm saying from open source knowledge, is that as of now, patrolling has been stopped by both the sides. It's a temporary measure. Talking about peace, what has been the stance of Indians right through and through? The Indian External Affairs Minister and everyone, the Defense Minister, has been very clear that peace and tranquility on the border is the prerequisite for our stable, normal relations. So that is what has been our insistence right through and through. And if went on to say, as far as broader relations are concerned, understanding between our two countries, they could be, defined by the principles of three mutuals. So mutual respect, mutual interest, and mutual sensitivities, right? He also outlined eight other principles, of which two are important. I must flag them. He said that when we look at a unipolar world, along with China, we share that vision. But India also equally says that we have to have a multipolar world and a multipolar Asia. Okay? So this has to be one of the fundamental principles, right? On which peace is structured in this area. He also mentioned that sensitivity for interest and concerns cannot be a one-way traffic. It has to be a two-way traffic. And how have the Chinese been looking at it, right? The Chinese stance has been shifting, okay? When the standoff started in eastern Ladakh, they squarely blamed India. That it is, the onus is squarely on you, you are to blame, so therefore, let's have straight away a reversion to delinking the situation in eastern Ladakh, and let's have normal relations.
Yeah, so, sorry to interrupt you. See, these are all, what shall I say? There's a lot of diplomatic terminology in saying peace, non-war situation, we must have peace and tranquility, all the rest of it. But I remember one certain NSA, whom I shall not name, saying that the Chinese attitude towards India is, it's like poking a finger at a balloon. In one area, it balloons up, and the other area, it goes down. So they keep, this kind of thing keeps going on, right? They kind of put pressure. So I would come to you, General Sehgal, and say, why do these, to a simple mind like mine, who has been in national security for 20 years, I'm still wondering, why can't these people, if they got along with us, they would be able to do a bunch of things elsewhere in Taiwan, perhaps with the US. What are the drivers? Why do they do this in terms of conflict with India? That's in your estimation.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to mention, firstly, let's look at the Chinese aspiration. The Chinese aspiration is rejuvenation of the nation by 2049. Now, if you translate this into actualities, it involves sustained economic development, it involves influence in the global order, and of course, the centrality of the Communist Party is prime. This, in effect, is what is driving the Chinese military modernization. It is driving the Chinese Navy and the Air Force getting priority to acquire power projection capabilities. It is also driving the Chinese sensitivity toward the SLOCs and the actions that the Chinese are undertaking in the Indian Ocean region in terms of infrastructure development is all related to ensuring that their SLOCs are secure. Now, if we look at this and look at what India is and where India stands, there are certain sensitivities that the Chinese have towards India. First and foremost is India's economic growth and its military modernization is a source of concern for the Chinese, who are, as brought out earlier, looking at a unipolar Asia. They do not want an alternative power center coming up in Asia. India is a power center which is coming up. This is contrary to their hierarchical model of thought, and therefore they would like to contest it.
The second issue that comes out is the Indian location in the Indian Ocean region. Now, we are so located that we can interdict or cause problems along these locks at will. Our Andaman and Nicobar Islands are also very close to the Malacca Strait, which is a dilemma that the Chinese are trying to offset through their routes, that is the CPEC and maybe through Myanmar. So these are certain concerns. More importantly, India's growth, especially after the 2020 pandemic, has been welcomed by the West to a greater extent, while there is a certain amount of acrimony that has been developing between China and the West. As also, our bonhomie with the US, which is apparent in terms of various deals that we've signed with them, is a source of concern for the Chinese. We've been actively involved in the Quad, while our stance, in as far as the Quad is concerned, is that we are looking at free and open oceans available to everybody. However, the Chinese, on the other hand, are looking at this being a kind of a consortium which is developing to ensure that China does not enter the Indian Ocean and is always hampered in as far as its entry into the Indian Ocean is concerned. So these are serious concerns that the Chinese have. And in order to offset this, what the Chinese have done is they've tried to put in place a policy of containing India. One way of doing this is by increasing their interactions with Pakistan and creating it as a proxy. They've also been indulging in economic and military inroads into our neighborhood. They've been developing ports in Myanmar, in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Gwadar. All this, as you all would be aware, is also being called as the string of pearls, is a source of concern. And as rightly brought out by General Srivastava, it is the lack of reciprocity towards each other's sensitivities which is the major cause of concern between India and China. And it is, unless this is addressed, I do not think we can really move forward. More importantly, I would like to just mention one thing, and that is that, the line of actual control has been used by the Chinese to create crisis from time to time with the aim of attaining a leverage in their negotiations on other bilateral issues. We have to guard against this, and I'm sure General Srivastava will cover it subsequently when he talks about the management of the LSE. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take off on Pakistan from what you said. I mean, I'd like to think that China is pouring money into a sinking state, but that is probably a slight exaggeration. General Madhuria, would you like to come in on that?
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Let me just draw your attention to two very important events which were taking place in 1959 as far as China is concerned. The first one was across the Taiwan Strait. The Communist Party had just come in. They came in China in 1949 or so, and within 8-10 years this crisis started. So their attention was focused over there. And at the same time, in 1959, there was an uprising in Tibet. And China thought that it was at the behest of India. So a very interesting meeting took place, and that time ambassador of China in India by name of Pan Zili, he met our foreign secretary and he said, look, you're trying to do this, you're posing a two-front threat scenario to us. Be aware that you also can face a two-front threat scenario, meaning that China and Pakistan can collude. So this was in 1959. So China had this in mind that they can pose a two-front threat scenario to China. And sure enough, 62, and those were the times when Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai era was on, and we were trying to build relationship with China. 62 happened. Pakistan that time realized that Indian army is weak and it's now time to do something in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why the 65 war took place. And just before that, 2 years before, in 1963, they ceded Saksham Valley to China. That was a kind of a gesture towards China to come closer to them. They got a lot of weapons and things like that. So that is how this partnership or nexus or whatever we wish to call started, and it continued. So started in the realm of security and strategy, strategic dimension. So China provided them with nuclear weapons, and famously Mr. Bhutto said in 1971 that we will eat grass, but we will get the nuclear weapons. So they are still eating grass, but they got the nuclear weapons from China and the missile technology. So that was the beginning. And then this partnership progressed into economic, diplomatic, it was always there. So we, a few years back when India was trying to get the waiver on nuclear energy issue from US, China was a hindrance, right? They were wanting Pakistan also to be given equal kind of a waiver. So diplomatically they've been supporting China, economically. Now CPEC is something which Pakistan says is a game changer. Now the game that they have changed is that now Pakistan is firmly into a debt trap of China. They owe $25 billion or maybe more, which they are not able to repay. So every time the loans are getting postponed. So what is it doing? It is now making China being totally dependent, Pakistan being totally dependent on China. So can they take any independent decisions? No. Their strategic autonomy is absolutely zero. So therefore, we should consider both China and Pakistan together when we see the military threat or otherwise. Right? Now this particular military threat or two-front scenario, it was talked about in the maritime domain in the previous session because of the Gwadar and other stuff that is coming up. So it's increasing. However, on the continental front, where we have border dispute with both China and Pakistan, and both of them are nuclear states, we face the huge problem, and that is in Jammu and Kashmir. Right? So both of them can pose a two-front threats scenario to us, either by colluding directly, meaning that in case we have a confrontation with China, Pakistan actively participates in that, or it could be collusive, right? They do not actively participate, they just mobilize their troops. So our attention cannot be totally focused on China, we'll have to be looking at Pakistan as well, right? Or now the wars are going to be in the multi-domain, meaning cyber, space, electromagnetic spectrum, and even information warfare. So these are the areas where Pakistan could be directly supporting China, and they will have deniability. So what I mean to say is that going forward, we should plan to see that PLA is going to pose a threat both on LAC and on LOC. Right? Now add to this what has happened in Bangladesh recently. And if we have followed the news, the ISI chief visited Bangladesh. Their ships have gone there. And if you are watching the Pakistan media, those guys are very, very happy. All their experts are very happy that now we are going to have a good relationship with Bangladesh. And we will pose a different kind of a threat to India. Right? So those are the threats that we have to be aware of, and we have to deal with them in times to come. Thank you.
I'm just going to take off from that. I remember for years, literally tracking the Chinese missile assistance to Pakistan, missile and nuclear. I mean, they owe their entire, it's very odd that this aspect is very, very rarely seen in international circles. You try and find a paper on that, China-Pak collusion and missile, you'll find very little. And yet it is intense. And as far as I know, it continues. I'd like to ask you, Marshall, on the emerging, the Chinese missile capability, which is, I think, increasing in leaps and bounds, at least according to the US Defense Department, whom you can't entirely believe also. But also it's the Air Force. How do you see these two aspects of Chinese capability affecting its doctrine, its capability towards India?
Ma'am, we've been at war, literally at war since 1962. That's 63 years we've been in active war. And Rini gives us only 5 to 10 minutes to actually talk peace of 63 war. So, and CAPS, where I'm supposed to be actually fitting in, house was full, so I've been called here to mix the Army and the Air Force together so that the claws can take me on. If you permit me, I've got a short presentation which is just 1 hour, and I think only 5 minutes are left, so I'll run through my presentation so that the points are just thrown in quickly before I start speaking. Let's get the PC on. Not? Okay. Yes, I had a presentation which went on like that, the strategic drivers behind the rocket force and the era of modernization, perceived threat of China. But I'll skip it and I'll go straight to the complement. How does a rocket force complement the air force of the China? Let's see the operational synergy. Yes, they have a combined air defense strategy. The rocket force surface air missiles will complement the Air Force defense, layered defense network, and so on, which you can keep reading, integrated command and control networks. They have strike capabilities which are talking into each other. Rocket force will do something, and the PLAF will actually complement it in both ways. They'll contribute to each other. Anti-access and area denial, both I've already factored in how and which will be used for which particular kind of a threat coming to them. Joint operations have already been worked out. How will the SEAD work and how will the defenses of their sites will work and how the joint targeting will happen, and similarly the theater operations, because they are already working in theater. How these things will happen, they've already worked that out. Technology integration has already happened. The command and control systems are common. The intelligence and the surveillance are talking to each other. Going down to maritime operations, yes, they have the capability, rocket force, to take on any kind of ship which is there. And how will the PLAF complement them? They have doctrines and everything fixed and actually working towards that. They have future development. It is not over. Joint capabilities are carrying on in hypersonic, space-based capabilities, which was spoken in the morning. Force modernization is also happening, and they're doing together. It's not pockets which are happening and then integrating. They're doing it together. Key takeaways. The rocket force provides initial precision strikes, PLAF to operate in contested airspace, joint targeting, battle damage assessment, coordinated suppression, and so on. Similarly, air defense, integrated air defense networks are there, multi-layered. The multi-layers are working as an air force and the rocket force. And all the A2AD operations are also combined. I'll quickly go from the Chinese point of view, do a SWOT analysis, and tell you what are my strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. We don't have time to go into the Air Force thereafter. My strengths are superior force numbers. I have technical advantages. I'm talking my comparison with India. My infrastructure is better. Yes, India is growing, but my infrastructure is better. My weakness, geographical constraints, operational experience, technical dependencies. This is where lies my weakness. I am working on it. Let's get on to the opportunities and threats. My opportunity is force development, strategic environment, regional influence. What are my threats? Indian capabilities. India is not lagging behind. Geographical factors and international environment. There is so much of interplay which India is doing with the rest of the world, which is my threat. Let's analyze the perceived threat to India. Air-based infrastructure threats, like we just came to know, 16 airfields already ready, 6 more coming up. Yes, the airfields are at 4,500 meters. The aeroplane capability is knocked down, but they have air-to-air refueling. They will work on that. Border region vulnerabilities, force multiplier effect. These are my concern as an Indian. Strategic implications, military balance shift, operational challenges, and geographical vulnerabilities. What is India's response? Immediate needs, I've already worked out on that. India is not sleeping. We've already worked out on all these things which have been listed out. Long-term requirements have been worked out. Strategic adjustments have been done. And all this is moving towards the threat scenarios. What are the threat scenarios? Like we said, coercive scenarios, show of force operations, border incidents. Then we have limited conflict. What will happen if the limited conflict happen? And if the escalated conflicts happen, how are we going to work on that? India's strategic advantage, home territory defense, mountain, warfare experience both by air and ground, combat tested forces, strong military traditions, a potent rocket force, and joint theater commands could be the right decision. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, that was pretty amazing actually. That was a very good run through.
No, this was the Air Force guy with the Army, so we have to move at that speed. Because otherwise, we would have left behind.
Okay, I would have said there's just one more thing. You know, once China, you could have said they have no friends. They were all by themselves. Now they're getting a bunch of people together. So things are changing, you know, it's changing very fast. And I would say Major Gaurav Arya perhaps next time could think of an entire session how to go over or under in terms of Chinese strategies. There are ways. I can see General Raj Shukla sitting here who will probably disagree strongly with me. But there are, I think we need to think, we are getting a bit, you know, sort of, what shall I say, overwhelmed by the Chinese threat. This is there, 4,000 kilometers, bridges, roads, tunnels. How do you go around this? So that means you have to think differently, right? And you gentlemen, like y'all, all of y'all are the brightest in this country. So there should be ways of going around that. We're going to stop here.
Could I get a minute to just finish what I was saying?
Yes, of course. Okay. Please.
So we were talking about the prospects of peace. I think for this we'll have to go back to 1993-96. So the Border Peace and Tranquility Agreement and the confidence building agreements of 93 and 96, as also the political parameters and guiding principles of 2005. That's where the actual core of how we can peace lies. What am I trying to say? They talk about mutual and equal security. And that is where the joint working groups were to clarify wherever the perceptions of LAC differed. So there are 13 areas now, 14 whatever. We need to once again get back to the drawing board, finish that task off so that we don't have any other future misunderstanding. There has to be a common take-off point. Second thing is mutual and equal security is what is going to drive your posture, force posture. And because of the nature of warfare and character of warfare having changed, the force postures will have to be decided with care. Terrains on both sides are very different. Only then and then only you can have de-induction. Until then, you can keep negotiating. So that's the roadmap to peace as I see it.
Thank you very much. I think that was the ideal wrap-up. So we'll stop here. Thank you all. And thanks to the panelists. Brilliant job.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tara Karta. Despite being maligned as the awful timekeeper, I must say that it's a wonderful role to play to ensure that the armed forces all work in time. Thank you very much. May I request Lieutenant General Raj Shukla to please do us the honors of presenting tokens to all our panelists. And may I request the panelists, as you get your token, to please gather together for a group photograph at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we really have to keep the house in order. Our next session is one that examines the geopolitics of oil. We'll make the changes on the dais and move on to the next session. If I could request Lieutenant General Raj Shukla to stay on because it's your next session, sir. Thank you to our panelists. May I request you all to please take your seats in front. We've got on stage Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, PVSM, YSM, SM, ADC, member of UPSC, former GOCNC Army Training Command, with a distinguished 4-decade career in the Indian Army. General Shukla has held pivotal leadership roles, including as Infantry Brigade Commander, Baramulla Division Commander, and Pivot Corps Commander. He served in military operations and as Director General of Perspective Planning, shaped long-term strategic initiatives. An aviator, an accomplished orator, he has authored 70 publications and contributed to over 180 seminars. We were to have with us Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, who had to leave urgently to attend to some unforeseen issues. But we do have with us Admiral Anup Singh, who I request to please join up on stage. He is here already. A seasoned naval leader with extensive experience in force planning, defense strategy, and operational command. Over his distinguished career, he has held key positions overseeing force structure and defense budgeting and managing human resource development for the Navy. So it's over to you, gentlemen, sir.
So thanks a lot, Rini. We are a little rushed for time, sir, because the governor is expected any time soon. So this session was really about, you know, the geopolitical swivels and technological tsunamis. So what are these swivels in geopolitics? And are we at a very unique moment, you know, technology moment? These are the two questions that we'll try and address together. And also, if we have some time, what are the attendant implications on India's national security? So by way of opening remarks, I'll just focus on this. In my mind, there are two swivels which we should take note of, geopolitically, and there are, of course, two aspects of you know, technology which are really in this, the tsunami kind, which once again we should take note of. So very quickly, the first swivel that I would like to point out is this, that I see geopolitics pivoting very sharply from what was once economic primacy to what is now, you know, a national security driver. So in 1990, Bill Clinton said that it's the economy stupid, meaning that at the end of the day, what mattered was just the economy. As I said, I see the world moving greatly towards national security stupid in a big way. And the second thing that I would like to point out, and this is a lesson we might like to note in the Indian context, that geopolitics is extremely unforgiving of those that are disrespectful, negligent, or innocent about national security. It spares nobody, not the rich and prosperous Europe, and not the mighty United States of America. So let's look at Europe, which is the current flavor. It is the richest cohort in the world. It had some contempt for national security. I've seen it as a colonel brigadier growing up. When the Europeans were asked to provide troops for Iraq and Afghanistan, one of the armies said, we don't fight patrol by night. So armies patrol by day, is it? But that was the contempt. The other country was asked to give troops. They said, offered dogs. And you know, the richest cohort in the world, and an absolute absence of any strategic foresight, just refusing to spend any money on defense. Merkel, who was then the heroine of Germany, today is being pilloried, thought she could sue for peace with Putin by offering gas and energy. Look at this. Russia is a $2 trillion economy. The combined West is $41 trillion. And who's winning on ground? Russia. All because Europe was so contemptuous of national security till Trump came and threw them under the bus. If you actually ask me, this is one area where I agree with Trump. Europe, this is really a wake-up call for Europe to start spending on defense. And now, every leader without exception is talking of 4%, 5%, 6% of GDP on defense, all of a sudden. So where was the wisdom of the past? The Chancellor-to-be of Germany, Friedrich Merz, is talking of rearming the German military. He's talking of a European nuclear deterrent. You know, so that is the issue with regard to Europe. Let's look at Ukraine. This audience would know that in 1994 or so, Ukraine signed what was a trilateral agreement between Russia, USA, and China, by way of which it ceded its nuclear weapons. So look at this, 1,900 nuclear warheads, I'm told, 176 ICBMs, and 44 strategic bombers, which were in Ukraine's inventory, were given to the Russians, or to then Soviet Union. The Russians got independence from the Soviet Union, and look what's happening then to today. Not only is the Ukrainian sovereignty at stake, using Ukrainian nuclear weapons, Putin is waving the nuclear rattle. Now this is, you know, innocence of a very extreme kind. Mighty USA. There was a town which fell a year back, February 24, Advika. And now I'm quoting the CIA director of the last administration, William Burns. He said, before surrendering in Advika, we took a stock of the inventories of 2 operational brigades. One had 15 artillery rounds left, and the other had 44 mortar rounds. And when he spoke to Lloyd Austin, the Defense Secretary, Austin told him, sir, we cannot give you any ammunition till 2027. And this is the mighty United States of America. Today, it doesn't have 7 days of precision munitions and missiles to fight in Taiwan, while China is churning out 10,000 cruise missiles a week. And I checked these figures twice. 10,000 cruise missiles a week. This is because they have neglected the military industrial complex. We heard of the J-36. Now, all the stealth and all that comes with J-36 is one matter. But what is striking is that the J-36, if it gets rolled out in 2032, the American equivalent, the NAGD, Next Generation Air Dominance or something, which is their 6th generation platform, doesn't come until 2037. The Americans in military aviation are falling behind the Chinese for the first time in history. If you noticed, Admiral Paparo, the present CNC IPACOM, just 3 weeks back in the Financial Times, said that these exercises that the Chinese are carrying out, they are no longer exercises. They are rehearsals for attack. And, you know, all that he has to offer if the Chinese attack, their aircraft carriers cannot get into the first island chain. All he has to offer is hellscape, which is autonomous systems. Look at the dramatic change in the power balance and what will it do to American power projection in the Indo-Pacific. So I have pointed out to you how geopolitics is getting brutally back at those countries which were negligent of national security. In my view, we could be in a pre-war moment with China. I'm not saying it's happening, but it's a very likely possibility. And this is the time to step up our game so that come 2028, 2030, if we are faced with a similar moment, we don't get embarrassed like the Americans did in Advika. So we should very carefully pay attention to this. The second swivel is, you know, this renegade world order which has been unleashed upon us by Trump. Now, this morning, Samir Saran was here, and he was very clear that all that Trump is doing is that he's winding down conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East so as to laser-focused on China, militarily. Now, if that is true, it is very good news, because we need the Americans to come and focus on the Chinese in the Indo-Pacific. But there is, if you read the MAGA campaign and his other ideologues, there is another version of the Trump view which is emerging, Trump worldview, which is driven by a fundamental metamorphosis in the nature of American power. And now if this is true, it is bad news for India. Now what is this? American power so far was premised on what is called freedom to roam the globe. So you spend $950 billion, you had 80 bases, 800 bases in 80 countries, 11 aircraft carriers. And by so roaming the globe, in every theater you said, no hegemon will emerge to challenge the United States. So Russia is kept in check by Europe, China is kept in check by the allies. Now President Trump is arguing, he said, let's slash our budgets by 50%. He's telling the Chinese and the Russians, let's slash our budgets by 50% because his MAGA team, through internal reviews, has told him that we can push the Chinese on technology, we can push them on trade, we can push them on tariffs, but we are not in a position to contest them militarily. Which means it could lead to these 3 ecospheres, and Trump has alluded to them in some measure. Russia led Europe, China led Asia, while America retreats to the Western Hemisphere, builds up its military capacity, so on and so forth, before it comes back, which would leave India to parley with China on its own in the strategic military sphere. So, you know, this sphere, if this is the grand design of America, it's bad news for India, because it will lead to unipolar Asia, one tiger on a hill, and India will be left alone. So what do we need to do? Very simply, we need to put our instrument of force, get it to the center of our strategic calculus. Now that has happened in the last 10 years. we are taking our military, Atmanirbhar and defense far more seriously. But that is not to say that we are nourishing it adequately, we are resourcing it adequately. In my view, the lag is only growing, especially the technological lag. So we have to do far more than what we are doing currently, step up our game to strengthen our deterrence. And now the time has come after 10 years of Atmanirbhar and defense, not to now talk of, seminars and AONs and so on and so forth. We have to measure our preparedness in terms of operational readiness, lethality, and what we give to the sailor, soldier, airman in the field. Otherwise, it's pointless. Only capacities which reach our fleets and formations will deter the Chinese. Now, this is the hard reality, but I think we have to brace up to it. Insofar as the technological tsunamis are concerned, there's so much happening in the technology sphere, but I'll just point to two. One is, all the future seems to be exponential autonomy at declining cost, both in deterrence and warfighting, precise mass. So these drone swarms, which lie at the embrace of AI and a whole emerging storm of technologies. If you study Ukraine carefully, and now this is my reading of Ukraine, dronery has emerged as a science, as a different arm. It is leading infantry assaults, it is leading armor assaults. Even the J-36 is going to have what is called a CAS, a collaborative aircraft system, which is nothing but cutting-edge swarms in lakhs and millions. Please note this. 2/3 of Russian losses in Ukraine, men and equipment, have been caused neither by the infantry, nor by the armor, nor by the artillery, but by drones. But by drones. That's how dramatic it is. The drones have been twice as effective as any other instrument in the Ukrainian arsenal. And they are only being improved by FPVs and fiber optic drones now, which you cannot even jam. These drones have gone through trenches, they've gone through tank turrets, they've also been used as strategic air power. And one other, I think somebody spoke about it, Air Marshal Sushdev. If we have this drone missile force, we need to have missiles like Oreshnik, which sent shivers through Western capitals and which will also deter China. So in this technology space, we have to focus a great deal on autonomy. I think it has to come up as a separate service, if not a separate arm, or we are going to trail in the technology sphere greatly. My last point on technology is from DeepSeek. Now, we've all heard of DeepSeek. It is not only, the Chinese have not only done it at 1/20th of cost, they've done it on low-grade GPUs, ration GPUs. So there is a lot of algorithmic innovation behind this. And now this should worry us. If you study the 5 papers that have been written after the DeepSeek came out, it has been, I'm told there are 200 plus authors of those papers. And what should really scare us is that out of those 200, half of them are homegrown talent. They are not the ones which went to American universities. Now, if it is homegrown talent, it means the best and the brightest in the technology sphere are now in China, so you'll get more of quantum, you'll get more of other technologies, all with military implications. Just, I think, last week, Satya Nadella announced this Majorana 1, if I pronounce it right, which is, a quantum computing capacities based on topo clusters. And it's amazing. He says that if you put that quantum chip in your palm, it will give you more computing power than all the world's computers put together. Now, that's the way computing is moving. So what we need now in Atmanirbhar and defense is 2 things. One is orders, orders, and orders. There are a lot of startups here, a lot of other private sector people who are just waiting for orders. Enough of talk. Orders, orders, and orders must happen, or we will not grow to the next phase of Atmanirbhar and defense. And in the sphere of R&D and technology that I spoke of, we must focus on compute, compute, and compute. That is the next oil. That is the next step beyond data. So these were the 4 points, in my view, which constitute what I really think are geopolitical swivels and technological tsunamis. I now turn the floor to Admiral Anup Singh for his views, please.
Thank you, Raj. I ditto everything that General Shukla said. He's covered the entire gamut of the topic that's been given to us. So I'm not going to repeat anything except to give you a slightly different, not different from what he said, different perspective to also put you um, on speed with what is happening in the world insofar as the term geopolitics is concerned. You've all seen what is the topic given to us, to this panel. It said geopolitical swivels and technological tsunamis. So if I'm sure if all of you have some time or the other gone through the definition of geopolitics either on Google or somewhere else, and because this is the most oft repeated term over the last half a century. What does it say? It says geopolitics, or words to that effect, is a study of the effect of geography, economics, demography, and such other factors. The meaning is very clear. And all writings and commentaries on geopolitics, global or regional, have maneuvered and moved around this particular definition. But what is happening since the 20th of Jan? You're all aware what has happened in the office of POTUS. First of all, the greatest predictability since before 20th Jan, about 20th Jan and the 4 years thereafter, was unpredictability based on what happened in the first term. And he started off with that, not only with the rest of the world, but starting off with DOGE and offering golden handshakes to his federal employees and saying, go home. But that's insofar as America itself is concerned, but it affects relations with the rest of the world and what is going to happen insofar as global economy is concerned in different ways. Now, since the 20th of January, the inflection point has been such, driven by POTUS, that everything in the world seems to be swiveling because of decisions made after that date. The first thing that has happened is that the focus, instead of going on the definition of geopolitics, is on the 3 T's that have almost clearly been announced by him in plain language. Trade, tariff, and technology. Trade, tariffs, and technology. Everybody from China to Mexico to Canada, the neighbors, and the arch enemy, and India are being affected by it. 10% added yesterday for China. The threat to Greenland, you heard about it this morning, is real. Not that he's going to take over, but it is real. As you heard this morning, actually, let me give you a little inkling to what is so great in Greenland. Not only strategically located, not only is it a dependency of Denmark, a small Scandinavian country with hardly any military power or strategic power, but it has one of the largest reservoirs of rare earths. And if I remember correctly, sometime in 2013 or 14, there was big news on the net that China has had a deal with Denmark worth only $350 million to mine for rare earths. Why? China has always had an urge to create a monopoly for itself for rare earths. And where are they used? In your mobile phones, in avionics, in cars, in control systems of every precision machinery. So China already has almost 90% control over rare earths everywhere. The 10% he wants to control there, plus, as I said, a strategic outpost. What else did he announce? Make the equivalent of a French Riviera in Gaza. And he's meaning it to become real because he said it in front of, with Netanyahu who's sitting beside him, who was smiling. What else? That brings me to the talk of technological tsunamis. You've all been sort of shot at by AI over the last 1 year plus. Strictly speaking, there is no time to delve into it, but artificial intelligence is not new. In my life in the Navy, I started looking at AI when the first color tactical display came about in the navies of the world. And we received it first time in early 1990s. The second time, when you got away from the protector, divider, and making relative velocity triangles. Similarly, at the same time or slightly before that, the Air Force, air forces of the world, the modern ones including ours, and particularly civil aviation started receiving what is called TCAS, collision avoidance systems. That's all artificial intelligence. So it's not new. But there is a huge revolution. And it is India's time to double down on its talent pool, which, as you know, is one of the best, if not the best, in the world. And it is wide-ranging thanks to our demographic dividend. So what is, since time has just run out, it shows 20 minutes of our panel discussion time is over. The other thing that I wanted to touch upon, I must say, that POTUS has done, despite the near hug with Zelensky, President Zelensky of Ukraine at the recommissioning of the Notre Dame, where we thought he's now going to sort out everything after 20th Jan, it didn't happen. He's cursing him. So there is an old adage which says, proxies are destined to be doormats of history, and that's what he is trying to now define the president of Ukraine as. End of the story, your time is up, and he is on the side of Russia. Putin was already smiling. His economy didn't go down with the sanctions. What should we be doing? Firstly, as General Raj Shukla told you, it is now the time for us and many others to wake up to national security being the in thing and not the economy stupid. Therefore, we must devise things because of our economy not being as racy as that of China. The economic might not being 5 times our actual economy at this moment, as China can afford to build a navy of 400 odd ships and build its air force and its strategic forces at almost 3 times that of ours. Therefore, learn to deter, to dissuade. And we've got a huge advantage insofar as the maritime domain is concerned, as you heard in the morning. That of the logistic train in the Army's language, which means that in our own home waters around the peninsula, we call the shots. That's why the Chinese haven't sent an aircraft carrier. Till now, they are incapable of sustaining blue water capability in our waters. But they will do it soon enough. That's why they are building up. The next thing we need to do, as General Raj Shukla said, I must repeat that, unmanned systems, all focus and all diversion of funds insofar as capital acquisition now are concerned, must have a major share towards unmanned systems. Drones, drones, and drones, including underwater. And finally, we must create properly a defense industrial base, which means a hell of a lot of investment and support and encouragement to the private sector, from MSMEs to big industries, not just PSUs. Thank you very much. Our time is up. Time shows 00.
All right. So, gentlemen, don't clap because the governor has got stuck in traffic, so we have some more time. So, since we have more time, let me just throw 3 ideas. So, what do we do to fix it? In my view, we must do 3 very complicated things, but I'll try and put them as simply as possible. There is no doubt that, somebody was talking in the morning, look at how our strategic environment is getting grimmer by the moment. There is, of course, the whole China factor along the LAC in the seas and in the air. Pakistan must not be taken lightly. I think Marshal Chaudhry was making this point. Not only are they benefiting from Chinese collusivity, but from Turkey. Erdogan was recently in Pakistan. He went to Indonesia and Malaysia and signed off a whole lot of deals, especially in drones. And Turkey is this drone superpower. And the third, I think General Nair pointed out to it, we have a new national security reality developing along the Bangladesh-Myanmar border. It is very serious business. So what should we do? I think we have balanced greatly along the LAC. I'm not saying that things are not going to get difficult, but we have done everything possible. We just need to resource that with a whole lot of technologies which are available with our startups. I can name them. They have to give given orders, and you will have persistent surveillance dronery along the LAC, which will give you fail-proof deterrence. And thereafter, focus on three things. I'll just take 30 seconds more. I can see Rini climbing the stage. 30 seconds. One is stealth-based offensive air power. That is our biggest weakness today. Second is our AD topology. Look at what the Israelis have got. THAAD, this, that, and the other, Patriots. We are grievously exposed in this dimension. And the third, I think, there is no option but to have a drone missile force which complements our air power. Either or is not an option. And the last point is this. I think Monty made a reference to this. The military component of the power differential with China annually is $450 billion. There is a limit to valor and there is a limit to asymmetricity. Our economists simply have to find the money. Could be $500 billion over 8 years, 10 years, but we have to find the money. And I'll just end by saying this, that deterrence is costly, but wars are costlier. You don't believe me? Ask the Ukrainians. Thank you very much. I think we've run out of time. So thank you, Admiral Anup, and thank you, Gaurav and Chanakya Dialogues for this great opportunity.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla and Vice Admiral Anup Singh. May I request Air Marshal Diptendu Chaudhary to please do us the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain where you are. We've got the Governor entering the premises anytime now. So I request you to all please be seated, and we'll move straight into that session. Our session that looks at air defense in volatile neighborhood will follow the Governor's address. I think a bigger round of applause is deserving. Thank you. Also confirms that you're all awake inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our chief guest, General V.K. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, Governor of Mizoram, the former Chief of Army Staff, entering the hall. May I request you all to please give him a resounding welcome. General V.K. Singh will be talking on military diplomacy and why India needs more. May I request you all to please rise and remain standing for the national anthem. Welcome, sir, to the 4th edition of Chanakya Dialogues. May I invite you now to speak to us on military diplomacy, why India needs more. Would you like to speak from there or seated? From that, you have a choice, sir. But we, yeah, okay, sure.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar. It's a pleasure to see many faces known, and it's a pleasure to see so many people present here for this particular dialogue. When Gaurav told me to speak on military diplomacy, I readily agreed. And just when I was walking in, he said, "We were not expecting you." So I told him that I was in Nepal practicing military diplomacy, and it's just that late afternoon I landed and I said, let's go and fulfill the obligation that I have taken to come and talk to you all. Military diplomacy is at times it's an oxymoron, at times it's a term which is misunderstood, and at times it is taken as something which is in thin air. The simplest definition of military diplomacy is utilizing your military establishment as a country to further the statecraft, to further what the nation is trying in the diplomatic field as part of the diplomatic initiatives. That is all. It's very simple. On ground, when you translate it, what it implies is that you have a resource available in the country in terms of the military establishment. You've got a resource which is trained not only for war, but for many things. You've got a resource available which is well-versed in statecraft, strategy, understanding the world, and you have got a resource which is totally disciplined. And when this gets combined with your diplomatic force, it can yield very good results. And there are many examples. See, we need to actually differentiate, because at times when people talk of military diplomacy, they think the military will go out there. No. It is military representatives who work with the diplomatic corps. And somehow, as a country, especially, I'll say, the foundation of the country came up at a time where the leadership of that time distrusted the military. There was a great amount of distrust. And that led to ensuring that less of the military was seen as part of the diplomatic initiatives, as part of being seen in the diplomatic establishment. Mainly they were seen as, taking care of ceremonies, ceremonial thing. But not taking part in what actually was the statecraft which the diplomats wanted to practice or the nation wanted to practice in that country. And I think this persisted for quite some time. It is only much later that a realization has dawned. Here is a resource which you can use. And let me also say, irrespective of a country, it is military to military, the relations can actually make a significant difference. Like I said, I was in Nepal, not on a visit. I was in Nepal because all the chiefs of Indian Army are honorary generals of Nepal Army and vice versa. And we hold a conclave every year or alternate year in each other's country. We sit down and discuss things. We sit down and talk absolutely openly because we know that what we will say is not going to go out anywhere and what they will say will remain with us. That is the kind of trust the militaries have between each other. And that helps. You can discuss anything about the country with them, issues which are bogging down the relations, issues which need to be resolved, issues which require the military professionals to go and smoothen the narratives that are prevailing. And it helps. And it is true, not just Nepal, it is true with all countries. You put two people in uniform from any country together, and you will find tremendous amount of bonhomie. And I'll say this bonhomie is even in countries which you think may be thinking differently than you. Let's take North Korea. You can put the military people with our military people. It just takes 15 minutes to break the ice. And probably after 15 minutes, they may not open up as freely, but they will certainly open up. Now that is the strength which allows you to practice military diplomacy in positioning people in your diplomatic establishment in various countries so that they can give you inputs, they can make the relationship better, they can pass on the word that you may not trust the diplomat, but at least in uniform we trust each other, and this is the actual fact. And you can do a great amount of work. Let me give you another example. I had gone to Myanmar quite some time back while still in service, and one had to go to Naypyidaw, their capital, from Yangon. I told our defense attaché, are we going to go by road? He said, no, sir, I spoke to them and they'll give you an aircraft. So I told the ambassador, thank you. He said, sir, don't thank me because I'm traveling by road. Now, do you get it? He was traveling by road, they didn't give him aircraft. But military to military, the relation was such that once the defense attaché had spoken to them, they said, we will give aircraft. Now, this is the kind of relationship which gets you results in many, many situations. This is the type of relationship that solidifies your ventures that your diplomatic initiatives want to start. So it is not only gaining knowledge about and carrying out liaison on military matters, on the type of research and equipment that prevails out there, on the type of new technologies that are being worked on, and how we can cooperate with them. How can we get a better deal? How can we ensure that military we can ensure a better relationship which will ultimately result in better relationship between the two countries, whether it is calling people for military education in the various training establishments that exist in both the countries, ensuring that you have joint training which also breaks the ice and ensures that you start understanding each other. You understand the procedures and the protocols and the type of equipment each country uses. And in all this, you try to attain the diplomatic objective that has been laid down. That is what military diplomacy is all about. Like I said, Nehruvian India, there was a great amount of distrust where the military was concerned, and probably that is why in 1962 we suffered greatly. Later on the realization came where the military diplomacy is also concerned. But I would say that it is only after about 2012 that things actually started moving. Slowly we started looking at places where we could additional people in the various missions so that they could work. And you can look at the slow speed. Last 10 years, we have just added 10 more people in 10 different missions. And we have taken sanction for another 10 to go in coming years. While there are countries probably much smaller than us, with smaller militaries, who have got a much larger footprint in their diplomatic missions. And they do a great deal. Great amount of work they do. So, military diplomacy is a field which needs great amount of activity so that you can further your diplomatic initiatives. We, I think, have somehow not realized the importance. Slowly the realization is coming, and I hope that instead of this 10 more, we are able to put more number of people so that we can have people all over in our missions who can help. And it's my personal conviction that our officers who are selected, and mind you, the armed forces are very good at selection. They actually select the best that is available for that particular task. So anybody who's selected will actually go and deliver, will actually go and add value to that mission, and will actually go and ensure that the mission not only succeeds in what it is trying to do in that country, but it excels in what it is trying to do in that country. That is the importance of military diplomacy. We have this issue that I think now, which I told you is going away, where that question mark used to prevail. I think there is issue of parities. There is the issue of how do you amalgamate the military officer, and in the diplomatic hierarchy, how does this officer fit in, plus his staff fit in. But wherever they fit in whatever manner people have devised it, mostly it is at a lower slot than what that officer deserves. The results have been very good. And you take any country, you take Russia, we have a strong team out there of armed forces, and with our dependency on their equipment, they give you the feedback. They are the ones who negotiate. They are the ones who look for new technologies which can come in, and with the initiative of Make in India, they are the ones who play a very, very important part. Same is with US, same is with UK, same is with France, you name it. And then you look at what we require to do in Africa. It's a huge continent. Do we have enough people out there? It's a continent of resources. And if you have not put people out there, then you cannot take care of the type of resources that exist in that country. And therefore, I think it is important when you put your mission, you amalgamate a military representative in it who can take care of many requirements of that mission. And there are always many requirements in a mission. It is not just military. He can actually give much greater inputs to the mission head on what he is getting as a feedback, which makes the mission head's task easier. So, all in all, I would say that military diplomacy is one field which needs, I think, support of all of us here, not just the military, and support in terms of ensuring that we do good for the country. It has got nothing to do with trying to position uniformed personnel in a mission, but it has got everything to do with what best we can achieve in that mission by putting a representative from the military who, like I said, understands statecraft, understands strategy, understands what can be done in the world affairs and where exactly we are. We are lucky you have a dialogue where we are talking to all very intelligent people who are sitting here. I'm sure you all will take this forward, because the need of the world today is how your missions carry out the diplomacy which makes the nation better in the way it wants a footprint in the rest of the world. And for that, I think we need to look at military diplomacy very, very seriously. There are many more things that one can talk of, but I'll certainly say that we need to avoid the other things that we look at where gunboat diplomacy is concerned and where the military interventions are concerned, or where we have carried out various missions in terms of rescues and other things where military at times gets involved or military personnel at times. It's got nothing to do with diplomacy. Those are specifics based on specific tasking that is done. I mean, if the Navy is able to rescue hostages or if the Navy is able to check piracy, it is part of a nation's desire to do things where the armed forces are committed. But it is not part of the military diplomacy as such. Military diplomacy would be where the relations were bad and you put somebody who was able to ensure that military to military the relations started becoming good, and there the military was strong enough to ensure that that country then started looking at our country in a different manner altogether. The dependence of both for various things increased. That would be the test for diplomacy. So I would stop here, and if anybody has any questions, let's say a couple of questions I'll take, and that should, I suppose, finish this particular session. Anybody who wants to ask? Yeah. Don't look back. Look this side. Ask me on military diplomacy. Since you mentioned 2010, I don't know what you want to ask me.
Right, sir. Sir, you spoke about that we need to increase the number of military persons in military diplomacy. But at the current juncture, sir, even the diplomats, the number of strength of diplomats compared to Americans, Russians, and Chinese, they are also very less. So how can we resolve this issue?
That is why the intake for IFS has increased, because we have got less number of people. And if I can put a corollary to it, utilize armed forces. Where is the harm?
Correct.
That person is very well versed, and whenever we have 5 years I was with MEA, and wherever we have used the armed forces people as part of the MEA, we have found them to be pretty good.
Okay, sir.
Anybody else? Okay.
Namaste, sir. Jai Hind. Sir, at the present state where Bangladesh is going through a lot of turmoil and creating instability in and around India, so is India dealing with Bangladesh, where Bangladesh is throwing up with an attitude of catching up with the Pakistani military and trying to pep up its military and trying to give any indication? Is it a condition where I see a lot of influx of Bangladeshis coming to India and going up and down, since I'm also traveling around? So at this juncture, where I see a lot of things have gone quite calmer, so did it happen due to the military intervention or military diplomacy with Bangladesh and India, or did it happen with both military diplomacy and foreign diplomacy?
Military intervention only took place in 71.
Thank you, sir.
There is no military intervention now, right? The situation is bad, and I think we should not have any qualms in saying that we did get surprised. I mean, if somebody whom you have supported as a leader and her party, and you did not read the situation, you did not read what was happening, you did not read what the establishment was doing, then I think you have been caught napping. Military has its own part, and I think military to military relationships are still good. They are still good. But then the things have got so complicated that just military is not going to solve the issue. It is a much more complex situation. There are many players. There is if I can say, undercurrent where a lot of people who did not take part in the freedom struggle, and mind this, underline it for yourself, who did not take part in the freedom struggle or the liberation of and formation of Bangladesh, I think they've had a role to play or a grouse to create a situation which ultimately resulted in what has happened. So I'll not go into more of this because this itself is a separate subject altogether. No, he's bringing the mic to you.
Jain sir, first of all. Sir, I have a very simple question to you, that India is now going towards becoming the Blue Ocean Navy very soon. And as you have rightly said, that military diplomacy is very important for us to improvise our strength and fostering the strength in between our borders. So I just want to ask, what will be the strategy as a part of this government and as a part of this public? What do you think that how we can strengthen our diplomatic policies towards this Blue Ocean Navy expansion?
You are asking a question like ChatGPT. Okay.
Sir.
Now, all that I would say is that importance of military diplomacy is being understood. And that is why I told you that the footprint of the military professionals in various diplomatic establishments is increasing. But there is a scope for ensuring that there is more. It will depend on the type of financial resources, etc., etc. And it is this contributory synergy that comes in with the military professionals being posted out there to work in ensuring that whatever you want to progress, there in the dimension that you choose, the military professional can work. And I think at least this is, the ideal is we increase it more.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
सर मेरे दो क्वेश्चन हैं. पहला क्वेश्चन ये है कि मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि ज़्यादातर देखा गया कि डेमोक्रेसीज में जो मिलिट्री के जो पर्सोनल्स हैं उनको डिप्लोमेसी में यूज़ नहीं किया जाता. क्या डेमोक्रेसीज में क्या ये हेजिटेशन होता है कि क्या मिलिट्री टेक ओवर हो सकता है, जैसे कि पाकिस्तान में देखा जाए या फिर बांग्लादेश में जैसा अभी हुआ है, या फिर जो म्यांमार में जनता गवर्नमेंट है? ये मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन है. और दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, जैसा कि आप अभी ऑनरेबल गवर्नर ऑफ मिजोरम है, तो मुझे ये जानना है कि अभी मणिपुर के क्या हालात हैं और उसके लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशन क्या हो सकते हैं?
अभी आप डाइवर्ट हो रहे हो जरा. देखिए, पहली चीज़ तो ये है जो आपने डेमोक्रेसीज के बारे में बोला. अमेरिका डेमोक्रेसी है कि नहीं है?
हाँ, ओल्डेस्ट डेमोक्रेसी दे क्लेम.
उनके कितने लोग कहाँ पर हर एक देश के अंदर होंगे? जितने उनके मिशन है उसके अंदर आपको पक्का आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के लोग मिलेंगे. तो ये जो आप एक थ्योरी प्रोपाउंड कर रहे हैं कि जी वो कहीं टेक ओवर कर लेंगे, वो किसको टेक ओवर करेंगे? टेक ओवर का मामला नहीं है. देश के तौर पर आप अगर सोचते हो कि आपको आगे बढ़ना है, तो देश के पास जितने भी साधन हैं, जिसमें मिलिट्री भी है, डिप्लोमेसी भी है, इकोनॉमिक्स भी है, जो कुछ भी आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो वो आपको इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा. एक समय था जब हमारे मिशंस के अंदर इकोनॉमी के ऊपर लोग बाग नहीं होते थे. 2010 के बाद ये ज़रूरत महसूस हुई कि हमारे कुछ ऐसे लोगों को भी वहाँ पर होना चाहिए जो इकोनॉमी को समझते हैं, ट्रेड को समझते हैं, कॉमर्स को समझते हैं, और उनको वहाँ पर भेजा गया. तो ये देश के ऊपर निर्भर करता है इसमें. और देश अगर उसको अपने ऊपर आत्मविश्वास है तो किसी से डरता नहीं है. लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज.
हेलो, जय हिंद सर.
हाँ जी.
Sir, it has been seen that for quite some time this Nepal border, open Nepal border has been misutilized. So, can't we have some better solution? Should we close that border or partially or something?
देखिए नेपाल our relationship is of a roti and beti.
Yes, I know that.
अब आप उसको बंद कर देंगे तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी ना.
Sir, then what can
ना
be the...
ना रोटी जाएगी ना बेटी आएगी या बेटी जाएगी. So see with each nation your relationship is different. There is a freedom of movement in nations which between the two nations, and there is methodology adopted. अगर तारबंदी भी हो जाए क्या रिलेशन सब अच्छे हो जाएंगे क्या?
No, but infiltration
अभी आपकी पूरे बॉर्डर के ऊपर फेंसिंग है on the western border.
Yes. No, what I mean.
Do all things become better?
No.
Yes, the only thing that has happened is earlier the caravans of camels or caravans of vehicles could come in. That is stopped, but now people can still come in. Go back to East Germany, West Germany, you had the type of fencing and the border that was fortified. Did it stop people from going from one part to another? So fences don't stop people. It is what relationship you have with that country, that is what helps.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
एक क्वेश्चन सर, मिलिट्री डिप्लोमेसी का इस्तेमाल करके सिक्किम को भारत में विलय कराया गया था. अभी जैसी खबरें आ रही हैं उसके हिसाब से भूटान भी भारत में विलय के लिए सोच रहा है. तो मिलिट्री डिप्लोमेसी का कुछ
सपने देखना बंद करो, ऐसा नहीं है. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, General V.K. Singh, for that powerful talk. It was inspiring and gave us a glimpse of how powerful nations move forward. I now invite Major Gaurav Arya, Editor-in-Chief of Chanakya Forum, to present a memento to our chief guest. I now request you all to stand for the national anthem. National anthem, please.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे गावे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Our next session, the final one, looks at air defense in a volatile neighborhood. Air defense in a volatile neighborhood is a pressing challenge for India. Our panel will share their views on how India must accelerate its air defense modernization, enhance surveillance, and strengthen missile and fighter capabilities to maintain a strategic edge and ensure national security as these threats evolve. As speakers, we have Air Marshal VPS Rana, PVSM VSM, Honorary Distinguished Fellow, Center for Air Power Studies, Air Marshal Rana served for 37 years in the Indian Air Force, retiring as Air Officer in Charge, Administration. A seasoned air defense expert and avid writer and academician, his insights on defense and environmental issues are regularly featured in national and international publications. I may request you all to please keep seated. Group Captain Dr. D.K. Pandey, Senior Fellow, Center for Air Power Studies, a former Indian Air Force officer with over 33 years of experience in air defense. He led critical airspace operations and modernization initiatives at Air Headquarters. He played a key role in radar surveillance upgrades, operational planning, and procurement, strengthening India's air defense network. With first-hand experience in international exercises with the US, UK, and Singapore Air Forces, he brings a deep understanding of the global air defense landscape. Air Commodore Jaswinder Singh retired from the Indian Air Force officer after more than 3 decades of experience in air defense. He led critical air defense operations at Air Headquarters, overseeing radar surveillance, modernization, and strategic planning. As moderator, we have Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani, Director General, Center for Air Power Studies. Air Marshal Anil Gulani is a seasoned fighter who raised and commanded India's first Harpy Squadron and led key air defense and operational commands. He's among the few officers to have served in both Joint Services Commands as Air Force Component Commander at the Andaman and Nicobar Command and Chief Staff Officer at the Strategic Forces Command.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this penultimate session. I think to begin with, Group Captain D.K. Pandey has been made an army officer, and I think in the photographs that are shown over here, the Air Force will have the last word because, as you can see, you know, air defense is 24/7 into 365, silently operating all the time without other people knowing. And that is why you find that the Army and the Navy have both deserted the auditorium, and while the Air Force is still at it. I think coming to the subject as such, you know, we all are aware that we live in a very volatile neighborhood. And there is also, you know, the challenges that emerge from the emerging technologies in the air defense domain with hypersonics, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, etc., as also the, you know, disproportionate cost of drones and missiles versus the, you know, the defenses that are, you know, used against them. Obviously, we require newer technologies to counter them. And also, I think we need to look at the role of artificial intelligence to plug these gaps, as also to find the gaps when we need to penetrate the enemy defenses. And I think to discuss on most of these issues with us, we have a very eminent panel and who have been introduced. Marshal Rana, I'll just switch to you first. If you could just, you know, give us a brief on how is the air defense structured as far as our system is concerned, and then subsequently we will look at, you know, what is the future, does the future hold in store for air defense? Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Air defense is a very lonely battle, as you can see. You know, we are fighting absolutely lonely on this. If you feel that, you know, this was designed to be the last, that's truly so. Because air defense is all about the patience and perseverance. You know, when you fight air defense battle, like Air Marshal Gulani said, it's 24/7 in those lonely ops rooms when your entire skies are being guarded. I think in the morning, Air Chief Marshal also alluded to this. He says, what is your biggest this thing about the nation building? And I think he said this, that the very fact that we are providing you the safe skies is the biggest contribution to the nation building. And that is what air defense does. In fact, in most simplistic form of the air defense also is most complex. Air defense is something that even in peacetime, I feel it is more complex in peacetime than it is in the wartime. In peace, the resources are limited, but the challenges are similar. In the wartime, there are more resources at your disposal for you, whether it is for detection, or it is for the interception, or it is for the destruction, which are the basic functions of air defense. General Raj also talked about this, that you have, the threat today is a multidisciplinary. Now no more is that where air defense had to tackle only with the aircrafts. Today it has become multispectral. You have, biggest threat, you heard it throughout the day. It is from the swarm drones, it is from the stealth, it's from the missiles, it's from the hypersonics. And he was saying that these are the things we are lacking. But I think more than that, we are lacking more in countering these threats, because our adversaries already have this. They are already armed with hypersonics. They are already armed with ICBMs. They are already armed with the rocket forces. Huge stockpile of this thing. So challenges are not only for us to get these technologies right, but more than that and earlier than that is to get the technologies to counter all this which already enemy has. And the air defense now today is become a continuum. It has become from the absolutely low speed, low level drones to absolutely hyper speed, hypersonic 5 to 25 Mach, this thing, and also into the airspace. So most of the countries today are talking about the defense, air defense based right up to the space. In our context as well, we are developing in that, and we are going in that direction where a lot of these systems are going to be space-based as well. So it has to be a aerospace air defense command or aerospace air defense that we have to be talking about, because you cannot segregate one threat from the other. The threat which emanates from the ICBM and it is launching, say, the HGB or HCM or the cruise missiles, or even at the same time when you have the swarm drones coming, it is in the same continuum. Your aerospace is common. So therefore, the biggest challenge for us today remains how to get this entire response mechanism integrated. And for that, you have to integrate all these systems, whether they are for the detection or they are for the interception or they are for the countering, that the final destruction part of it. All this has to be in a continuum. And this integration, I think Air Force already has this. In terms of IACCS, it's almost a decade and a half old. And IACCS already has this capability to integrate all these technologies that are there, and it's only a matter of time. And in fact, it is already an ongoing process where all these defense mechanisms or the response mechanisms are being built into this.
Thank you, Air Marshal Rana. You spoke of the challenges that the nation faces because of the air defense, and what can we do to counter this? So I come to you, Air Commodore Jaswinder. Can we learn, lessons from the recent conflicts, that is the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as the Israel, the conflict in the Middle East, and how have these nations encountered these challenges, and what are the key takeaways as far as we are concerned?
Sir, talking of challenges, and I can see the clock flying like a jet in front of me. So biggest challenge for me is to explain the challenges in the specified time. To understand clearly the challenges or the lesson learned from the recent wars, we have to be correctly oriented first. In case that is to be done, we have to be clear about what terrain they are operating and what is the type of conflict which is there, nature of conflict. If we understand that, because in all the type of conflicts, every terrain, the requirements are different, the performance is different, and the handling of air defense system is different. Lot has been said about stealth, people trying to be visibly away from the radar. Always offenders have tried to get away and not get detected by the radars. But that has been a continuous fight. And but the AD operators know it is a cycle. We have gone through that. But the biggest challenge today for the air defense is the length of the war, because it is going to drain the systems and the manpower both. If we see the terrain and the nature of the war, as have been said, we can really talk of Israel, we can talk of Armenia conflict, which is in the mountains, and we can talk of the typical Russian conflict, which is a conventional war. To precisely or in a summarized way to tell these things, firstly, we need to know a battlefield environment. Most important thing for any air force or any air defense is to create a battlefield environment. Like it has been brought out in Israel, they have multi-layered system. They have a system wherein there is a complete integration of the systems. Even ISR is integrated into the system, even the weapon system, everything is integrated. So therefore, their systems and in their environment, the integration almost is perfect. It is not easy to avoid 5,000 missiles in a day, 100 plus missiles from Iran in a day with 90-95% accuracy. So they have a system in place. But the advantage with them is whatever the sensors or the systems they are operating from, they are operating at sea level. There are not much of terrain implications, and they are performing at their peak. The system, by virtue of terrain itself, will perform at their peak. In the mountains, Armenia, there were mountains. Obviously, there are blind zones. The system will not operate to the way it is expected to operate. However, when you go to Russia, in Russia, the battle space management or the battle awareness, situational awareness was also good in terms of Ukraine, because the systems which they were operating, the NATO AVAX were operating, and the ground systems has been integrated, and there was a clear air picture which was there for command and control in the Ukraine. However, the biggest lesson is from Russia. The most important sensor of creating an situational awareness is AVAX. And never ever it has happened that AVAX has been shot down. In this case, in Russia, they lost 2 AVAX. Now, if you lose AVAX, obviously the kind of situational awareness it is supposed to give, it is going to go down. Not only that, first they lost it because of ranges of the Patriot missile and their operations. They didn't learn lesson. The second one, they just shifted by another few hundred kilometers, and that also in the same direction, very predictable. So it was also shot down. Another important lesson from Ukraine and Russia is the utilization of stealth aircraft. I'm not sure whether stealth has been utilized or not. Why have it not been utilized? Were they worried because of the system VHF kind of radars being there in the Ukraine inventory? Or they are not sure of their technology? What is the reason the stealth, or they have used it and we don't know, but if they would have used it, they would have told the world. So that is one of the lessons, that the Russians have not been offensive in terms of utilization of the air power. Like in Indian Air Force, we want to go in quickly, soften the targets, and thereafter send the ground forces. However, in this case, they have been very conservative in their approach. I will.
Yeah, thank you, Econo Jaswinder. You brought out this very important aspect of, air defense, of losing, not having the situational awareness. And when we talk of the basics of air defense, what the first step is detection, and thereafter is, identification, interception, and destruction. So when it comes to detection, I think stealth poses a major challenge. Platforms with low radar cross section, like small drones and the fifth, sixth generation fighters. So if I may ask you, Group Captain Pandey, what are the challenges faced by these technologies, and what can we do to overcome them?
The foremost thing is...
Mike, just hold it.
The foremost thing is Duhe, the air warfare thinker. He told, whosoever controls the sky controls the war. And in today's world, where emerging technology is coming with a very rapid mode, every air force is trying to dominate in the air. The important is, like it has been highlighted in all lessons which we have learned in recent conflicts, that ground-based air defense systems, they have taken a great toll. They have made life hell, and finally Russians and as well as Ukrainian both have adopted air denial. Means both were afraid of going in air, and most of the time they were following the low RCS objective aerial platform. Those were drones. Now, basically, what is stealth and why they are going for low RCS platforms? The basic reason is there are three objectives. Whenever any country launches offensive, they want to, primary objective of the offensive is to go and destroy the targets. But how? Because no country is ready to welcome you for getting their targets destroyed. So the strike, they try to evade the air defenses. Secondly, they try to survive as much as possible so that they can go to the target and destroy it. And third one is to operate in a contested environment like Russia-Ukraine war. So these three objectives are there with all the offensive. Now, how to achieve it? So the best thing is not to get picked up by air defense system. The first thing is detection of any air defense system. If you are not detected, the next process of action, next function will not be able to, you will not be able to do. So earlier in conventional warfare, the electronic countermeasures were the only way how all offensive aircraft were resorting to the jamming of the air defense system. But now with the ECCCM and multiple energy levels, exploitation of electromagnetic warfare spectrum, various methodology has been found out. The best thing was decided that let's not get picked up by the sensors. And it was not only for the airspace. You take personal, ships, missiles, satellites, all aerial platforms. When I'm saying aerial platforms, fighters as well as drones both. So if you're not picked up, then enemy will not be able to activate its air defense. This was the basic premise. Now, how this stealth, I will just, in 30 seconds, I will explain how this element of stealth can be handled. There are 5 signatures which any aircraft fighter has. One is the radar signature. So if you can ensure that there is no radar signature with your aircraft, you will not be picked up. Second is thermal signature, that is IR. Whenever you move, aircraft moves, a lot of heat is produced, and that is picked up by sensors. So you have to avoid that. Third one is acoustic. Irrespective of 4.5 generation or 5th generation or 6th generation, no aircraft is silent. So there are receivers, they receive the acoustic signature and they give the input to the command and control center. Yes, there is some presence. And the next one is visual signature. Visual signature means manually you should not be able to spot it. So they design in such a way, the color code, matte surface, that it is looking very small. Like even if you see aircraft which is coming from visually you try to acquire the aircraft, it appears as a dot. When it comes closer, then only you are able to see the size of the aircraft. So aircraft are designed so. Now coming on the practical example, you must have heard about F-35 as well as Z-36, 5th generation aircraft, stealth aircraft and all. Believe that F-35, when it comes on a radar system, it appears like a ball, a small ball. Very difficult to pick up. And it cannot be picked up at further ranges. You are able to pick up only at 5 to 10 kilometers. That provides you hardly 40 seconds or 50 seconds, where it is insufficient to activate your air defense system. So stealth is playing very, very important role. 4.5 generation, they had medium stealth index. With 5th generation, index has gone high. And with 5th generation, it has gone to like RCS, the radar cross section. That is means the how much portion radar can see. It has gone to 0.001 square meter. That is very low. And it is claimed by F-35 as well as the F-36. They are having RCS of 0.001. So just see if we are having so small signature, how you'll be picked up. So technology is playing its very, very important role. We have to see, this is one. Now, if you are launching against enemy country, the country they will also launch against you. So how to detect them? That countering stealth technologies also should be, you have to gear up for that. So there are various means to do that. As I mentioned you, the VHF radar, which Commodore Jesse also mentioned. The VHF radar, they have got a bigger wavelength which helps to pick up a target in a better way, especially we're having the low RCS. But the biggest problem with VHF radar is its resolution is very poor. When I'm saying resolution, if two aircraft are coming very close, you won't be able to make out whether there are two or one. So there are always limitations. You have to see how you can best exploit the emerging technologies like AI and machine learning to resolve the air picture, because until unless detection is there, air picture is clear, decision making will be very, very difficult, and tactical action will not be possible.
Thank you, DK Pandey, for enlightening us on the technologies. We are running out of time, so last 30 seconds, if one last question to all three of you. I'm beginning with you, Marshal Rana. What is it that India needs to do in the future for our air defense to be more potent against our adversaries?
I think, like I said in the beginning, integration is the key as far as the air defense is concerned. And the best part is like what Group Captain DK also said, primarily why air defense, the challenge the air defense faces is the kind of reaction time the enemy gives you is very, very minimal. And that's why you're getting into technologies which give you either very, very little warning so that you cannot react to this. So we are actually India in the field of air defense, particularly self-reliance is very, very good. I gave you the example of IACCS. IACCS was almost a decade and a half old. When we were looking for this, that time this technology in the outside world was available for 5,000 to 6,000 crore. And you will be surprised to know that we developed that indigenously in less than 50 crore. I mean, not very many people know this outside, but this is a huge, huge thing. Similarly, there are many other researches that are on the anvil, whether it is related to Project Kusha, which is talking about similar system like S-400. Then you have directed energy weapons also being the thing, hypersonic technologies, we have this. And also on the radar. Radar, incidentally, are one of the best technologies that we have today is in the field of the radar and air defense. That's why I've said that so much of self-reliance we have here. So what we need to do is probably go a notch higher and get into these technologies, do the strategic partnership with the countries with even better technologies. I'm not saying we don't have better, but there are so many other things that you can collude with the other technology giants and probably take these to a notch higher where you can make these potent air defense systems. Another biggest thing that we need is in the form of getting this integrated command and control right from the very low spectrum to the high spectrum. And if we are to do that, we have to get into in futuristic, in all space-based sensors as well as the effectors. And we also are doing pretty good research as far as those areas are concerned. And I'm sure in near future, we would see the similar kind of systems that are there outside in the world. And I think we are on the right path as
Thank you. Thank you, Marshal Rana. If I may switch to you, Air Commodore Jaswinder, what, in your opinion, are the implications for India in view of the recent conflicts that we are witnessing as far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned?
Sir, if we see implications of recent conflict and US, UK, Ukraine and Russia war, the first thing which we see here has been, there are two important things which have come up. One is integration and the other is survivability. So as of now, we, in a doctrinal manner, in air defense, we talk of detection, identification, interception and destruction. So as to change our mindset itself, there is a requirement of including these aspects into the doctrine itself. So rather than having 4 objectives, the air defense should have these 2 additional objectives, in the sense you will integrate and you will survive also. So therefore, thereafter, we will progress like that. Another important thing is stealth, which most of us are talking of, and drone not being picked up, but there is a possibility of VHF radar seriously picking up both the things. And it has been seen during Armenian conflict also. The one shot which was taken, the 2 shots which were taken on TB2 were by detection by VHF radar and a missile shot by the shoulder fire. So there is a strong possibility that these VHF band has to be optimized and it has to be weaponized. I think India is looking for removing these drawbacks. In this band, we are going to have a system, probably, we are looking at a system wherein we will have a better VHF system, which was conventionally there. International collaboration, I think in terms of, we have seen in Ukraine-Russia war, the war is extended to almost 3 years, and also NATO countries has come in supporting them. Now one of the important lessons learned here is how will you do your threat perception? So if you see tomorrow you have to go towards Western adversary, how will you calculate, how are you going to fight? In case there is an international collaboration, how will you fight? So I think there has to be a brainstorming session in this aspect, because if we go into this collaboration kind of a conflict and such a long conflict, it is going to be very draining economically. The systems have to come up, the logistics has to be strong, and where does it end? So I think these 3-4 issues we need to have a look at.
Thank you. I think you brought out an important aspect of integration. While the integration of sensors is taking place within the country between the 3 services, I think it is the integration of the communication that is still not, we are not there as yet as far as the AFNet, the Trigun and the Akashtir is concerned, which is work in progress. And when you talk of international collaboration, I think air domain awareness is something that is being talked of amongst the countries. And in the last exercise, Tarang Shakti, there was a seminar also held in which I also happened to be a part of it, where we discussed these issues with friendly foreign countries. Coming to the last question to you, Group Captain Pandey, is that, when we talk of low RCS and stealth, where are we as far as India is concerned, and what is the way forward that we need to look at in this domain?
It is very heartening that DRDO and HL both are doing very nice job in this field, because they are also observing, yes, threat perception has to be understood correctly, and what type of counter measures we have to create. I will sum up in 2 lines only. One is we should have technological asymmetry in terms of exploiting the VHF or HF radars, as well as the aircraft designing. AMCA is coming with all stealth elements, like the airframe designing. It is supposed to be having, again, 0.001 square meter RCS. That is what is there in the papers. So it is good. Now requirement is how to leverage the technology which is already available with us for the future inductions, like Tejas Mark 1, Mark 2, both are in pipeline. And in future also, we are planning other aircraft also, how we can utilize this present technology. And the second point is procedural changes. Like if you want to detect stealth aircraft, you have to go multiple radars, number one. Number two, you should have integration of all the sensors, whether they are in space or on the ground or underwater. Until unless integration is there, because somebody may be picking up, if you have got multiple radars, these stealth aircraft are not zero detectable. They will be detected, only problem is somebody will detect somewhere. So deployment of your sensors has to be such a way that you are having, like the present scenario is you do have a manual observation post. They observe, they report. Similarly, the frontal radars, flanking radars are there. So series of radars, each is giving some input, and with ICCS, they are networking, nice integration. If it takes proper, the multi-sensor tracking is accurate, then we'll be able to pick up stealth wherever we want. Now, the proper designing of the system as well as the deployment are the two very, very crucial factors as far as countering stealth attack is concerned.
Thank you. I think as we see, air defense is a continuous process of evolution with emerging technologies like stealth and AI and all. And it is how do we leverage these technologies? As far as sensors are concerned, I think India's a long way ahead. Today, all the radars, from the medium surveillance to the short range surveillance are being manufactured in India, within the country. And it's not a doomsday scenario at all, but how do we leverage technology to plug the gaps and to be on the offensive as far as the enemy is concerned. And in the end, all that remains is for me is to thank the panelists, and thank you Chanakya Forum and Major Gaurav Arya for getting us here at the Chanakya Dialogues to discuss on air defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful and insightful discussion, gentlemen. I now invite our patron, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, to present them with mementos and also pose for a picture. That was our final session. And as we come to the close of this insightful conference, our sincere gratitude goes out to all our distinguished speakers and participants for their valuable contributions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring down the curtains on the fourth Chanakya Dialogues, may I invite Major Gaurav Arya, the captain behind this effort, to give the concluding address.
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. If I sound a little low, that's because I've not slept for 3 days, so my apologies. But thank you very much. And the people who remain in the auditorium in the end are the most resilient. They're the people who love geopolitics the most. Everybody has left, but you guys are still standing strong and proud, and thank you very much for that. Today, I would like to, first of all, thank my entire team. They worked tirelessly, and many of you have come up to me and said that this was very well conducted. I can assure you that none of it was my contribution. My team did everything. And I just want to say thank you very much. What was the aim of having this conclave? The idea is to put an ecosystem in place. The folks who do research and development, the people who manufacture weapons, and the people who use those weapons. So this is a 360. This is a circle that we are trying to accomplish. Today, I feel we have achieved some of the aims that we set out to achieve, but a lot more needs to be done. And I will say goodbye to you with just one promise. We'll meet you again next year with an even bigger conclave. More people, more speakers. And I hope we have your love, your support, your affection, and your blessings. Jai Hind.
Thank you again. It is clear that our national security landscape is evolving rapidly, and staying ahead requires a proactive approach, robust defense capabilities, and strong strategic partnerships. The insights shared today will undoubtedly shape the way forward in addressing these challenges. Thank you once again for your time, expertise, and perspectives. Let us continue these important conversations and work towards a stronger, more secure future. Please join us for tea and refreshments in the adjoining space. Thank you.